Part 8 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8. To return now to the Hornet. This vessel had continued blockading the Bon Citoyen until January 24th, when the Montague 74 arrived toward evening and chased her into port. As the darkness came on, the Hornet War stood out to sea, passing into the open without molestation from the 74, and then steered toward the northeast, cruising near the coast and making a few prizes, among which was a brig, the Resolution, with $23,000 in specie aboard, captured on February 14th. On the 24th of February, while nearing the mouth of the Demerara River, Captain Lawrence discovered a brig to leeward, and chased her till he ran into quarter less 5, when, having no pilot, he hauled off shore. Just within the bar a man-of-war brig was lying at anchor, and while beating round Carabond Bank in order to get at her, Captain Lawrence discovered another sail edging down on his weather quarter. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Lawrence, March 29th, 1813.] End of footnote. The brig at anchor was the Espiègle, of 18 guns, 32-pound carronades, Captain John Taylor. [Footnote: James, Volume 6, page 278.] End of footnote. And the second brig seen was the Peacock, Captain William Peake. [Footnote: James, Volume 6, page 278.] End of footnote. Which, for some unknown reason, had exchanged her 32-pound carronades for 24s. She had sailed from the Espiègle's anchorage the same morning at 10 o'clock. At 4:20 p.m. the Peacock hoisted her colors. Then the Hornet beat to quarters and cleared for action. Captain Lawrence kept close by the wind in order to get the weather gauge. When he was certain he could weather the enemy, he tacked at 5:10, and the Hornet hoisted her colors. The ship and the brig now stood for each other, both on the wind, the Hornet being on the starboard and the Peacock on the port tack, and at 5:25 they exchanged broadsides at half pistol-shot distance, while going in opposite directions, the Americans using their lee and the British their weather battery. The guns were fired as they bore, and the Peacock suffered severely, while her antagonist's hull was uninjured, though she suffered slightly aloft and had her pennant cut off by the first shot fired. [Footnote: Cooper, page 200.] End of footnote. One of the men in the mizzen top was killed by a round shot, and 2 more were wounded in the maintop. [Footnote: See entry in her log for this day, in logbook of Hornet, Wasp, and Argus, from July 20th, 1809, to October 6th, 1813, in the Bureau of Navigation at Washington.] End of footnote. As soon as they were clear, Captain Peake put his helm hard up and wore, firing his starboard guns. But the Hornet had watched him closely, bore up as quickly, and coming down at 5:35 ran him close aboard on the starboard quarter. Captain Peake fell at this moment, together with many of his crew, and, unable to withstand the Hornet's heavy fire, the Peacock surrendered at 5:39, just 14 minutes after the first shot, and directly afterward hoisted her ensign Union down in the fore-rigging as a signal of distress. Almost immediately her mainmast went by the board. Both vessels then anchored, and Lieutenant J.T. Shubrick, being sent on board the prize, reported her sinking. Lieutenant D. Connor was then sent in another boat to try to save the vessel, but though they threw the guns overboard, plugged the shot holes, tried the pumps, and even attempted bailing, the water gained so rapidly that the Hornet's officers devoted themselves to removing the wounded and other prisoners; and while thus occupied, the short tropical twilight left them. Immediately afterward the prize settled, suddenly and easily, in 5½ fathoms water, carrying with her 3 of the Hornet's people and 9 of her own, who were rummaging below. Meanwhile 4 others of her crew had lowered her damaged stern boat, and in the confusion got off unobserved and made their way to the land. The foretop still remained above water, and 4 of the prisoners saved themselves by running up the rigging into it. Lieutenant Connor and Midshipman Cooper, who had also come on board, saved themselves, together with most of their people and the remainder of the Peacock's crew, by jumping into the launch, which was lying on the booms, and paddling her toward the ship with pieces of boards in default of oars. The Hornet's complement at this time was 150, of whom she had 8 men absent in a prize and 7 on the sick list. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Lawrence.] leaving 135 fit for duty in the action. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant D. Connor, April 26, 1813.] Of these 1 man was killed and 2 wounded, all aloft. Her rigging and sails were a good deal cut. A shot had gone through the foremast, and the bowsprit was slightly damaged. The only shot that touched her hull merely glanced athwart her bows, indenting a plank beneath the cathead. The Peacock's crew had amounted to 134, but 4 were absent in a prize, and but 122. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant F. W. Wright of the Peacock, April 17, 1813.] fit for action. Of these she lost her captain and 7 men killed and mortally wounded, and her master, 1 midshipman, and 28 men severely and slightly wounded; in all 8 killed and 30 wounded, or about 13 times her antagonist's loss. She suffered under the disadvantage of light metal, having 24s opposed to 32s; but judging from her gunnery, this was not much of a loss, as 6-pounders would have inflicted nearly as great damage. She was well handled and bravely fought, but her men showed a marvellous ignorance of gunnery. It appears that she had long been known as the yacht, on account of the tasteful arrangement of her deck. The breechings of the carronades were lined with white canvas, and nothing could exceed in brilliancy the polish upon the traversing bars and elevating screws. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 280.] In other words, Captain Peake had confounded the mere incidents of good discipline with the essentials. [Footnote: Codrington, Memoirs, vol. 1, page 310, comments very forcibly on the uselessness of a mere martinet.] The Hornet's victory cannot be regarded in any other light than as due, not to the heavier metal, but to the far more accurate firing of the Americans. Had the guns of the Peacock been of the largest size, they could not have changed the result, as the weight of shot that did not hit is of no great moment. Any merchant ship might have been as well handled and bravely defended as she was, and an ordinary letter of marque would have made as creditable a defence. During the entire combat the Espiègle was not more than 4 miles distant, and was plainly visible from the Hornet, but for some reason she did not come out, and her commander reported that he knew nothing of the action till the next day. Captain Lawrence, of course, was not aware of this, and made such exertions to bend on new sails stow his boats and cleared his decks, that by 9 o'clock he was again prepared for action. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Lawrence.] and at 2 p.m. got under way for the northwest. Being now overcrowded with people and short of water, he stood for home, anchoring at Holmes Hole in Martha's Vineyard on the 19th of March. On their arrival in New York, the officers of the Peacock published a card expressing in the warmest terms their appreciation of the way they and their men had been treated. Say they, we ceased to consider ourselves prisoners, and everything that friendship could dictate was adopted by you and the officers of the Hornet to remedy the inconvenience we would otherwise have experienced from the unavoidable loss of the whole of our property and clothes, owing to the sudden sinking of the Peacock. [Footnote: Quoted in full in Niles' Register and Lossing's Field Book.] This was signed by the first and second lieutenants, the master, surgeon, and purser. Hornet, tonnage 480, guns 10, weight of metal 279 pounds, men 135, loss of 3. Peacock, tonnage 477, guns 10, metal 210 pounds, men 122, loss 38. Hornet, relative force 1.00, relative inflicted loss 1.00. Peacock, relative force 0.83, relative loss inflicted 0.08. That is, the forces standing nearly as 13 to 11, the relative execution was about as 13 is to 1. The day after the capture, Captain Lawrence reported 277 souls aboard, including the crew of the English brig Resolution, which he had taken, and of the American brig Hunter, prize to the Peacock. As James very ingeniously tortures these figures into meaning what they did not, it may be well to show exactly what the 277 included. Of the Hornet's original crew of 150, 8 were absent in the prize, 1 killed and 3 drowned, leaving, including 7 sick, 138. Of the Peacock's original 134, 4 were absent in a prize, 5 killed, 9 drowned, and 4 escaped, leaving, including 8 sick and 3 mortally wounded, 112. There were also aboard 16 other British prisoners, and the Hunter's crew of 11, making just 277. [Footnote: The 277 men were thus divided into Hornet's crew 138, Peacock's crew 112, Resolution's crew 16, Hunter's crew 11. James quotes 270 men, which he divides as follows: Hornet 160, Peacock 101, Hunter 9, leaving out the Resolution's crew, 11 of the Peacock's and 2 of the Hunter's. End of footnote. According to Lieutenant Connor's letter, written in response to one from Lieutenant Wright, there were in reality 139 in the Peacock's crew when she began action, but it is of course best to take each commander's account of the number of men on board his ship that were fit for duty. On January 17th the Viper, 12, Lieutenant J.D. Henley, was captured by the British frigate Narcissus, 32, Captain Lumley. On February 8th, while a British squadron, consisting of the 4 frigates Belvidera, Captain Richard Byron, Maidstone, Junon, and Statira, were at anchor in Lynnhaven Bay, a schooner was observed in the northeast, standing down Chesapeake Bay. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 325.] End of footnote. This was the lottery, letter of marque, of 6 12-pound carronades and 25 men, Captain John Sothcombe, bound from Baltimore to Bombay. 9 boats with 200 men, under the command of Lieutenant Kelly Nazar, were sent against her, and a calm coming on, overtook her. The schooner opened a well-directed fire of round and grape, but the boats rushed forward and boarded her, not carrying her till after a most obstinate struggle, in which Captain Southcomb and 19 of his men, together with 13 of the assailants, were killed or wounded. The best war-ship of a regular navy might be proud of the discipline and courage displayed by the captain and crew of the little Lottery. Captain Byron on this, as well as on many another occasion, showed himself to be as humane as he was brave and skilful. Captain Southcomb, mortally wounded, was taken on board Byron's frigate, where he was treated with the greatest attention and most delicate courtesy, and when he died his body was sent ashore with every mark of the respect due to so brave an officer. Captain Stewart of the Constellation wrote Captain Byron a letter of acknowledgment for his great courtesy and kindness. [Footnote: The correspondence between the two captains is given in full in Niles' Register, which also contains fragmentary notes on the action, principally as to the loss incurred.] On March 16th, a British division of 5 boats and 105 men, commanded by Lieutenant James Polkinghorne, set out to attack a privateer schooner Dolphin of 12 guns and 70 men, and the letters of marque Racer, Arab, and Lynx, each of 6 guns and 30 men. Lieutenant Polkinghorne, after pulling 15 miles, found the 4 schooners all prepared to receive him, but in spite of his great inferiority in force, he dashed gallantly at them. The Arab and Lynx surrendered at once. The Racer was carried after a sharp struggle, in which Lieutenant Polkinghorne was wounded and her guns turned on the Dolphin. Most of the latter's crew jumped overboard. A few rallied round their captain, but they were at once scattered as the British seamen came aboard. The assailants had 13, and the privateersmen 16 men killed and wounded in the fight. It was certainly one of the most brilliant and daring cutting-out exhibitions that took place during the war, and the victors well deserved their success. The privateersmen, according to the statement of the Dolphin's master in Niles' Register, were panic-struck and acted in anything but a brave manner. All irregular fighting men do their work by fits and starts. No regular cruisers could behave better than did the privateers Lottery, Chasseur, and General Armstrong. None would behave as badly as the Dolphin, Lynx, and Arab. The same thing appears on shore. Jackson's irregulars at New Orleans did as well, or almost as well, as Scott's troops at Lundy's Lane, but Scott's troops would never have suffered from such a panic as overcame the militia at Bladensburg. On April 9th the schooner Norwich, of 14 guns and 61 men, Sailing Master James Monk, captured the British privateer Caledonia, of 10 guns and 41 men, after a short action in which the privateer lost 7 men. On April 30th Commodore Rodgers, in the President, 44, accompanied by Captain Smith in the Congress, 38, sailed on his third cruise. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Rodgers, September 30th, 1813.] On May 2nd he fell in with and chased the British sloop Curlew, 18, Captain Michael Head, but the latter escaped by knocking away the wedges of her masts and using other means to increase her rate of sailing. On the 8th, in latitude 39 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 60 degrees west, the Congress parted company and sailed off toward the southeast, making 4 prizes of no great value in the North Atlantic. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Smith, December 15, 1813.] When about in longitude 35 degrees west, she steered south, passing to the south of the line. But she never saw a man of war, and during the latter part of her cruise not a sail of any kind. and after cruising nearly 8 months returned to Portsmouth harbor on December 14th, having captured but 4 merchantmen. Being unfit to cruise longer, owing to her decayed condition, she was disarmed and laid up, nor was she sent to sea again during the war. [Footnote: James states that she was blockaded in port by the Tenedos during part of 1814, but was too much awed by the fate of the Chesapeake to come out during the long blockade of Captain Parker. Considering the fact that she was too decayed to put to sea, had no guns aboard, no crew, and was, in fact, laid up, the feat of the Tenedos was not very wonderful. A rowboat could have blockaded her quite as well. It is worth noticing, as an instance of the way James alters a fact by suppressing half of it. Meanwhile Rogers cruised along the eastern edge of the Grand Bank until he reached latitude 48 degrees, without meeting anything, then stood to the southeast and cruised off the Azores till June 6th. Then he crowded sail to the northeast after a Jamaica fleet of which he had received news, but which he failed to overtake, and on June 13th, in latitude 46 degrees, longitude 28 degrees, he gave up the chase and shaped his course toward the North Sea, still without any good luck befalling him. On June 27th he put into North Bergen in the Shetlands for water, and thence passed the Orkneys and stretched toward the North Cape, hoping to intercept the Archangel fleet. On July 19th, when off the North Cape in latitude 71 degrees 52 minutes north, longitude 20 degrees 18 minutes east, he fell in with 2 sail of the enemy, who made chase. After 4 days' pursuit, the Commodore ran his opponents out of sight. According to his letter, the 2 sail were a line of battleship and a frigate. According to James, they were the 12-pounder frigate Alexandria, Captain Cathcart, and Spitfire 16, Captain Ellis. James quotes from the logs of the 2 British ships, and it would seem that he is correct, as it would not be possible for him to falsify the logs so utterly. In case he is true, it was certainly carrying caution to an excessive degree for the Commodore to retreat before getting some idea of what his antagonists really were. His mistaking them for so much heavier ships was a precisely similar error to that made by Sir George Collier and Lord Stuart on a later date about the Cayenne and Levant. James wishes to prove that each party perceived the force of the other, and draws a contrast, page 312, between the gallantry of one party and pusillanimity of the other. This is nonsense, and, as in similar cases, James overreaches himself by proving too much. If he had made an 18-pounder frigate like the Congress flee from another 18-pounder, his narrative would be within the bounds of possibility, and would need serious examination, but the little 12-pounder Alexandria and the ship sloop with her 18-pound carronades would not have stood the ghost of a chance in the contest. Any man who would have been afraid of them would also have been afraid of the Little Belt, the sloop Rogers captured before the war. As for Captains Cathcart and Ellis, had they known the force of the President, and chased her with a view of attacking her, their conduct would have only been explicable on the ground that they were afflicted with emotional insanity. The President now steered southward, and got into the mouth of the Irish Channel. On August 2nd she shifted her berth and almost circled Ireland, then steered across to Newfoundland and worked south along the coast. On September 23rd, a little south of Nantucket, she decoyed under her guns and captured the British schooner Highflyer 6, Lieutenant William Hutchinson and 45 men, and went into Newport on the 27th of the same month, having made some 12 prizes. On May 24th, Commodore Decatur in the United States, which had sent ashore 6 carronades and now mounted but 48 guns, accompanied by Captain Jones in the Macedonian 38 and Captain Biddle in the Wasp 20, left New York, passing through Hellgate, as there was a large blockading force off the Hook. Opposite Hunter's Point, the main mast of the States was struck by lightning, which cut off the broad pendant, shot down the hatchway into the doctor's cabin, put out his candle, ripped up the bed, and entering between the skin and ceiling of the ship, tore off 2 or 3 sheets of copper near the waterline, and disappeared without leaving a trace. The Macedonian, which was close behind, hove all aback in expectation of seeing the States blown up. At the end of the Sound, Commodore Decatur anchored to watch for a chance of getting out. Early on June 1st he started, but in a couple of hours met the British Captain R.D. Oliver's squadron, consisting of a 74, a Razee, and a frigate. These chased him back, and all his 3 ships ran into New London. Here, in the mud of the Thames River, the 2 frigates remained blockaded till the close of the war, but the little sloop slipped out later, to the enemy's cost. We left the Chesapeake 38, being fitted out at Boston by Captain James Lawrence, late of the Hornet. Most of a crew, as already stated, their time being up, left, dissatisfied with the ship's ill luck and angry at not having received their due share of prize money. It was very hard to get sailors, most of the men preferring to ship in some of the numerous privateers, where the discipline was less strict and the chance of prize money much greater. In consequence of this, an unusually large number of foreigners had to be taken, including about 40 British and a number of Portuguese. The latter were peculiarly troublesome. One of their number, a boatswain's mate, finally almost brought about a mutiny among the crew, which was only pacified by giving the men prize checks. A few of the Constitution's old crew came aboard, and these, together with some of the men who had been on the Chesapeake during her former voyage, made an excellent nucleus. Such men needed very little training at either guns or sails, but the new hands were unpractised, and came on board so late that the last draft that arrived still had their hammocks and bags lying in the boats stowed over the booms when the ship was captured. The officers were largely new to the ship, though the first lieutenant, Mr. A. Ludlow, had been the third in her former cruise. The third and fourth lieutenants were not regularly commissioned as such, but were only midshipmen acting for the first time in higher positions. Captain Lawrence himself was, of course, new to all, both officers and crew. Footnote: on the day on which he sailed to attack the Shannon, Lawrence writes to the Secretary of the Navy as follows: "Lieutenant Page is so ill as to be unable to go to sea with the ship. At the urgent request of Acting Lieutenant Pierce, I have granted him also permission to go on shore. One inducement for my granting his request was his being at variance with every officer in his mess." Captain's Letters, volume 29, No. 1, in the Naval Archives at Washington. Neither officers nor men had shaken together. End of footnote. In other words, the Chesapeake possessed good material, but in an exceedingly unseasoned state. Meanwhile, the British frigate Shannon 38, Captain Philip Bowes Verbroek, was cruising off the mouth of the harbor. To give some idea of the reason why she proved herself so much more formidable than her British sister frigates, it may be well to quote, slightly condensing, from James. There was another point in which the generality of British crews, as compared with any one American crew, were miserably deficient, that is, skill in the art of gunnery. While the American seamen were constantly firing at marks, the British seamen, except in particular cases, scarcely did so once in a year, and some ships could be named on board which not a shot had been fired in this way for upward of 3 years. Nor was the fault wholly the captain's. The instructions under which he was bound to act forbade him to use, during the first 6 months after the ship had received her armament, more shots per month than amounted to a third in number of the upper deck guns, and after these 6 months only half the quantity. Many captains never put a shot in their gun till an enemy appeared. They employed the leisure time of the men in handling the sails and in decorating the ship. Captain Broke was not one of this kind. From the day on which he had joined her, the 14th of September, 1806, the Shannon began to feel the effect of her captain's proficiency as a gunner and zeal for the service. The laying of the ship's ordnance so that it may be correctly fired in a horizontal direction is justly deemed a most important operation, as upon it depends in a great measure the true aim and destructive effect of the shot. This was attended to by Captain Broke in person. By drafts from other ships, and the usual means to which a British man of war is obliged to resort, the Shannon got together a crew, and in the course of a year or two, by the paternal care and excellent regulations of Captain Broke, the ship's company became as pleasant to command as it was dangerous to meet. The Shannon's guns were all carefully sighted, and moreover, every day for about an hour and a half in the forenoon, when not prevented by chase or the state of the weather, the men were exercised at training the guns, and for the same time in the afternoon in the use of the broadsword, pike, musket, etc. Twice a week the crew fired at targets, both with great guns and musketry, and Captain Broke, as an additional stimulus beyond the emulation excited, gave a pound of tobacco to every man that put a shot through the bull's eye. He would frequently have a cask thrown overboard, and suddenly order some one gun to be manned to sink the cask. In short, the Shannon was very greatly superior, thanks to her careful training, to the average British frigate of her rate, while the Chesapeake, owing to her having a raw and inexperienced crew, was decidedly inferior to the average American frigate of the same strength. In force the two frigates compared pretty equally, [Footnote: Taking each commander's account for his own force.] the American being the superior in just about the same proportion that the Wasp was to the Frolic, or, at a later date, the Hornet to the Penguin. The Chesapeake carried 50 guns, 26 in broadside, 28 long 18s on the gun deck, and on the spar deck 2 long 12s, 1 long 18, 18 32-pound carronades, and 1 12-pound carronade, which was not used in the fight, however. Her broadside, allowing for the short weight of metal, was 542 pounds, her complement 379 men. The Shannon earned 52 guns, 26 in broadside, 28 long 18s on the gun deck, and on the spar deck 4 long 9s, 1 long 6, 16 32-pound carronades, and 3 12-pound carronades, 2 of which were not used in the fight. Her broadside was 550 pounds. Her crew consisted of 330 men, 30 of whom were raw hands. Early in the morning of June 1st, Captain Broke sent in to Captain Lawrence by an American prisoner a letter of challenge, which, for courteousness, manliness, and candor, is the very model of what such an epistle should be. Before it reached Boston, however, Captain Lawrence had weighed anchor to attack the Shannon, which frigate was in full sight in the offing. It has been often said that he engaged against his judgment, but this may be doubted. His experience with the Bon Citoyen, Espiègle, and Peacock had not tended to give him a very high idea of the navy to which he was opposed, and there is no doubt that he was confident of capturing the Shannon. [Footnote: In his letter written just before sailing, already quoted on page 177, he says, "An English frigate is now in sight from our deck. I am in hopes to give a good account of her before night. My account of the action is mainly taken from James's Naval History and Brighton's Memoir of Admiral Broke, according to which the official letter of Captain Broke was tampered with." See also the letter of Lieutenant George Budd, June 15, 1813, the report of the Court of Inquiry, Commodore Bainbridge presiding, and the court-martial held on board frigate United States, April 15, 1814, Commodore Decatur presiding. End of footnote. It was most unfortunate that he did not receive Broke's letter, as the latter in it expressed himself willing to meet Lawrence in any latitude and longitude he might appoint, and there would thus have been some chance of the American crew having time enough to get into shape. At midday on June 1st, 1813, the Chesapeake weighed anchor, stood out of Boston harbor, and at 1 p.m. rounded the lighthouse. The Shannon stood off under easy sail, and at 3:40 Shannon up and reefed topsails. At 4 p.m. she again bore away, with her foresail brailed up, and her main topsail braced flat and shivering, that the Chesapeake might overtake her. An hour later, Boston lighthouse bearing west distant about 6 leagues, she again hauled up, with her head to the southeast, and lay to under topsails, top-gallant sails, jib, and spanker. Meanwhile, as the breeze freshened, the Chesapeake took in her studding sails, top-gallant sails, and royals, got her royal yards on deck, and came down very fast under topsails and jib. At 5:30, to keep under command and be able to wear if necessary, the Shannon filled her main topsail and kept a close luff, and then again let the sails shiver. At 5:25 the Chesapeake hauled up her foresail, and with 3 ensigns flying, steered straight for the Shannon's starboard quarter. Broke was afraid that Lawrence would pass under the Shannon's stern, rake her, and engage her on the quarter, but either overlooking or waiving this advantage, the American captain luffed up within 50 yards upon the Shannon's starboard quarter, and squared his main yard. On board the Shannon, the captain of the 14th gun, William Mindham, had been ordered not to fire till it bore into the second main deck port forward. At 5:50 it was fired, and then the other guns in quick succession from aft forward, the Chesapeake replying with her whole broadside. At 5:53 Lawrence, finding he was forging ahead, hauled up a little. The Chesapeake's broadsides were doing great damage, but she herself was suffering even more than her foe. The men in the Shannon's tops could hardly see the deck of the American frigate through the cloud of splinters, hammocks, and other wreck that was flying across it. Man after man was killed at the wheel. The 4th lieutenant, the master, and the boatswain were slain. And at 5:56, having her jib sheet and foretopsail tie shot away, and her spanker brails loosened so that the sail blew out, the Chesapeake came up into the wind somewhat, so as to expose her quarter to her antagonist's broadside, which beat in her stern ports and swept the men from the after guns. One of the arm chests on the quarter-deck was blown up by a hand grenade thrown from the Shannon. [Footnote: This explosion may have had more effect than is commonly supposed in the capture of the Chesapeake. Commodore Bainbridge, writing from Charleston, Massachusetts, on June 2, 1813, see Captain's Letters, vol. 29, No. 10, says, "Mr. Knox, the pilot on board, left the Chesapeake at 5 p.m. At 6 p.m., Mr. Knox informs me, the fire opened, and at 12 minutes past 6 both ships were laying alongside one another, as if in an act of boarding. At that moment an explosion took place on board the Chesapeake, which spread a fire on her upper deck, from the foremast to the mizzen-mast, as high as her tops, and enveloped both ships in smoke for several minutes. After it cleared away they were seen separate, with the British flag hoisted on board the Chesapeake over the American." James denies that the explosion was caused by a hand grenade, though he says there were some of these aboard the Shannon. It is a point of no interest. End of footnote. The Chesapeake was now seen to have sternway on, and to be paying slowly off. So the Shannon put her helm a starboard, and shivered her mizzen topsail so as to keep off the wind and delay the boarding. But at that moment her jib stay was shot away, and her head sails becoming becalmed, she went off very slowly. In consequence, at 6 p.m. the two frigates fell aboard, the Chesapeake's quarter pressing upon the Shannon's side, just forward the starboard's main chains, and the frigates were kept in this position by the fluke of the Shannon's anchor catching in the Chesapeake's quarter port. The Shannon's crew had suffered severely, but not the least panic or disorder existed among them. Broke ran forward, and seeing his foes flinching from the quarter-deck guns, he ordered the ships to be lashed together, the great guns to cease firing, and the boarders to be called. The boatswain, who had fought in Rodney's action, set about fastening the vessels together, which the grim veteran succeeded in doing, though his right arm was literally hacked off by a blow from a cutlass. All was confusion and dismay on board the Chesapeake. Lieutenant Ludlow had been mortally wounded and carried below. Lawrence himself, while standing on the quarter-deck, fatally conspicuous by his full-dress uniform and commanding stature, was shot down, as the vessels closed, by Lieutenant Law of the British Marines. He fell dying, and was carried below, exclaiming, "Don't give up the ship," a phrase that has since become proverbial among his countrymen. The third lieutenant, Mr. W. S. Cox, came on deck, but utterly demoralized by the aspect of affairs, he basely ran below without staying to rally the men, and was court-martialed afterward for so doing. At 6:02 Captain Broke stepped from the Shannon's gangway rail on to the muzzle of the Chesapeake's aftermost carronade, and thence over the bulwark on to her quarter-deck, followed by about 20 men. As they came aboard, the Chesapeake's foreign mercenaries and the raw natives of the crew deserted their quarters. The Portuguese boatswain's mate removed the gratings of the berth-deck, and he ran below, followed by many of the crew, among them one of the midshipmen named De Forest. On the quarter-deck, almost the only man that made any resistance was the chaplain, Mr. Livermore, who advanced firing his pistol at Broke, and in return nearly had his arm hewed off by a stroke from the latter's broad Toledo blade. On the upper deck the only men who behaved well were the marines, but of their original number of 44, 14, including Lieutenant James Broom and Corporal Dixon, were dead, and 20, including Sergeants Twin and Harris, wounded, so that there were left but one corporal and 9 men, several of whom had been knocked down and bruised, though reported unwounded. There was thus hardly any resistance. Captain Broke stopping his men for a moment till they were joined by the rest of the boarders under Lieutenants Watt and Falconer. The Chesapeake's mizzen topmen began firing at the boarders, mortally wounding a midshipman, Mr. Samwell, and killing Lieutenant Watt. But one of the Shannon's long nines was pointed at the top and cleared it out, being assisted by the English main topman under the midshipman Coshnahan. At the same time the men of the Chesapeake's maintop were driven out of it by the fire of the Shannon's foretopman under midshipman Smith. Lieutenant George Budd, who was on the main deck, now for the first time learned that the English had boarded, as the upper deck men came crowding down, and at once called on his people to follow him. But the foreigners and novices held back, and only a few of the veterans followed him up. As soon as he reached the spar deck, Budd, followed by only a dozen men, attacked the British as they came along the gangways, repulsing them for a moment and killing the British purser Aldham and captain's clerk Dunn. But the handful of Americans were at once cut down or dispersed, Lieutenant Budd being wounded and knocked down the main hatchway. The enemy, writes Captain Broke, fought desperately but in disorder. Lieutenant Ludlow, already mortally wounded, struggled up on deck, followed by 2 or 3 men, but was at once disabled by a sabre cut. On the forecastle a few seamen and marines turned to bay. Captain Broke was still leading his men with the same brilliant personal courage he had all along shown. Attacking the first American, who was armed with a pike, he parried a blow from it and cut down the man. Attacking another, he was himself cut down, and only saved by the seaman Mindham, already mentioned, who slew his assailant. One of the American marines, using his clubbed musket, killed an Englishman, and so stubborn was the resistance of the little group that for a moment the assailants gave back, having lost several killed and wounded. But immediately afterward they closed in and slew their foes to the last man. The British fired a volley or two down the hatchway in response to a couple of shots fired up. All resistance was at an end, and at 6:05, just 15 minutes after the first gun had been fired, and not 5 after Captain Broke had come aboard, the colors of the Chesapeake were struck. Of her crew, 379 men, 61 were killed or mortally wounded, including her captain, her first and fourth lieutenants, the lieutenant of marines, the master White, boatswain Adams, and 3 midshipmen, and 85 severely and slightly wounded, including both her other lieutenants, 5 midshipmen, and the chaplain. Total 148, the loss falling almost entirely upon the American portion of the crew. Of the Shannon's men, 33 were killed outright or died of their wounds, including her first lieutenant, purser, captain's clerk, and 1 midshipman, and 50 wounded, including the captain himself and the boatswain. Total 83. The Chesapeake was taken into Halifax, where Captain Lawrence and Lieutenant Ludlow were both buried with military honors. Captain Broke was made a baronet, very deservedly, and Lieutenants Wallace and Falconer were both made commanders. The British writers accuse some of the American crew of treachery. The Americans, in turn, accuse the British of revolting brutality. Of course, in such a fight, things are not managed with urbane courtesy, and, moreover, writers are prejudiced. Those who would like to hear one side are referred to James; if they wish to hear the other, to the various letters from officers published in Niles' Register, especially Volume 5, page 142. The Chesapeake was struck by 29 18-pound shot, 25 32-pound shot, 2 9-pound shot, and 306 grape, for a total of 362 shot. The Shannon was struck by 12 18-pound shot, 13 32-pound shot, 14 bar shot, 119 grape, for a total of 158 shot. Neither ship had lost a spar, but all the lower masts, especially the two mizzen masts, were badly wounded. The Americans at that period were fond of using bar shot, which were of very questionable benefit, being useless against a ship's hull, though said to be sometimes of great help in unrigging an antagonist, from whom one was desirous of escaping, as in the case of the President and Endymion. It is thus seen that the Shannon received, from shot alone, only about half the damage the Chesapeake did. The latter was thoroughly beaten at the guns, in spite of what some American authors say to the contrary. Her victory was not in the slightest degree to be attributed to, though it may have been slightly hastened by, accident. Training and discipline won the victory, as often before. Only in this instance the training and discipline were against us. It is interesting to notice that the Chesapeake battered the Shannon's hull far more than either the Java, Guerrière, or Macedonian did the hulls of their opponents, and that she suffered less in return, not in loss but in damage, than they did. The Chesapeake was a better fighter than either the Java, Guerrière, or Macedonian, and could have captured any one of them. The Shannon, of course, did less damage than any of the American 44s, probably just about in the proportion of the difference in force. Almost all American writers have treated the capture of the Chesapeake as if it were due simply to a succession of unfortunate accidents. For example, Cooper, with his usual cheerful optimism, says that the incidents of the battle, excepting its short duration, are altogether the results of the chances of war, and that it was mainly decided by fortuitous events, as unconnected with any particular merit on the one side as they are with any particular demerit on the other. Footnote: the worth of such an explanation is very aptly gauged in General Alexander S. Webb's The Peninsula, McClellan's Campaign of 1862, New York, 1881, page 35, where he speaks of those unforeseen or uncontrollable agencies which are vaguely described as the fortune of war, but which usually prove to be the superior ability or resources of the antagonist. End of footnote. Most naval men consider it a species of treason to regard the defeat as due to anything but extraordinary ill fortune. And yet no disinterested reader can help acknowledging that the true reason of the defeat was the very simple one, that the Shannon fought better than the Chesapeake. It has often been said that up to the moment when the ships came together, the loss and damage suffered by each were about the same. This is not true, and even if it was, would not affect the question. The heavy loss on board the Shannon did not confuse or terrify the thoroughly trained men with their implicit reliance on their leaders. The experienced officers were ready to defend any point that was menaced. An equal or greater amount of loss aboard the Chesapeake disheartened and confused the raw crew, who simply had not had the time or chance to become well disciplined. Many of the old hands, of course, kept their wits and their pluck, but the novices and the disaffected did not. Similarly with the officers, some, as the court of inquiry found, had not kept to their posts, and all being new to each other and the ship, could not show to their best. There is no doubt that the Chesapeake was beaten at the guns before she was boarded. Had the ships not come together, the fight would have been longer, the loss greater, and more nearly equal. But the result would have been the same. Cooper says that the enemy entered with great caution, and so slowly that 20 resolute men could have repulsed him. It was no proof of caution for Captain Broke and his few followers to leap on board unsupported, and then they only waited for the main body to come up, and no 20 men could have repulsed such boarders as followed Broke. The fight was another lesson, with the parties reversed, to the effect that want of training and discipline is a bad handicap. Had the Chesapeake's crew been in service as many months as the Shannon had been years, such a captain as Lawrence would have had his men perfectly in hand. They would not have been cowed by their losses, nor some of the officers too demoralized to act properly, and the material advantages which the Chesapeake possessed, although not very great, would probably have been enough to give her a good chance of victory. It is well worth noticing that the only thoroughly disciplined set of men aboard, all, according to James himself, by the way, native Americans, namely the Marines, did excellently, as shown by the fact that 3/4 of their number were among the killed and wounded. The foreigners aboard the Chesapeake did not do as well as the Americans, but it is nonsense to ascribe the defeat in any way to them. It was only rendered rather more disastrous by their actions. Most of the English authors give very fair accounts of the battle, except that they hardly allude to the peculiar disadvantages under which the Chesapeake suffered when she entered into it. Thus James thinks the Java was unprepared because she had only been to sea 6 weeks, but does not lay any weight on the fact that the Chesapeake had been out only as many hours. Altogether, the best criticism on the fight is that written by M. de la Gravière. [Footnote: Guerres Maritimes, Volume 2, page 272.] It is impossible to avoid seeing in the capture of the Chesapeake a new proof of the enormous power of a good organization, when it has received the consecration of a few years' actual service on the sea. On this occasion, in effect, 2 captains equally renowned, the honor of 2 navies, were opposed to each other on 2 ships of the same tonnage and number of guns. Never had the chances seemed better balanced. But Sir Philip Broke had commanded the Shannon for nearly 7 years, while Captain Lawrence had only commanded the Chesapeake for a few days. The first of these frigates had cruised for 18 months on the coast of America. The second was leaving port. One had a crew long accustomed to habits of strict obedience. The other was manned by men who had just been engaged in mutiny. The Americans were wrong to accuse Fortune on this occasion. Fortune was not fickle, she was merely logical. The Shannon captured the Chesapeake on the 1st of June, 1813, but on the 14th of September, 1806, the day when he took command of his frigate, Captain Broke had begun to prepare the glorious termination to this bloody affair. Hard as it is to breathe a word against such a man as Lawrence, a very Bayard of the seas, who was admired as much for his dauntless bravery as he was loved for his gentleness and uprightness, it must be confessed that he acted rashly, and after he had sailed it was, as Lord Howard Douglas has pointed out, a tactical error, however chivalric, to neglect the chance of luffing across the Shannon's stern to rake her, exactly as it was a tactical error of his equally chivalrous antagonist to have let him have such an opportunity. Hull would not have committed either error, and would, for the matter of that, have been an overmatch for either commander. But it must always be remembered that Lawrence's encounters with the English had not been such as to give him a high opinion of them. The only foe he had fought had been inferior in strength, it is true, but had hardly made any effective resistance. Another sloop of equal, if not superior force, had tamely submitted to blockade for several days, and had absolutely refused to fight. And there can be no doubt that the Chesapeake, unprepared though she was, would have been an overmatch for the Guerrière, Macedonian, or Java. Altogether, it is hard to blame Lawrence for going out, and in every other respect his actions never have been, nor will be, mentioned by either friend or foe without the warmest respect. But that is no reason for insisting that he was ruined purely by an adverse fate. End of Part 8. Part 9 of The Naval Battle of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9. We will do far better to recollect that as much can be learned from reverses as from victories. Instead of flattering ourselves by saying the defeat was due to chance, let us try to find out what the real cause was, and then take care that it does not have an opportunity to act again. A little less rashness would have saved Lawrence's life and his frigate, while a little more audacity on one occasion would have made Commodore Chauncey famous forever. And whether a lesson is to be learned or not, a historian should remember that his profession is not that of panegyrist. The facts of the case unquestionably are that Captain Broke, in fair fight, within sight of the enemy's harbor, proved conqueror over a nominally equal and in reality slightly superior force, and that this is the only single ship action of the war in which the victor was weaker in force than his opponent. So much can be gathered by reading only the American accounts. Moreover, accident had little or nothing to do with the gaining of the victory. The explanation is perfectly easy. Lawrence and Broke were probably exactly equal in almost everything that goes to make up a first-class commander, but one had trained his crew for 7 years, and the other was new to the ship, to the officers and to the men, and the last to each other. The Chesapeake's crew must have been of fine material, or they would not have fought so well as they did. So much for the American accounts. On the other hand, the capture of the Chesapeake was and is held by many British historians to conclusively prove a good many different things, such as that if the odds were anything like equal, a British frigate could always whip an American, that in a hand-to-hand conflict such would invariably be the case, etc. And as this was the only single ship action of the war in which the victor was the inferior in force, most British writers insist that it reflected more honor on them than all the frigate actions of 1812 put together did on the Americans. These assertions can be best appreciated by reference to a victory won by the French in the year of the Battle of the Nile. On the 14th of December, 1798, after 2 hours' conflict, the French 24-gun corvette Bayonnaise captured, by boarding, the English 32-gun frigate Ambuscade. According to James, the Ambuscade threw at a broadside 262 pounds of shot, and was manned by 190 men, while the Bayonnaise threw 150 pounds, and had on board supernumeraries and passenger soldiers enough to make in all 250 men. According to the French historian Rouvier, [Footnote: Histoire des Marines Français sous la République, par Charles Rouvier, Lieutenant des Vaisseaux, Paris, 1868, End of footnote. The broadside force was 246 pounds against 80 pounds. According to Trude, footnote, Bataille Naval, end of footnote, it was 270 pounds against 112. M. Léon Guérin, in his voluminous but exceedingly prejudiced and one-sided work, footnote, Histoire maritime de France, par Léon Guérin, historien, titulaire de la marine, membre de la Légion d'honneur, volume 6, page 142, Paris, 1852, end of footnote, makes the difference even greater. At any rate, the English vessel was vastly the superior in force, and was captured by boarding, after a long and bloody conflict in which she lost 46, and her antagonist over 50 men. During all the wars waged with the Republic and the Empire, no English vessel captured a French one as much superior to itself as the Ambuscade was to the Bayonnaise, precisely as in the War of 1812 no American vessel captured a British opponent as much superior to itself as the Chesapeake was to the Shannon. Yet no sensible man can help acknowledging, in spite of these and a few other isolated instances, that at that time the French were inferior to the English and the latter to the Americans. It is amusing to compare the French histories of the English with the English histories of the Americans, and to notice the similarity of the arguments they use to detract from their opponents' fame. Of course, I do not allude to such writers as Lord Howard Douglas or Admiral de la Gravière, but to men like William James and Léon Guérin, or even O. Trude. James is always recounting how American ships ran away from British ones, and Guérin tells as many anecdotes of British ships who fled from French foes. James reproaches the Americans for adopting a Parthian mode of warfare instead of bringing to in a bold and becoming manner. Precisely the same reproaches are used by the French writers, who assert that the English would not fight fairly, but acquired an advantage by manoeuvring. James lays great stress on the American long guns. So does Lieutenant Rouvier on the British carronades. James always tells us how the Americans avoided the British ships when the crews of the latter demanded to be led aboard. Trude says the British always kept at long shot, while the French sailors demandèrent à grands cris l'abordage. James says the Americans hesitated to grapple with their foes unless they possessed a twofold superiority. Guérin that the English never dared attack except when they possessed une supériorité énorme. The British sneer at the mighty dollar, the French at the eternal guinea. The former considered Decatur's name as sunk to the level of Porter's or Bainbridge's. The latter assert that the presumptuous Nelson was inferior to any of the French admirals of the time preceding the Republic. Says James, the Americans only fight well when they have the superiority of force on their side, and Lieutenant Rouvier, never have the English vanquished us with an undoubted inferiority of force. On June 12, 1813, the small cutter Surveyor of 6 12-pound carronades was lying in York River in the Chesapeake, under the command of Mr. William S. Travis. Her crew consisted of but 15 men. Footnote: letter of W. S. Travis, June 16, 1813. End of footnote. At nightfall she was attacked by the boats of the Narcissus frigate, containing about 50 men, under the command of Lieutenant John Creary. Footnote: James, volume 6, page 334. End of footnote. none of the carronades could be used, but Mr. Travis made every preparation that he could for defence. The Americans waited till the British were within pistol shot before they opened their fire. The latter dashed gallantly on, however, and at once carried the cutter. But though brief, the struggle was bloody. 5 of the Americans were wounded, and of the British 3 were killed and 7 wounded. Lieutenant Creary considered his opponents to have shown so much bravery that he returned Mr. Travis his sword, with a letter as complimentary to him as it was creditable to the writer. [Footnote: The letter, dated June 13th, is as follows: "Your gallant and desperate attempt to defend your vessel against more than double your number, on the night of the 12th instant, excited such admiration on the part of your opponents as I have seldom witnessed, and induced me to return your sword you had so nobly used, in testimony of mine. Our poor fellows have suffered severely, occasioned chiefly, if not solely, by the precautions you have taken to prevent surprise. In short, I am at a loss which to admire most, the previous arrangement aboard the Surveyor, or the determined manner in which her deck was disputed inch by inch. I am, sir, etc." As has been already mentioned, the Americans possessed a large force of gunboats at the beginning of the war. Some of these were fairly seaworthy vessels, of 90 tons burden, sloop or schooner rigged, and armed with 1 or 2 long heavy guns, and sometimes with several light carronades to repel boarders. [Footnote: According to a letter from Captain U. G. Campbell, in the Naval Archives, Captain's Letters, 1812, Vol. 2, Numbers 21 and 192, the crews were distributed as follows: 10 men and a boy to a long 32, 7 men and a boy to a long 9, and 5 men and a boy to a carronade, exclusive of petty officers. Captain Campbell complains of the scarcity of men, and rather naively remarks that he is glad the marines have been withdrawn from the gunboats, as this may make commanders of the latter keep a brighter lookout than formerly. Gunboats of this kind, together with the few small cutters owned by the government, were serviceable enough. They were employed all along the shores of Georgia and the Carolinas, and in Long Island Sound, in protecting the coasting trade by convoying parties of small vessels from one port to another, and preventing them from being molested by the boats of any of the British frigates. They also acted as checks upon the latter in their descents upon the towns and plantations, occasionally capturing their boats and tenders, and forcing them to be very cautious in their operations. They were very useful in keeping privateers off the coast, and capturing them when they came too far in. The exploits of those on the southern coast will be mentioned as they occurred. Those in Long Island Sound never came into collision with the foe, except for a couple of slight skirmishes at very long range. But in convoying little fleets of coasters and keeping at bay the man-of-war boats sent to molest them, they were invaluable, and they also kept the Sound clear of hostile privateers. Many of the gunboats were much smaller than those just mentioned, trusting mainly to their sweeps for motive power, and each relying for offence on one long pivot gun, a 12 or 18 pounder. In the Chesapeake there was quite a large number of these small galleys, with a few of the larger kind, and here it was thought that by acting together in flotillas the gunboats might in fine weather do considerable damage to the enemy's fleet by destroying detached vessels, instead of confining themselves to the more humble tasks in which their brethren elsewhere were fairly successful. At this period Denmark having lost all her larger ships of war, was confining herself purely to gun brigs. These were stout little crafts with heavy guns, which, acting together and being handled with spirit and skill, had on several occasions in calm weather captured small British sloops, and had twice so injured frigates as to make their return to Great Britain necessary, while they themselves had frequently been the object of successful cutting-out expeditions. Congress hoped that our gunboats would do as well as the Danish, but for a variety of reasons they failed utterly in every serious attack that they made on a man of war, and were worse than useless for all but the various subordinate employments above mentioned. The main reason for this failure was in the gunboats themselves. They were utterly useless except in perfectly calm weather, for in any wind the heavy guns caused them to careen over so as to make it difficult to keep them right side up and impossible to fire. Even in smooth water they could not be fought at anchor, requiring to be kept in position by means of sweeps, and they were very unstable, the recoil of the guns causing them to roll so as to make it difficult to aim with any accuracy after the first discharge, while a single shot hitting one put it hors de combat. This last event rarely happened, however, for they were not often handled with any approach to temerity, and on the contrary usually made their attacks at a range that rendered it as impossible to inflict as to receive harm. It does not seem as if they were very well managed, but they were such ill-conditioned craft that the best officers might be pardoned for feeling uncomfortable in them. Their operations throughout the war offer a painfully ludicrous commentary on Jefferson's remarkable project of having our navy composed exclusively of such craft. The first aggressive attempt made with the gunboats was characteristically futile. On June 20th 15 of them, under Captain Tarbell, attacked the Junon 38, Captain Sanders, then lying becalmed in Hampton Roads, with the Barossa 36 and Laurentinus 24 near her. The gunboats, while still at very long range, anchored, and promptly drifted round so that they couldn't shoot. Then they got under way and began gradually to draw nearer to the Junon. Her defence was very feeble. After some hasty and ill-directed volleys, she endeavored to beat out of the way. But meanwhile, a slight breeze having sprung up, the Barossa, Captain Sherriff, approached near enough to take a hand in the affair, and at once made it evident that she was a more dangerous foe than the Junon, though a lighter ship. As soon as they felt the effects of the breeze, the gunboats became almost useless, and the Barossa's fire being animated and well aimed, they withdrew. They had suffered nothing from the Junon, but during the short period she was engaged, the Barossa had crippled one boat and slightly damaged another. One man was killed and 2 wounded. The Barossa escaped unscathed, and the Junon was but slightly injured. Of the combatants, the Barossa was the only one that came off with credit, the Junon behaving, if anything, rather worse than the gunboats. There was no longer any doubt as to the amount of reliance to be placed on the latter. [Footnote: Though the flotilla men did nothing in the boats, they acted with the most stubborn bravery at the battle of Bladensburg. The British Lieutenant Gregg, himself a spectator, thus writes of their deeds on that occasion. Campaign at Washington, page 119. Of the sailors, however, it would be injustice not to speak in terms which their conduct merits. They were employed as gunners, and not only did they serve their guns with a quickness and precision which astonished their assailants, but they stood till some of them were actually bayoneted with fuses in their hands; nor was it till their leader was wounded and taken, and they saw themselves deserted on all sides by the soldiers, that they quitted the field. Certainly such men could not be accused of lack of courage. Something else is needed to account for the failure of the gunboat system. On June 20th, 1813, a British force of 3 74s, 1 64, 4 frigates, 2 sloops, and 3 transports was anchored off Craney Island. On the northwest side of this island was a battery of 18-pounders, to take charge of which Captain Carson, commanding the naval forces at Norfolk, sent ashore 100 sailors of the Constellation under the command of Lieutenants Neale, Shubrick, and Sanders, and 50 marines under Lieutenant Breckenbridge. [Footnote: Letter of Captain John Carson, June 23, 1813.] On the morning of the 22nd they were attacked by a division of 15 boats containing 700 men. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 337.] Seamen, marines, chasseurs, and soldiers of the 102nd Regiment, the whole under the command of Captain Pachel of the San Domingo, 74. Captain Hanchett led the attack in the Diadem's launch. The battery's guns were not fired till the British were close in, when they opened with destructive effect. While still some 70 yards from the guns, the Diadem's launch grounded, and the attack was checked. 3 of the boats were now sunk by shot, but the water was so shallow that they remained above water; and while the fighting was still at its height, some of the Constellation's crew, headed by Midshipman Tatnall, waded out and took possession of them. [Footnote: Life of Commodore Josiah Tatnall, by Charles C. Jones, Jr., Savannah, 1878, page 17.] A few of their crew threw away their arms and came ashore with their captors. Others escaped to the remaining boats, and immediately afterward the flotilla made off in disorder, having lost 91 men. The 3 captured barges were large, strong boats, one called the Centipede, being 50 feet long and more formidable than many of the American gun vessels. The Constellation's men deserve great credit for their defence, but the British certainly did not attack with their usual obstinacy. When the foremost boats were sunk, the water was so shallow and the bottom so good that the Americans on shore, as just stated, at once waded out to them; and if in the heat of the fight Tatnall and his seamen could get out to the boats, the 700 British ought to have been able to get in to the battery, whose 150 defenders would then have stood no chance. [Footnote: James comments on this repulse as a defeat as discreditable to those that caused it as honorable to those that suffered in it. Unlike most other nations, the Americans in particular, the British, when engaged in expeditions of this nature, always rest their hopes of success upon valor rather than on numbers. These comments read particularly well when it is remembered that the assailants outnumbered the assailed in the proportion of 5 to 1. It is monotonous work to have to supplement a history by a running commentary on James's mistakes and inventions; but it is worth while to prove once for all the utter unreliability of the author, who is accepted in Great Britain as the great authority about the war. Still, James is no worse than his compeers in the American Coggeshall's History of Privateers. The misstatements are as gross, and the sneers in as poor taste, the British instead of the Americans being the objects. On July 14, 1813, the two small vessels Scorpion and Asp. The latter, commanded by Mr. Sigourney, got under way from out of the Yeocomico Creek. [Footnote: Letter of Midshipman McClintock, July 15th, 1813.] and at 10 a.m. discovered in chase the British brig sloops Contest, Captain James Rattray, and Mohawk, Captain Henry D. Byng. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 343.] The Scorpion beat up the Chesapeake, but the dull-sailing Asp had to re-enter the creek. The two brigs anchored off the bar and hoisted out their boats under the command of Lieutenant Roger C. Curry, whereupon the Asp cut her cable and ran up the creek some distance. Here she was attacked by 3 boats, which Mr. Sigourney and his crew of 20 men, with 2 light guns, beat off; but they were joined by 2 others, and the 5 carried the Asp, giving no quarter. Mr. Sigourney and 10 of his men were killed or wounded, while the British also suffered heavily, having 4 killed and 7, including Lieutenant Curry, wounded. The surviving Americans reached the shore, rallied under Midshipman H. McClintock, second in command, and when the British retired after setting the Asp on fire, at once boarded her, put out the flames, and got her in fighting order, but they were not again molested. On June 29th, while the Junon, 38, Captain Sanders, and Martin, 18, Captain Senhouse, were in Delaware Bay, the latter grounded on the outside of Crow's Shoal. The frigate anchored within supporting distance, and while in this position the 2 ships were attacked by the American flotilla in those waters, consisting of 8 gunboats, carrying each 25 men and 1 long 32 and 2 heavier block sloops. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Angus, July 30th, 1813.] commanded by Lieutenant Samuel Angus. The flotilla kept at such a distance that an hour's cannonading did no damage whatever to anybody, and during that time gunboat No. 121, Sailing Master Sheed, drifted a mile and a half away from her consorts. Seeing this, the British made a dash at her in 7 boats containing 140 men, led by Lieutenant Philip Westfall. Mr. Sheed anchored and made an obstinate defence, but at the first discharge the gun's pintle gave way, and the next time it was fired the gun carriage was almost torn to pieces. He kept up a spirited fire of small arms in reply to the boat carronades and musketry of the assailants, but the latter advanced steadily and carried the gunboat by boarding, 7 of her people being wounded, while 7 of the British were killed and 13 wounded. [Footnote: Letter of Mr. Sheed, August 5th, 1813.] The defence of No. 121 was very creditable, but otherwise the honor of the day was certainly with the British. Whether because the gunboats were themselves so worthless, or because they were not handled boldly enough, they did no damage even to the grounded sloop that would seem to have been at their mercy. [Footnote: The explanation possibly lies in the fact that the gunboats had worthless powder. In the Naval Archives there is a letter from Mr. Angus, Masters' Commandant Letters, 1813, No. 3, see also No. 91, in which he says that the frigate's shot passed over them, while theirs could not even reach the sloop. He also encloses a copy of a paper signed by the other gunboat officers, which runs: "We, the officers of the vessel comprising the Delaware flotilla, protest against the powder as being unfit for service." On June 18th the American brig sloop Argus, commanded by Lieutenant William Henry Allen, late first of the United States, sailed from New York for France, with Mr. Crawford, minister for that country, aboard, and reached Lorient on July 11th, having made one prize on the way. On July 14th she again sailed and cruised in the chops of the Channel, capturing and burning ship after ship, and creating the greatest consternation among the London merchants. She then cruised along Cornwall and got into St. George's Channel, where the work of destruction went on. The labour was very severe and harassing, the men being able to get very little rest. [Footnote: Court of Inquiry into Loss of Argus, 1815.] On the night of August 13th, a brig laden with wine from Oporto was captured and burnt, and unluckily many of the crew succeeded in getting at some of the cargo. At 5 a.m. on the 14th, a large brig of war was discovered standing down under a cloud of canvas. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Watson, March 2nd, 1815.] This was the British brig sloop Pelican, Captain John Fordyce Maples, which, from information received at Cork 3 days previous, had been cruising especially after the Argus, and had at last found her. St. David's Head bore east 5 leagues, latitude 52 degrees 15 minutes north, and 5 degrees 50 minutes west. The small, fine-lined American cruiser, with her lofty masts and long spars, could easily have escaped from her heavier antagonist. But Captain Allen had no such intention, and finding he could not get the weather gauge, he shortened sail and ran easily along on the starboard tack, while the Pelican came down on him with the wind, which was from the south, nearly aft. At 6 a.m. the Argus wore, and fired her port guns within grape distance, the Pelican responding with her starboard battery, and the action began with great spirit on both sides. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Maples to Admiral Thornborough, August 14th, 1813.] At 6:04 a round shot carried off Captain Allen's leg, inflicting a mortal wound, but he stayed on deck till he fainted from loss of blood. Soon the British fire carried away the main braces, mainspring stay, gaff, and trysail mast of the Argus. The first lieutenant, Mr. Watson, was wounded in the head by a grape shot and carried below. The second lieutenant, Mr. U. H. Allen, no relation of the captain, continued to fight the ship with great skill. The Pelican's fire continued very heavy, the Argus losing her spritsail yard and most of the standing rigging on the port side of the foremast. At 6:14 Captain Maples bore up to pass astern of his antagonist, but Lieutenant Allen luffed into the wind and threw the main topsail aback, getting into a beautiful raking position. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Watson.] Had the men at the guns done their duty, as well as those on the quarter-deck did theirs, the issue of the fight would have been very different. But as it was, in spite of her favourable position, the raking broadside of the Argus did little damage. 2 or 3 minutes afterward the Argus lost the use of her after sails through having her preventer main braces and topsail tie shot away, and fell off before the wind, when the Pelican at 6:18 passed her stern, raking her heavily, and then ranged up on her starboard quarter. In a few minutes the wheel ropes and running rigging of every description was shot away, and the Argus became utterly unmanageable. The Pelican continued raking her with perfect impunity, and at 6:35 passed her broadside and took a position on her starboard bow, when at 6:45 the brigs fell together, and the British were in the act of boarding when the Argus struck her colors. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Maples.] At 6:45 a.m. The Pelican carried, besides her regular armament, 2 long 6s as stern chasers, and her broadside weight of metal was thus. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 320.] 1 6, another 6, 1 12, and 8 32s, or 280 pounds against the Argus's 112 and 9 24s, or, subtracting as usual 7 per cent for light weight of metal, 210 pounds. The Pelican's crew consisted of but 116 men, according to the British account, though the American reports make it much larger. The Argus had started from New York with 137 men, but having manned and sent in several prizes, her crew amounted, as near as can be ascertained, to 104. Mr. Lowe, in his Naval History, published just after the event, makes it but 99. James makes it 121. As he placed the crew of the Enterprise at 125, when it was really 102, that of the Hornet at 162 instead of 135, of the Peacock at 185 instead of 166, of the Nautilus at 106 instead of 95, etc., etc. It is safe to presume that he has overestimated it by at least 20, which brings the number pretty near to the American accounts. The Pelican lost but 2 men killed and 5 wounded. Captain Maples had a narrow escape, a spent grape shot striking him in the chest with some force, and then falling on the deck. 1 shot had passed through the boatswain's and 1 through the carpenter's cabin. Her sides were filled with grape shot, and her rigging and sails much injured. Her foremast, main topmast, and royal masts were slightly wounded, and 2 of her carronades dismounted. The injuries of the Argus have already been detailed. Her hull and lower masts were also tolerably well cut up. Of her crew, Captain Allen, 2 midshipmen, the carpenter, and 6 seamen were killed or mortally wounded. Her first lieutenant and 13 seamen severely and slightly wounded. Total 10 killed and 14 wounded. In reckoning the comparative force, I include the Englishman's 6-pound stern chaser, which could not be fired in broadside with the rest of the guns, because I include the Argus's 12-pound bow chaser, which also could not be fired in broadside, as it was crowded into the bridle port. James, of course, carefully includes the latter, though leaving out the former. Comparison: the Argus, 298 tons, 10 guns, 210 weight of metal, 104 men, 24 loss. The Pelican, 467 tons, 11 guns, 280 weight of metal, 116 men, 7 loss. Comparative force of the Argus, .82, comparative loss inflicted, .29. For the Pelican, comparative force of 1.00, comparative loss inflicted, 1.00. Of all the single-ship actions fought in the war, this is the least creditable to the Americans. The odds in force, it is true, were against the Argus, about in the proportion of 10 to 8. But this is neither enough to account for the loss inflicted being as 10 to 3, nor for her surrendering when she had been so little ill-used. It was not even as if her antagonist had been an unusually fine vessel of her class. The Pelican did not do as well as either the Frolic previously or the Reindeer afterward, though perhaps rather better than the Avon, Penguin, or Peacock. With a comparatively unmanageable antagonist in smooth water, she ought to have sunk her in 3/4 of an hour. but the Pelican, not having done particularly well, merely makes the conduct of the Americans look worse. It is just the reverse of the Chesapeake's case, where, paying the highest credit to the British, we still thought the fight no discredit to us. Here we can indulge no such reflection. The officers did well, but the crew did not, Cooper says. The enemy was so much heavier that it may be doubted whether the Argus would have captured her antagonist under any ordinary circumstances. This I doubt. Such a crew as the Wasp's or Hornet's probably would have been successful. The trouble with the guns of the Argus was not so much that they were too small, as that they did not hit, and this seems all the more incomprehensible when it is remembered that Captain Allen is the very man to whom Commodore Decatur, in his official letter, attributed the skilful gun practice of the crew of the frigate United States. Cooper says that the powder was bad, and it has also been said that the men of the Argus were over-fatigued and were drunk, in which case they ought not to have been brought into action. Besides unskilfulness, there is another serious count against the crew. Had the Pelican been some distance from the Argus, and in a position where she could pour in her fire with perfect impunity to herself, when the surrender took place, it would have been more justifiable. But, on the contrary, the vessels were touching, and the British boarded just as the colours were hauled down. It was certainly very disgraceful that the Americans did not rally to repel them, for they had still 4/5 of their number absolutely untouched. They certainly ought to have succeeded, for boarding is a difficult and dangerous experiment, and if they had repulsed their antagonists they might in turn have carried the Pelican. So that, in summing up the merits of this action, it is fair to say that both sides showed skilful seamanship and unskilful gunnery, that the British fought bravely, and that the Americans did not. It is somewhat interesting to compare this fight, where a weaker American sloop was taken by a stronger British one, with 2 or 3 others, where both the comparative force and the result were reversed. Comparing it, therefore, with the actions between the Hornet and Peacock, British, the Wasp and Avon, the Peacock, American, and Epervier, we get 4 actions, in one of which, the first named, the British were victorious, and in the other 3, the Americans. Pelican, British, comparative force 1.00, comparative loss inflicted 1.00, percent loss 0.06. The Argus, American, comparative force 0.82, comparative loss inflicted 0.29, percent loss 0.23. The Hornet, American, comparative force 1.00, comparative loss inflicted 1.00, percent loss 0.02. Peacock, British, comparative force 0.83, comparative loss inflicted 0.07, percent loss 0.81. The Wasp, American, comparative force 1.00, comparative loss inflicted 1.00, percent loss 0.02. The Avon, British, comparative force 0.80, comparative loss inflicted 0.07, percent loss 0.33. The Peacock, American, comparative force 1.00, comparative loss inflicted 1.00, percent loss 0.01. The Epervier, British, comparative force 0.81, comparative loss inflicted 0.08, percent loss 0.20. It is thus seen that in these sloop actions the superiority of force on the side of the victor was each time about the same. The Argus made a much more effectual resistance than did either the Peacock, Avon, or Epervier, while the Pelican did her work in pura form than either of the victorious American sloops, and, on the other hand, the resistance of the Argus did not by any means show as much bravery as was shown in the defence of the Peacock or Avon, although rather more than in the case of the Epervier. This is the only action of the war where it is almost impossible to find out the cause of the inferiority of the beaten crew. In almost all other cases we find that one crew had been carefully drilled and so proved superior to a less trained antagonist. But it is incredible that the man to whose exertions, when first lieutenant of the States Commodore Decatur, ascribes the skilfulness of that ship's men, should have neglected to train his own crew, and this had the reputation of being composed of a fine set of men. Bad powder would not account for the surrender of the Argus when so little damaged. It really seems as if the men must have been drunk or over-fatigued, as has been so often asserted. Of course, drunkenness would account for the defeat, although not in the least altering its humiliating character. Et tu quoque is not much of an argument. Still, it may be as well to call to mind here two engagements in which British sloops suffered much more discreditable defeats than the Argus did. The figures are taken from James. As given by the French historians, they make even a worse showing for the British. A short time before our war, the British brig Carnation, 18, had been captured by boarding by the French brig Palanure, 16, and the British brig Alacrity, 18, had been captured also by boarding by the corvette Abeille, 20. The following was the comparative force, etc., of the combatants. The Carnation. Weight of metal 262 pounds, number of crew 117, loss 40. Palanure, weight of metal 174 pounds, number of crew 100, loss 20. Alacrity, weight of metal 262 pounds, number of crew 100, loss 18. Abeille, weight of metal 260 pounds, number of crew 130, loss 19. In spite of the pride the British take in their hand-to-hand prowess, both of these ships were captured by boarding. The Carnation was captured by a much smaller force, instead of by a much larger one, as in the case of the Argus. And if the Argus gave up before she had suffered greatly, the Alacrity surrendered when she had suffered still less. French historians asserted that the capture of the two brigs proved that the French valor could conquer British courage, and a similar opinion was very complacently expressed by British historians after the defeat of the Argus. All that the three combatants really proved was that in 8 encounters between British and American sloops, the Americans were defeated once, and in a far greater number of encounters between French and British sloops, the British were defeated twice. No one pretends that either navy was invincible. The question is, which side averaged best? At the opening of the war we possessed several small brigs. These had originally been fast, handy little schooners, each armed with 12 long 6s and with a crew of 60 men. As such they were effective enough, but when afterward changed into brigs, each armed with a couple of extra guns and given 40 additional men, they became too slow to run, without becoming strong enough to fight. They carried far too many guns and men for their size, and not enough to give them a chance with any respectable opponent, and they were almost all ignominiously captured. The single exception was the brig Enterprise. She managed to escape capture, owing chiefly to good luck, and once fought a victorious engagement, thanks to the fact that the British possessed a class of vessels even worse than her own. She was kept near the land and finally took up her station off the eastern coast, where she did good service in chasing away or capturing the various Nova Scotian or New Brunswick privateers, which were smaller and less formidable vessels than the privateers of the United States and not calculated for fighting. By crowding guns into her bridle ports and overmanning herself, the Enterprise, now under the command of Lieutenant William Burroughs, mounted 14 18-pound carronades and 2 long 9s with 102 men. On September 5th, while standing along shore near Penguin Point, a few miles to the eastward of Portland, Maine, she discovered at anchor inside a man-of-war brig. [Footnote: Letter from Lieutenant Edward R. McCall to Commodore Hull, September 5th, 1813.] End of footnote. Which proved to be HMS Boxer, Captain Samuel Blythe, of 12 carronades, 18-pounders, and 2 long 6s, with but 66 men aboard, 12 of her crew being absent. [Footnote: James, Naval Occurrences, 264. The American accounts give the Boxer 104 men, on very insufficient grounds. Similarly, James gives the Enterprise 123 men. Each side will be considered authority for its own force and loss. End of footnote. The Boxer at once hoisted 3 British ensigns and bore up for the Enterprise, then standing in on the starboard tack. But when the 2 brigs were still 4 miles apart, it fell calm. At midday a breeze sprang up from the southwest, giving the American the weather gauge, but the latter manoeuvred for some time to windward to try the comparative rates of sailing of the vessels. At 3 p.m. Lieutenant Burroughs hoisted 3 ensigns, shortened sail, and edged away toward the enemy, who came gallantly on. Captain Blythe had nailed his colors to the mast, telling his men they should never be struck while he had life in his body. [Footnote: Naval Chronicle, volume 32, page 462.] End of footnote. Both crews cheered loudly as they neared each other, and at 3:15, the 2 brigs being on the starboard tack, not a half-pistol shot apart, they opened fire, the American using the port and the British the starboard battery. Both broadsides were very destructive, each of the commanders falling at the very beginning of the action. Captain Blythe was struck by an 18-pound shot while he was standing on the quarter-deck. It passed completely through his body, shattering his left arm and killing him on the spot. The command thereupon devolved on Lieutenant David McCreery. At almost the same time his equally gallant antagonist fell. Lieutenant Burroughs, while encouraging his men, laid hold of a gun tackle fall to help the crew of a carronade run out the gun. In doing so, he raised one leg against the bulwark when a canister shot struck his thigh, glancing into his body and inflicting a fearful wound. [Footnote: Cooper, Naval History, volume 2, page 259.] End of footnote. In spite of the pain, he refused to be carried below, and lay on the deck, crying out that the colors must never be struck. Lieutenant Edward McCall now took command. At 3:30 the Enterprise ranged ahead, rounded to on the starboard tack, and raked the Boxer with the starboard guns. At 3:35 the Boxer lost her main topmast and topsail yard, but her crew still kept up the fight bravely, with the exception of 4 men who deserted their quarters and were after court-martialed for cowardice. [Footnote: Minutes of court-martial held aboard HMS Surprise, January 8, 1814.] End of footnote. The Enterprise now set her foresail and took position on the enemy's starboard bow, delivering raking fires, and at 3:45 the latter surrendered, when entirely unmanageable and defenceless. Lieutenant Burrows would not go below until he had received the sword of his adversary, when he exclaimed, "I am satisfied. I die contented." Both brigs had suffered severely, especially the Boxer, which had been hulled repeatedly, had 3 18-pound shot through her foremast, her top-gallant forecastle almost carried away, and several of her guns dismounted. 3 men were killed and 17 wounded, 4 mortally. The Enterprise had been hulled by 1 round and many grape. 1 18-pound ball had gone through her foremast, and another through her mainmast, and she was much cut up aloft. 2 of her men were killed and 10 wounded, 2 of them, her commander and midshipman Kirvin Waters, mortally. The British court-martial attributed the defeat of the Boxer to a superiority in the enemy's force, principally in the number of men, as well as to the greater degree of skill in the direction of her fire, and to the destructive effects of the first broadside. But the main element was the superiority in force, the difference in loss being very nearly proportional to it. Both sides fought with equal bravery and equal skill. This fact was appreciated by the victors, for at a naval dinner given in New York shortly afterward, one of the toasts offered was, "The crew of the Boxer, enemies by law, but by gallantry brothers." The 2 commanders were both buried at Portland with all the honors of war. The conduct of Lieutenant Burrows needs no comment. He was an officer greatly beloved and respected in the service. Captain Blythe, on the other hand, had not only shown himself on many occasions to be a man of distinguished personal courage, but was equally noted for his gentleness and humanity. He had been one of Captain Lawrence's pall-bearers, and but a month previous to his death had received a public note of thanks from an American colonel for an act of great kindness and courtesy. [Footnote: Naval Chronicle, volume 32, page 466.] End of footnote. End of part 9. Part 10 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 10. The Enterprise, under Lieutenant Commander Renshaw, now cruised off the southern coast, where she made several captures. One of them was a heavy British privateer, the Mars, of 14 long 9s and 75 men, which struck after receiving a broadside that killed and wounded 4 of her crew. The Enterprise was chased by frigates on several occasions, being once forced to throw overboard all her guns but 2, and escaping only by a shift in the wind. Afterward, as she was unfit to cruise, she was made a guard ship at Charleston. For the same reason the Boxer was not purchased into the service. On October 4th, some volunteers from the Newport flotilla captured by boarding the British privateer Dart. [Footnote: Letter of Mr. Joseph Nicholson, October 5th, 1813.] End of footnote. After a short struggle, in which 2 of the assailants were wounded and several of the privateersmen, including the first officer, were killed. On December 4th, Commodore Rodgers, still in command of the President, sailed again from Providence, Rhode Island. On the 25th, in latitude 19 degrees north and longitude 35 degrees west, the President during the night fell in with 2 frigates, and came so close that the headmost fired at her when she made off. These were thought to be British, but were in reality the 2 French 40-gun frigates Nymph and Medusa, 1 month out of Brest. After this little encounter, Rodgers headed toward the Barbadoes and cruised to windward of them. On the whole, the ocean warfare of 1813 was decidedly in favor of the British, except during the first few months. The Hornet's fight with the Peacock was an action similar to those that took place in 1812, and the cruise of Porter was unique in our annals, both for the audacity with which it was planned and the success with which it was executed. Even later in the year the Argus and the President made bold cruises in sight of the British coasts, the former working great havoc among the merchantmen. But by that time the tide had turned strongly in favor of our enemies. From the beginning of summer the blockade was kept up so strictly that it was with difficulty any of our vessels broke through it. They were either chased back or captured. In the three actions that occurred, the British showed themselves markedly superior in two, and in the third the combatants fought equally well, the result being fairly decided by the fuller crew and slightly heavier metal of the Enterprise. The gunboats, to which many had looked for harbor defence, proved nearly useless, and were beaten off with ease whenever they made an attack. The lessons taught by all this were the usual ones. Lawrence's victory in the Hornet showed the superiority of a properly trained crew to one that had not been properly trained, and his defeat in the Chesapeake pointed exactly the same way, demonstrating in addition the folly of taking a raw levy out of port, and before they have had the slightest chance of getting seasoned, pitting them against skilled veterans. The victory of the Enterprise showed the wisdom of having the odds in men and metal in our favor, when our antagonists were otherwise our equal. It proved what hardly needed proving, that whenever possible a ship should be so constructed as to be superior in force to the foes it would be likely to meet. As far as the capture of the Argus showed anything, it was the advantage of heavy metal and the absolute need that a crew should fight with pluck. The failure of the gunboats ought to have taught the lesson, though it did not, that too great economy in providing the means of defence may prove very expensive in the end, and that good officers and men are powerless when embarked in worthless vessels. A similar point was emphasized by the strictness of the blockade and the great inconvenience it caused, namely that we ought to have had ships powerful enough to break it. We had certainly lost ground during this year. Fortunately we regained it during the next two. British vessels sunk or taken: the Peacock, 20 guns, 477 tons; the Boxer, 14 guns, 181 tons; the High Flyer, 6 guns, 96 tons, for a total of 40 guns and 754 tons. American vessels sunk or taken: the Chesapeake, 50 guns, tonnage 1,265; the Argus, 20 guns, tonnage 298, and the Viper, 10 guns, tonnage 148, for a total of 80 guns and 1,711 tons. Vessels built or purchased: Rattlesnake was a brig, 14 guns, 278 tons, was built in Medford, Pennsylvania, and cost $18,000. The Alligator was a schooner, had 4 guns, 80 tons. The Asp sloop had 3 guns, 56 tons, and it cost $2,600. Prizes made: the President, 13 prizes; the Congress, 4 prizes; the Chesapeake, 6 prizes; the Essex, 14 prizes; the Hornet, 3 prizes; the Argus, 21 prizes. Small craft had 18 prizes, for a total of 79 prizes. Chapter 6. 1813, on the Lakes. Ontario. Winter had almost completely stopped preparations on the American side. Bad weather put an end to all communication with Albany or New York, and so prevented the transit of stores, implements, etc. It was worse still with the men, for the cold and exposure so thinned them out that the new arrivals could at first barely keep the ranks filled. It was, moreover, exceedingly difficult to get seamen to come from the coast to serve on the lakes, where work was hard, sickness prevailed, and there was no chance of prize money. The British government had the great advantage of being able to move its sailors where it pleased, while in the American service at that period the men enlisted for particular ships, and the only way to get them for the lakes at all was by inducing portions of crews to volunteer to follow their officers thither. [Footnote: Cooper, Volume 2, page 357. One of James's most comical misstatements is that on the lakes the American sailors were all picked men. On page 367, for example, in speaking of the Battle of Lake Erie, he says Commodore Perry had picked crews to all his vessels. As a matter of fact, Perry had once sent in his resignation solely on account of the very poor quality of his crews, and had with difficulty been induced to withdraw it. Perry's crews were of hardly average excellence, but then the average American sailor was a very good specimen. End of footnote. However, the work went on in spite of interruptions. Fresh gangs of shipwrights arrived, and largely owing to the energy and capacity of the head builder, Mr. Henry Eckford, who did as much as any naval officer in giving us an effective force on Ontario. The Madison was equipped, a small dispatch sloop. The Lady of the Lake prepared, and a large new ship, the General Pike, 28, begun to mount 13 guns in each broadside and 2 on pivots. Meanwhile, Sir George Prevost, the British commander in Canada, had ordered 2 24-gun ships to be built, and they were begun. But he committed the mistake of having one laid down in Kingston and the other in York, at the opposite end of the lake. Earl, the Canadian commodore, having proved himself so incompetent, was removed, and in the beginning of May Captain Sir James Lucas Yeo arrived to act as commander-in-chief of the naval forces, together with 4 captains, 8 lieutenants, 24 midshipmen, and about 450 picked seamen, sent out by the home government especially for service on the Canada lakes. [Footnote: James, Volume 6, page 353.] End of footnote. The comparative force of the 2 fleets, or squadrons, it is hard to estimate. I have already spoken of the difficulty in finding out what guns were mounted on any given ship at a particular time, and it is even more perplexing with the crews. A schooner would make one cruise with but 30 hands; on the next it would appear with 50, a number of militia having volunteered as marines. Finding the militia rather a nuisance, they would be sent ashore, and on her third cruise the schooner would substitute half a dozen frontier seamen in their place. It was the same with the larger vessels. The Madison might at one time have her full complement of 200 men. A month's sickness would ensue, and she would sail with but 150 effectives. The Pike's crew of 300 men at one time would shortly afterward be less by a third, in consequence of a draft of sailors being sent to the upper lakes. So it is almost impossible to be perfectly accurate. But making a comparison of the various authorities from Lieutenant Emmons to James, the following tables of the forces may be given as very nearly correct. In broadside force I count every pivot gun and half of those that were not on pivots. Chauncey's squadron. Pike was a ship, 875 tons, 300 crew, metal of 360 pounds, 28 long 24s. The Madison, a ship, 593 tons, a crew of 200, 364 pounds of metal, 24 short 32s. The Oneida, a brig, 243 tons, 100 crew, 172 pounds of metal, 16 24s. The Hamilton, a schooner, 112 tons, 50 crew, 80 pounds broadside, 1 long 32, 1 long 24, and 8 long 6s. The Scourge, a schooner, 110 tons, 50 crew, 80 pounds broadside, 1 long 32, 8 short 12s. The Conquest, a schooner, 82 tons, 40 crew, 56 pounds broadside metal, 1 long 32, 1 long 12, and 4 long 6s. The Tompkins, a schooner, 96 tons, 40 crew, 62 pounds broadside metal, 1 long 32, 1 long 12, and 6 long 6s. The Julia, a schooner, 82 tons, 35 crew, 44 pounds broadside metal, 1 long 32, 1 long 12. The Growler, a schooner, 81 tons, 35 crew, 44 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 32, 1 long 12. The Ontario, a schooner, 53 tons, 35 crew, 44 broadside pounds of metal, 1 long 32, and 1 long 12. Fair American, a schooner, 53 tons, 30 crew, 36 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24, and 1 long 12. The Pert, a schooner, 50 tons, 25 crew, 24 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24. The Asp, a schooner, 57 tons, 25 crew, 24 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24. Lady of the Lake, a schooner, 89 tons, 15 crew, 9 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 9-inch. For a total of 14 ships, 2,576 tons, 980 crew, 1,399 pounds of broadside metal, and 112 guns. This is not materially different from James's account, page 356, which gives Chauncey 114 guns, 1,193 men, and 2,121 tons. The Lady of the Lake, however, was never intended for anything but a dispatch boat, and the Scourge and Hamilton were both lost before Chauncey actually came into collision with Yeo. Deducting these in order to compare the two foes, Chauncey had left 11 vessels of 2,265 tons with 865 men and 92 guns, throwing a broadside of 1,230 pounds. Yeo's squadron. The Wolf was a ship, 637 tons, 220 crew, 392 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24, 8 long 18s, 4 short 68s, and 10 short 32s. The Royal George, a ship, 510 tons, 200 crew, 360 pounds of broadside metal, 3 long 18s, 2 short 68s, 16 short 32s. The Melville was a brig, 279 tons, 100 crew, 210 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 18s, 12 short 32s. The Moira, a brig, 262 tons, 100 crew, 153 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 9s, 12 short 24s. The Sydney Smith, a schooner, 216 tons, 80 crew, 172 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s, 10 short 32s. The Beresford, a schooner, 187 tons, 70 crew, 87 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24, 1 long 9, and 6 short 18s. For a grand total of 6 ships, 2,091 tons, 770 crew, 1,374 pounds of broadside metal, and 92 guns. This differs slightly from James, who gives Yeo 92 guns, throwing a broadside of 1,374 pounds, but only 717 men. As the evidence of the court-martial held on Captain Barclay, and the official accounts on both sides of Macdonough's victory convict him of very much underrating the force in men of the British on Erie and Champlain, it can be safely assumed that he has underestimated the force in men on Lake Ontario. By comparing the tonnage he gives to Barclay's and Downey's squadrons, with which it really was, we can correct his account of Yeo's tonnage. The above figures would apparently make the two squadrons about equal, Chauncey having 95 men more, and throwing at a broadside 144 pounds shot less than his antagonists. But the figures do not by any means show all the truth. The Americans greatly excelled in the number and calibre of their long guns. Compared thus, they threw at one discharge 694 pounds of long gun metal and 536 pounds of carronade metal, while the British only threw from their long guns 180 pounds, and from their carronades 1,194. This unequal distribution of metal was very much in favor of the Americans. Nor was this all. The Pike, with her 15 long 24s in battery, was an overmatch for any of the enemy's vessels, and bore the same relation to them that the Confiance at a later date did to Macdonough's squadron. She should certainly have been a match for the Wolfe and Melville together, and the Madison and Oneida for the Royal George and Sidney Smith. In fact, the three heavy American vessels ought to have been an overmatch for the four heaviest of the British squadron, although these possessed the nominal superiority; and in ordinary cases the 8 remaining American gun vessels would certainly seem to be an overmatch for the 2 British schooners. But it is just here that the difficulty of comparing the forces comes in. When the water was very smooth and the wind light, the long 32s and 24s of the Americans could play havoc with the British schooners at a distance which would render the carronades of the latter useless. But the latter were built for war, possessed quarters, and were good cruisers, while Chauncey's schooners were merchant vessels, without quarters, crank, and so loaded down with heavy metal that whenever it blew at all hard they could with difficulty be kept from upsetting, and ceased to be capable even of defending themselves. When Sir James Yeo captured 2 of them, he would not let them cruise with his other vessels at all, but sent them back to act as gunboats, in which capacity they were serving when recaptured. This is a tolerable test of their value compared to their opponents. Another disadvantage that Chauncey had to contend with was the difference in speed of the various vessels. The Pike and Madison were fast, weatherly ships, but the Oneida was a perfect slug, even going free, and could hardly be persuaded to beat to windward at all. In this respect Yeo was much better off. His 6 ships were regular men of war, with quarters, all of them seaworthy, and fast enough to be able to act with uniformity and not needing to pay much regard to the weather. His force could act as a unit, but Chauncey's could not. Enough wind to make a good working breeze for his larger vessels put all his smaller ones hors de combat, and in weather that suited the latter, the former could not move about at all. When speed became necessary, the 2 ships left the brig hopelessly behind, and either had to do without her, or else perhaps let the critical moment slip by while waiting for her to come up. Some of the schooners sailed quite as slowly. and finally it was found out that the only way to get all the vessels into action at once was to have one half the fleet tow the other half. It was certainly difficult to keep the command of the lake when, if it came on to blow, the Commodore had to put into port under penalty of seeing a quarter of his fleet founder before his eyes. These conflicting considerations render it hard to pass judgment. But on the whole it would seem as if Chauncy was the superior in force; for even if his schooners were not counted, his 3 square-rigged vessels were at least a match for the 4 square-rigged British vessels, and the 2 British schooners would not have counted very much in such a conflict. In calm weather he was certainly the superior. This only solves one of the points in which the official letters of the 2 commanders differ. After every meeting each one insists that he was inferior in force, that the weather suited his antagonist, and that the latter ran away and got the worst of it, all of which will be considered further on. In order to settle toward which side of the balance of success inclined, we must remember that there were 2 things the combatants were trying to do, viz., number 1, to damage the enemy directly by capturing or destroying his vessels. This was the only object we had in view in sending out ocean cruisers, but on the lakes it was subordinated to, number 2, getting the control of the lake, by which invaluable assistance could be rendered to the army. The most thorough way of accomplishing this, of course, was by destroying the enemy's squadron; but it could also be done by building ships too powerful for him to face, or by beating him in some engagement which, although not destroying his fleet, would force him to go into port. If one side was stronger, then the weaker party, by skilful manoeuvring, might baffle the foe and rest satisfied by keeping the sovereignty of the lake disputed. For as long as one squadron was not undisputed master, it would not be of much assistance in transporting troops, attacking forts, or otherwise helping the military. In 1813 the Americans gained the first point by being the first to begin operations. They were building a new ship, afterward the Pike, at Sackett's Harbor. The British were building 2 new ships, each about 2/3 the force of the Pike, one at Toronto, then called York, one at Kingston. Before these were built, the 2 fleets were just on a par. The destruction of the Pike would give the British the supremacy. The destruction of either of the British ships, provided the Pike was saved, would give the Americans the supremacy. Both sides had already committed faults. The Americans had left Sackett's Harbor so poorly defended and garrisoned that it invited attack, while the British had fortified Kingston very strongly, but had done little for York, and, moreover, ought not to have divided their forces by building ships in different places. Commodore Chauncy's squadron was ready for service on April 19th, and on the 25th he made sail with the Madison, Lieutenant Commander Elliott, floating his own broad pennant, Oneida, Lieutenant Woolsey, Hamilton, Lieutenant McPherson, Scourge, Mr. Osgood, Tompkins, Lieutenant Brown, Conquest, Lieutenant Pettigrew, Growler, Mr. Mix, Julia, Mr. Trant, Asp, Lieutenant Smith, Pert, Lieutenant Adams, American, Lieutenant Chauncy, Ontario, Mr. Stevens, Lady of the Lake, Mr. Hinn, and Raven, transport, having on board General Dearborn and 1,700 troops, to attack York, which was garrisoned by about 700 British regulars and Canadian militia under Major General Sheaffe. The new 24-gun ship was almost completed, and the Gloucester 10-gun brig was in port. The guns of both vessels were used in defence of the port. The fleet arrived before York early on April 27th, and the debarkation began at about 8 a.m. The schooners beat up to the fort under a heavy cannonade, and opened a spirited fire from their long guns, while the troops went ashore under the command of Brigadier General Pike. The boats were blown to leeward by the strong east wind, and were exposed to a galling fire, but landed the troops under cover of the grape thrown by the vessels. The schooners now beat up to within a quarter of a mile from the principal work, and opened heavily upon it, while at the same time General Pike and the main body of the troops on shore moved forward to the assault, using their bayonets only. The British regulars and Canadian militia outnumbered 3 to 1, including the American sailors, and with no very good defensive works, of course had to give way, having lost heavily, especially from the fire of the vessels. An explosion immediately afterward killed or wounded 250 of the victors, including General Pike. The Americans lost on board the fleet 4 killed, including midshipmen Hayfield and Thompson, and 8 wounded. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Chauncey, April 28, 1813.] And of the Army. [Footnote: James Military Occurrences, London, 1818, vol. 1, page 151.] 14 killed and 32 wounded by the enemy's fire, and 52 killed and 180 wounded by the explosion. Total loss 288. The British regulars lost 130 killed and wounded, including 40 by the explosion. [Footnote: Lossing's Field Book of the War of 1812, page 581. The accounts vary somewhat.] together with 50 Canadians and Indians, making a total of 180, besides 290 prisoners. The 24-gun ship was burned, her guns taken away, and the Gloucester sailed back to Sackett's Harbor with the fleet. Many military and naval stores were destroyed, and much more shipped to the harbor. The great fault that the British had committed was in letting the defenses of so important a place remain so poor, and the force in it so small. It was impossible to resist very long when Pike's troops were landed and the fleet in position. On the other hand, the Americans did the work in good style. The schooners were finely handled, firing with great precision and completely covering the troops, who in turn were disembarked and brought into action very handsomely. After being detained in York a week by bad weather, the squadron got out, and for the next fortnight was employed in conveying troops and stores to General Dearborn. Then it was determined to make an attack on Fort George, where the British General Vincent was stationed, with from 1,000, [Footnote: James Military Operations, vol. 1, page 151.] to 1,800, [Footnote: Lossing, page 596.] regulars, 600 militia, and about 100 Indians. The American troops numbered about 4,500, practically under the command of Colonel Scott. On May 26th Commodore Chauncey carefully reconnoitered the place to be attacked, and in the night made soundings along the coast and laid buoys so as to direct the small vessels who were to do the fighting. At 3 a.m. on the 27th the signal was made to weigh, the heavy land artillery being on the Madison, and the other troops on the Oneida, the Lady of the Lake, and in bateaux, many of which had been captured at York. The Julia, Growler, and Ontario moved in and attacked a battery near the lighthouse, opening a cross-fire which silenced it. The troops were to be disembarked farther along the lake, near a battery of 1 long 24 managed by Canadian militia. The Conquest and Tompkins swept in under fire to this battery, and in 10 minutes killed or drove off the artillerymen, who left the guns spiked and then opened on the British. The American ships, with their heavy discharges of round and grape, too well succeeded in thinning the British ranks. [Footnote: James Military Occurrences, vol. 1, page 151.] Meanwhile the troop boats under Captain Perry and Colonel Scott dashed in, completely covered by a heavy fire of grape, directed point blank at the foe by the Hamilton, Scourge, and Asp. The fire from the American shipping committed dreadful havoc among the British, and rendered their efforts to oppose the landing of the enemy ineffectual. [Footnote: Previous cited location.] Colonel Scott's troops, thus protected, made good their landing, and met the British regulars; but the latter was so terribly cut up by the tremendous discharges of grape and canister from the schooners, that in spite of their gallantry and discipline they were obliged to retreat, blowing up and abandoning the fort. 1 sailor was killed and 2 wounded. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Chauncy, May 29, 1813.] 17 soldiers were killed and 45 wounded. [Footnote: Letter of General Dearborn, May 27, 1813.] making the total American loss 65. Of the British regulars, 52 were killed, 44 wounded, and 262 wounded and missing. [Footnote: Letter of Brigadier General Vincent, May 28, 1813.] in addition to about 40 Canadians and Indians hors de combat, and nearly 500 militia captured. So that in this very brilliant affair the assailants suffered hardly more than a fifth of the loss in killed and wounded that the assailed did, which must be attributed to the care with which Chauncy had reconnoitered the ground and prepared the attack, the excellent handling of the schooners, and the exceedingly destructive nature of their fire. The British batteries were very weak, and moreover badly served. The regular troops fought excellently. It was impossible for them to stand against the fire of the schooners, which should have been engaged by the batteries on shore, and they were too weak in numbers to permit the American army to land and then attack it when away from the boats. The Americans were greatly superior in force, and yet deserve very much credit for achieving their object so quickly, with such light loss to themselves, and at such a heavy cost to the foe. The effect of the victory was most important, the British evacuating the whole Niagara frontier, and leaving the river in complete possession of the Americans for the time being. This offered the opportunity for dispatching Captain Perry up above the falls to take out one captured brig, the Caledonia, and 4 purchased schooners, which had been lying in the river unable to get past the British batteries into Lake Erie. These 5 vessels were now carried into that lake, being tracked up against the current by oxen, to become a most important addition to the American force upon it. While Chauncy's squadron was thus absent at the west end of the lake, the Wolfe 24 was launched and equipped at Kingston, making the British force on the lake superior to that of the Americans. Immediately Sir George Prevost and Sir James Lucas Yeo, the commanders-in-chief of the land and water forces in the Canadas, decided to strike a blow at Sackett's Harbor and destroy the General Pike 28, thus securing to themselves the superiority for the rest of the season. Accordingly they embarked on May 27th in the Wolfe, Royal George, Moira, Prince Regent, Simcoe, and Seneca, with a large number of gunboats, barges, and bateaux, and on the next day saw and attacked a brigade of 19 boats transporting troops to Sackett's Harbor under command of Lieutenant Aspinwall. 12 boats were driven ashore and 70 of the men in them captured, but Lieutenant Aspinwall and 100 men succeeded in reaching the harbor, bringing up the total number of regulars there to 500 men, General Brown having been summoned to take the chief command. About 400 militia also came in, but were of no earthly service. There were, however, 200 Albany volunteers under Colonel Mills, who could be relied on. The defenses were miserably inadequate, consisting of a battery of 1 long gun and a blockhouse. On the 29th, Sir George Prevost and 800 regulars landed, being covered by the gunboats under Sir James Lucas Yeo. The American militia fled at once, but the regulars and volunteers held their ground in and around the blockhouse. At this point the further energies of the British troops became unavailing. The American blockhouse and stockade could not be carried by assault, nor reduced by field pieces, had we been provided with them. The fire of the gunboats proved insufficient to attain that end. Light and adverse winds continued, and our larger vessels were still far off. [Footnote: Letter of Adjutant General Baines, May 30, 1813.] The British re-embarked precipitately. The American loss amounted to 23 killed and 114 wounded; that of the British to 52 killed and 211 wounded. [Footnote: James Military Occurrences, page 173.] Most of the latter being taken prisoners. During the fight some of the frightened Americans set fire to the storehouses, the Pike and the Gloucester. The former were consumed, but the flames were extinguished before they did any damage to either of the vessels. This attack differed especially from those on Fort George and York, in that the attacking force was relatively much weaker. Still it ought to have been successful. But Sir George could not compare as a leader with Colonel Scott or General Pike, and Sir James did not handle the gunboats by any means as well as the Americans did their schooners in similar attacks. The admirers of Sir James lay the blame on Sir George, and vice versa, but in reality neither seems to have done particularly well. At any rate, the affair was the reverse of creditable to the British. The British squadron returned to Kingston, and Chauncy, having heard that they were out, came down the lake and went into port about June 2nd. So far the Americans had had all the success and had controlled the lake, but now Yeo's force was too formidable to be encountered until the Pike was built, and the supremacy passed undisputed into his hands, while Chauncy lay in Sackett's Harbor. Of course, with the Pike soon to be built, Yeo's uncontested superiority could be of but short duration, but he used his time most actively. He sailed from Kingston on the 3rd of June to cooperate with the British army at the head of the lake, and intercept all supplies going to the Americans. On the 8th he discovered a small camp of the latter near 40 Mile Creek, and attacked it with the Beresford, Sydney, Smith, and gunboats, obliging the Americans to leave their camp, while their equipages, provisions, stores, and bateaux fell into the hands of the British, whose troops occupied the post, thus assisting in the series of engagements which ended in the humiliating repulse of General Wilkinson's expedition into Canada. On the 13th 2 schooners and some boats bringing supplies to the Americans were captured, and on the 16th a depot of provisions at the Genesee River shared the same fate. On the 19th a party of British soldiers were landed by the fleet at great sodas, and took off 600 barrels of flour. Yeo then returned to Kingston, where he anchored on the 27th, having done good service in assisting the land forces. [Footnote: Letter of Sir James Lucas Yeo to Mr. Croker, June 29, 1813.] As a small compensation, on the 18th of the same month, the Lady of the Lake, Lieutenant Wolcott Chauncey, captured off Pesquet Island the British schooner Lady Murray, containing 1 ensign, 15 soldiers, and 6 sailors, together with stores and ammunition. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Wolcott Chauncey to Commander Chauncey, June 18, 1813.] During the early part of July neither squadron put out in force, although on the 1st of the month Commodore Yeo made an abortive attempt to surprise Sackett's Harbor, but abandoned it when it was discovered. Meanwhile the Americans were building a new schooner, the Sylph, and the formidable corvette Pike was made ready to sail by July 21st. On the same day the entire American squadron, or fleet, sailed up to the head of the lake and reached Niagara on the 27th. Here Colonel Scott and some of his regulars were embarked, and on the 30th a descent was made upon York, where 11 transports were destroyed, 5 cannon, a quantity of flour, and some ammunition carried off, and the barracks burned. On the 3rd of August the troops were disembarked at the Niagara, and 111 officers and men were sent up to join Perry on Lake Erie. As this left the squadron much deranged, 150 militia were subsequently lent it by General Boyd, but they proved of no assistance, beyond swelling the numbers of men Yeo captured in the Growler and Julia from 70 individuals to 80, and were again landed. Commodore Yeo sailed with his squadron from Kingston on August 2nd, and on the 7th the two fleets for the first time came in sight of one another, the Americans at anchor off Fort Niagara, the British 6 miles to windward in the west-northwest. Chauncey's squadron contained 1 corvette, 1 ship sloop, 1 brig sloop, and 10 schooners, manned by about 965 men, and throwing at a broadside 1,390 pounds of shot, nearly 800 of which were from long guns. Yeo's included 2 ship sloops, 2 brig sloops, and 2 schooners, manned by 770 men, and throwing a broadside of 1,374 pounds, but 180 being from long guns. But Yeo's vessels were all built with bulwarks, while 10 of Chauncey's had none; and moreover his vessels could all sail and maneuver together, while, as already remarked, 1/2 of the American fleet spent a large part of its time towing the other half. The Pike would at ordinary range be a match for the Wolfe and Melville together, yet in actual weight of metal she threw less than the former ship alone. In calm weather the long guns of the American schooners gave them a great advantage; in rough weather they could not be used at all. Still, on the whole, it could fairly be said that Yeo was advancing to attack a superior fleet. All through the day of the 7th the wind blew light and variable, and the two squadrons went through a series of manoeuvres nominally to bring on an action. As each side flatly contradicts the other, it is hard to tell precisely what the manoeuvres were. Each captain says the other avoided him, and that he made all sail in chase. At any rate, it was just the weather for Chauncey to engage in. That night the wind came out squally, and about 1 a.m. on the morning of the 8th a heavy gust struck the Hamilton and Scourge, forcing them to careen over till the heavy guns broke loose and they foundered, but 16 men escaping, which accident did not open a particularly cheerful prospect to the remainder of the schooners. Chauncey's force was by this accident reduced to a numerical equality with Yeo's, having perhaps 100 more men. [Footnote: This estimate as to men is a mere balancing of probabilities. If James underestimates the British force on Ontario as much as he has on Erie and Champlain, Yeo had as many men as his opponent. Chauncey, in one of his letters, preserved with the other manuscript letters in the Naval Archives, says, "I enclose the muster rolls of all my ships, but I have not been able to find them, and in any event the complements were continually changing completely. The point is not important, as each side certainly had plenty of men on this occasion." And throwing 144 pounds less shot at a broadside. All through the 2 succeeding days the same manoeuvring went on. The question as to which avoided the fight is simply one of veracity between the two commanders, and of course each side, to the end of time, will believe its own leader. But it is not of the least consequence, as neither accomplished anything. On the 10th the same tedious evolutions were continued, but at 7 P.M. the two squadrons were tolerably near one another, Yeo to windward, the breeze being fresh from the southwest. Commodore Chauncey formed his force in two lines on the port tack, while Commodore Yeo approached from behind and to windward, in single column, on the same tack. Commodore Chauncey's weather line was formed of the Julia, Growler, Pert, Asp, Ontario, and American, in that order, and the lee line of the Pike, Oneida, Madison, Tompkins, and Conquest. Chauncey formed his weather line of the smaller vessels, directing them, when the British should engage, to edge away and form to leeward of the second line, expecting that Sir James would follow them down. At 11 the weather line opened fire at a very long range. At 11:15 it was returned, and the action became general and harmless. At 11:30 the weather line bore up and passed to leeward, except the Julia and Growler, which tacked. The British ships kept their luff and cut off the two that had tacked, while Commodore Chauncey's lee line edged away 2 points to lead the enemy down, not only to engage him to more advantage, but to lead him from the Julia and Growler. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Isaac Chauncey, August 13, 1813.] Of course the enemy did not come down, and the Julia and Growler were not saved. Yeo kept on till he had cut out the two schooners, fired an ineffectual broadside at the other ships, and tacked after the Growler and Julia. Then, when too late, Chauncey tacked also and stood after him. The schooners, meanwhile, kept clawing to windward till they were overtaken, and after making a fruitless effort to run the gauntlet through the enemy's squadron by putting before the wind, were captured. Yeo's account is simple: came within gunshot of Pike and Madison, when they immediately bore up, fired their stern chase guns, and made all sail for Niagara, leaving two of their schooners astern, which we captured. [Footnote: Letter of Sir James Lucas, Yeo, August 10, 1813.] The British had acted faultlessly, and the honor and profit gained by the encounter rested entirely with them. On the contrary, neither Chauncey nor his subordinates showed to advantage. Cooper says that the line of battle was singularly well adapted to draw the enemy down, and admirable for its advantages and ingenuity. In the first place, it is an open question whether the enemy needed drawing down. On this occasion he advanced boldly enough. The formation may have been ingenious, but it was the reverse of advantageous. It would have been far better to have had the strongest vessels to windward, and the schooners with their long guns to leeward, where they would not be exposed to capture by any accident happening to them. Moreover, it does not speak well for the discipline of the fleet that two commanders should have directly disobeyed orders, and when the two schooners did tack, and it was evident that Sir James could cut them off, it was an extraordinary proceeding for Chauncy to edge away 2 points to lead the enemy from the Growler and Julia. It is certainly a novel principle that if part of a force is surrounded, the true way to rescue it is to run away with the balance, in hopes that the enemy will follow. Had Chauncy tacked at once, Sir James would have been placed between 2 fires, and it would have been impossible for him to capture the schooners. As it was, the British commander had attacked a superior force in weather that just suited it, and yet had captured 2 of its vessels without suffering any injury beyond a few shot holes in the sails. The action, however, was in no way decisive. All next day, the 11th, the fleets were in sight of one another, the British to windward, but neither attempted to renew the engagement. The wind grew heavier, and the villainous little American schooners showed such strong tendencies to upset that 2 had to run into Niagara Bay to anchor. With the rest, Chauncy ran down the lake to Sackett's Harbor, which he reached on the 13th, provisioned his squadron for 5 weeks, and that same evening proceeded up the lake again. The advantage in this action had been entirely with the British, but it is simple nonsense to say, as one British historian does, that on Lake Ontario, therefore, we at last secured a decisive predominance, which we maintained until the end of the war. [Footnote: History of the British Navy, by Charles Duke Young, London, 1866, volume 3, page 24. It is apparently not a work of any authority, but I quote it as showing probably the general feeling of British writers about the action and its results, which can only proceed from extreme partisanship and ignorance of the subject.] This decisive battle left the Americans just as much in command of the lake as the British, and even this very questionable predominance lasted but 6 weeks, after which the British squadron was blockaded in port most of the time. The action has a parallel in that fought on the 22nd of July, 1805, by Sir Robert Calder's fleet of 15 sail of the line against the Franco-Spanish fleet of 20 sail of the line, under Monsieur Villeneuve. [Footnote: Bataille Navale de la France, par Autrude, volume 3, page 352. It seems rather ridiculous to compare these lake actions, fought between small flotillas, with the gigantic contests which the huge fleets of Europe waged in contending for the supremacy of the ocean. But the difference is of one of degree and not of kind, and they serve well enough for purposes of illustration or comparison.] The 2 fleets engaged in a fog, and the English captured 2 ships, when both sides drew off, and remained in sight of each other the next day without either renewing the action. A victory, therefore, it was that Sir Robert Calder had gained, but not a decisive nor a brilliant victory. [Footnote: James's Naval History, volume 4, page 14.] This is exactly the criticism that should be passed on Sir James Lucas Yeo's action of the 10th of August. Part 11 of The Naval War of 1812, by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 11. From the 13th of August to the 10th of September, both fleets were on the lake most of the time, each commodore stoutly maintaining that he was chasing the other, and each expressing in his letters his surprise and disgust that his opponent should be afraid of meeting him, though so much superior in force. The facts are of course difficult to get at, but it seems pretty evident that Yeo was determined to engage in heavy, and Chauncy in light weather, and that the party to leeward generally made off. The Americans had been reinforced by the Sylph schooner of 300 tons and 70 men, carrying 4 long 32s on pivots and 6 long 6s. Theoretically, her armament would make her formidable, but practically her guns were so crowded as to be of limited use, and the next year she was converted into a brig mounting 24-pound carronades. On the 11th of September a partial engagement at very long range in light weather occurred near the mouth of the Genesee River. The Americans suffered no loss whatever, while the British had 1 midshipman and 3 seamen killed and 7 wounded, and afterward ran into Amherst Bay. One of their brigs, the Melville, received a shot so far under water that to get at and plug it, the guns had to be run in on one side and out on the other. Chauncy describes it as a running fight of 3.5 hours, the enemy then escaping into Amherst Bay. Footnote: Letter to the Secretary of the Navy, September 13th, 1813. End of footnote. James, page 38, says that at sunset a breeze sprang up from the westward when Sir James steered for the American fleet, but the American commodore avoided a close action, and thus the affair ended. This is a good example of James's trustworthiness. His account is supposed to be taken from Commodore Yeo's letter. Footnote: Letter to Admiral Warren, September 12, 1813, end of footnote, which says, "At sunset a breeze sprang up from the westward, when I steered for the False Duck Islands, under which the enemy could not keep the weather gauge, but be obliged to meet us on equal terms. This, however, he carefully avoided doing." In other words, Yeo did not steer for, but away from Chauncy. Both sides admit that Yeo got the worst of it and ran away, and it is only a question as to whether Chauncy followed him or not. Of course, in such light weather, Chauncy's long guns gave him a great advantage. He had present 10 vessels, the Pike, Madison, Oneida, Sylph, Tompkins, Conquest, Ontario, Pert, American, and Asp, throwing 1,288 pounds of shot with a total of 98 guns. Yeo had 92 guns, throwing at a broadside 1,374 pounds. Nevertheless, Chauncy told but part of the truth in writing as he did. "I was much disappointed at Sir James refusing to fight me, as he was so much superior in point of force, both in guns and men, having upward of 20 guns more than we have, and heaves a greater weight of shot. His inferiority in the long guns placed Yeo at a great disadvantage in such a very light wind." But in his letter he makes a marvellous admission of how little able he was to make good use of even what he had. He says, "I found it impossible to bring them to close action. We remained in this mortifying situation 5 hours, having only 6 guns in all the squadron that would reach the enemy, not a carronade being fired." Now, according to James himself, Naval Occurrences, page 297, he had in his squadron 2 long 24s, 13 long 18s, 2 long 12s, and 3 long 9s. And in a fight of 5 hours at very long range in smooth water, it was a proof of culpable incompetency on his part that he did not think of doing what Elliott and Perry did in similar circumstances on Lake Erie: substitute all his long guns for some of the carronades on the engaged side. Chauncey could place in broadside 7 long 32s, 18 long 24s, 4 long 12s, 8 long 6s. So he could oppose 37 long guns throwing 752 pounds of shot to Yeo's 20 long guns throwing 333 pounds of shot. The odds were thus more than 2 to 1 against the British in any case, and their commander's lack of resource made them still greater. But it proved a mere skirmish, with no decisive results. The two squadrons did not come in contact again till on the 28th in York Bay. The Americans had the weather gauge, the wind being fresh from the east. Yeo tacked and stretched out into the lake, while Chauncey steered directly for his centre. When the squadrons were still a league apart, the British formed on the port tack, with their heavy vessels ahead. The Americans got on the same tack and edged down toward them, the Pike ahead towing the Asp, the Tompkins under Lieutenant Bolton Finch next, the Madison next, being much retarded by having a schooner in tow, then the Sylph with another schooner in tow, the Oneida, and 2 other schooners. The British, fearing their sternmost vessels would be cut off, at 12:10 came round on the starboard tack, beginning with the Wolfe, Commodore Yeo, and Royal George, Captain William Howe Mulcaster, which composed the van of the line. They opened with their starboard guns as soon as they came round. When the Pike was abeam of the Wolfe, which was past the centre of the British line, the Americans bore up in succession for their centre. The Madison was far back, and so was the Sylph, neither having cast off their tows, so the whole brunt of the action fell on the Pike, Asp, and Tompkins. The latter kept up a most gallant and spirited fire till her foremast was shot away, but already the Pike had shot away the Wolfe's main topmast and main yard, and inflicted so heavy a loss upon her that Commodore Yeo, not very heroically, put dead before the wind, crowding all the canvas he could on her forward spars, and she ran completely past all her own vessels, who, of course, crowded sail after her. The retreat of the Commodore was most ably covered by the Royal George, under Captain Mulcaster, who was unquestionably the best British officer on the lake. He luffed up across the Commodore's stern, and delivered broadsides in a manner that won the admiration even of his foes. The Madison and Sylph, having the schooners in tow, could not overtake the British ships, though the Sylph opened a distant fire. The Pike kept on after them, but did not cast off the Asp, and so did not gain, and at 3:15 the pursuit was relinquished. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Chauncey, September 28, 1813.] When the enemy were running into the entirely undefended port of Burlington Bay, whence escape would have been impossible. The Tompkins had lost her foremast, the Pike her foretop gallant mast, with her bowsprit and main mast wounded, and of her crew 5 men were killed or wounded, almost all by the guns of the Royal George. These were the only injuries occasioned by the enemy's fire, but the Pike's starboard bow chaser burst, killing or wounding 22 men, besides blowing up the top gallant forecastle, so that the bow pivot gun could not be used. Among the British ships the Wolfe lost her main topmast, mizzen topmast, and main yard, and the Royal George her foretop mast. Both suffered a heavy loss in killed and wounded, according to the report of the British officers captured in the transports a few days afterward. As already mentioned, the British authorities no longer published accounts of their defeats, so Commodore Yeo's report on the action was not made public. Brenton merely alludes to it as follows, Volume 2, page 503, the action of the 28th of September, 1813, in which Sir James Yeo in the Wolfe had his main and mizzen topmasts shot away, and was obliged to put before the wind, gave Mulcaster an opportunity of displaying a trait of valor and seamanship which elicited the admiration of friends and foes, when he gallantly placed himself between his disabled commodore and a superior enemy. James speaks in the vaguest terms. He says first, Commodore Chauncy, having the weather gauge, kept his favorite distance, which he did because Commodore Yeo fled so fast that he could not be overtaken. Then James mentions the injuries the Wolfe received, and says that it was these, and not, as Mr. Clark says, a manoeuvre of the Commodore's that threw the British in confusion. In other words, it was the Commodore's shot, and not his manoeuvring, that threw the British into confusion, a very futile distinction. Next he says that Commodore Chauncy would not venture within carronade range, whereas he was within carronade range of the Wolfe and Royal George, but the latter did not wait for the Madison and Oneida to get within range with their carronades. The rest of this article is taken up with exposing the absurdities of some of the American writings, miscalled histories, which appeared at the close of the war. His criticisms on these are very just, but afford a funny instance of the pot calling the kettle black. This much is clear, that the British were beaten and forced to flee, when but part of the American force was engaged. But in good weather the American force was so superior that being beaten would have been no disgrace to Yeo, had it not been for the claims advanced both by himself and his friends, that on the whole he was victorious over Chauncy. The Wolfe made anything but an obstinate fight, leaving almost all the work to the gallant Mulcaster in the Royal George, who shares with Lieutenant Finch of the Tompkins most of the glory of the day. The battle, if such it may be called, completely established Chauncy's supremacy, Yeo spending most of the remainder of the season blockaded in Kingston. So Chauncy gained victory which established his control over the lakes, and moreover he gained it by fighting in succession, almost single-handed, the two heaviest ships of the enemy. But gaining the victory was only what should have been expected from a superior force. The question is, did Chauncy use his force to the best advantage? And it cannot be said that he did. When the enemy bore up, it was a great mistake not to cast off the schooners which were being towed. They were small craft, not of much use in the fight, and they entirely prevented the Madison from taking any part in the contest, and kept the Sylph at a great distance, and by keeping the Asp in tow, the Pike, which sailed faster than any of Yeo's ships, was distanced by them. Had she left the Asp behind and run in to engage the Royal George, she would have mastered, or at any rate disabled her, and had the swift Madison cast off her tow, she could also have taken an effective part in the engagement. If the Pike could put the British to flight almost single-handed, how much more could she not have done when assisted by the Madison and Oneida? The cardinal error, however, was made in discontinuing the chase. The British were in an almost open roadstead, from which they could not possibly escape. Commodore Chauncy was afraid that the wind would come up to blow a gale, and both fleets would be thrown ashore; and moreover he expected to be able to keep a watch over the enemy and to attack him at a more suitable time. But he utterly failed in this last, and had the American squadron cast off their tows and gone boldly in, they certainly ought to have been able to destroy or capture the entire British force before a gale could blow up. Chauncy would have done well to keep in mind the old adage, so peculiarly applicable to naval affairs: L'audace, toujours l'audace, et encore l'audace. Whether the fault was his or that of his subordinates, it is certain that while the victory of the 28th of September definitely settled the supremacy of the lake in favor of the Americans, yet this victory was by no means so decided as it should have been, taking into account his superiority in force and advantage in position, and the somewhat spiritless conduct of his foe. Next day a gale came on to blow, which lasted till the evening of the 31st. There was no longer any apprehension of molestation from the British, so the troop transports were sent down the lake by themselves, while the squadron remained to watch Yeo. On October 2nd he was chased, but escaped by his better sailing, and next day false information induced Chauncy to think Yeo had eluded him and passed down the lake, and he accordingly made sail in the direction of his supposed flight. On the 5th at 3 P.M., while near the False Ducks, 7 vessels were made out ahead, which proved to be British gunboats engaged in transporting troops. All sails was made after them. 1 was burned, another escaped, and 5 were captured: the Mary, Drummond, Lady Gore, Confiance, and Hamilton. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Chauncy, October 8, 1813.] The 2 latter being the rechristened Julia and Growler. Each gun vessel had from 1 to 3 guns, and they had aboard in all 264 men, including 7 naval, 3 royal, and 4 provincial, and 10 military officers. These prisoners stated that in the action of the 28th the Wolfe and Royal George had lost very heavily. After this Yeo remained in Kingston, blockaded there by Chauncy for most of the time. On November 10th he came out, and was at once chased back into port by Chauncy, leaving the latter for the rest of the season entirely undisturbed. Accordingly Chauncy was able to convert his small schooners into transports. On the 17th these transports were used to convey 1,100 men of the army of General Harrison from the mouth of the Genesee to Sackett's Harbor, while Chauncy blockaded Yeo in Kingston. The duty of transporting troops and stores went on till the 27th, when everything had been accomplished, and a day or 2 afterward navigation closed. As between the Americans and British, the success of the season was greatly in favor of the former. They had uncontested control over the lake from April 19th to June 3rd, and from September 28th to November 29th, in all 107 days, while their foes only held it from June 3rd to July 21st, or for 48 days, and from that date to September 28th, for 69 days, the sides were contending for the mastery. York and Fort George had been taken, while the attack on Sackett's Harbor was repulsed. The Americans lost but 2 schooners, both of which were recaptured, while the British had 1 24-gun ship nearly ready for launching destroyed, and 1 10-gun brig taken, and the loss inflicted upon each other in transports, gunboats, storehouses, stores, etc., was greatly in favor of the former. Chauncy's fleet, moreover, was able to cooperate with the army for over twice the length of time Yeo's could, 107 days to 48. It is more difficult to decide between the respective merits of the 2 commanders. We had shown so much more energy than the Anglo-Canadians that at the beginning of the year we had overtaken them in the building race, and the 2 fleets were about equally formidable. The Madison and Oneida were not quite a match for the Royal George and Sydney Smith, opposing 12 32-pound and 8 24-pound carronades to 2 long 18s, 1 long 12, 1 68-pound, and 13 32-pound carronades. And our 10-gun schooners would hardly be considered very much of an overmatch for the Melville, Motre, and Beresford. Had Sir James Yeo been as bold and energetic as Barclay or Mulcaster, he would certainly not have permitted the Americans, when the forces were so equal, to hold uncontested sway over the lake, and by reducing Fort George to cause disaster to the British land forces. It would certainly have been better to risk a battle with equal forces than to wait till each fleet received an additional ship, which rendered Chauncey's squadron the superior by just about the superiority of the Pike to the Wolfe. Again, Yeo did not do particularly well in the repulse before Sackett's Harbor. In the skirmish off Genesee River he showed a marked lack of resource, and in the action of the 28th of September, popularly called the Burlington Races, from the celerity of his retreat, he evinced an amount of caution that verged toward timidity, in allowing the entire brunt of the fighting to fall on Mulcaster in the Royal George, a weaker ship than the Wolfe. On the other hand, he gave able cooperation to the army when he possessed control of the lake. He made a most gallant and successful attack on a superior force on the 10th of August, and for 6 weeks subsequently, by skilful manoeuvring, he prevented this same superior force from acquiring the uncontested mastery. It was no disgrace to be subsequently blockaded, but it is very ludicrous in his admirers to think that he came out first best. Chauncey rendered able and invaluable assistance to the army, all the while that he had control of the water. His attacks on York and Fort George were managed with consummate skill and success, and on the 28th of September he practically defeated the opposing force with his own ship alone. Nevertheless, he can by no means be said to have done the best he could with the materials he had. His stronger fleet was kept 2 months in check by a weaker British fleet. When he first encountered the foe on August 10th, he ought to have inflicted such a check upon him as would at least have confined him to port, and given the Americans immediate superiority on the lake, instead of which he suffered a mortifying, although not at all disastrous, defeat, which allowed the British to contest the supremacy with him for 6 weeks longer. On the 28th of September, when he only gained a rather barren victory, it was nothing but excessive caution that prevented him from utterly destroying his foe. Had Perry on that day commanded the American fleet, there would have been hardly a British ship left on Ontario. Chauncey was an average commander, and the balance of success inclined to the side of the Americans only because they showed greater energy and skill in shipbuilding, the crews and commanders on both sides being very nearly equal. Lake Erie. Captain Oliver Hazard Perry had assumed command of Erie and the upper lakes, acting under Commodore Chauncey. With intense energy he at once began creating a naval force which should be able to contend successfully with the foe. As already said, the latter in the beginning had exclusive control of Lake Erie, but the Americans had captured the Caledonia brig, and purchased 3 schooners, afterward named the Somers, Tigress, and Ohio, and a sloop, the Tripe. These at first were blockaded in the Niagara, but after the fall of Fort George and retreat of the British forces, Captain Perry was enabled to get them out, tracking them up against the current by the most arduous labor. They ran up to Presque Isle, now called Erie, where 2 20-gun brigs were being constructed, under the directions of the indefatigable captain. 3 other schooners, the Ariel, Scorpion, and Porcupine, were also built. The harbor of Erie was good and spacious, but at a bar on which there was less than 7 feet of water. Hitherto this had prevented the enemy from getting in. Now it prevented the 2 brigs from getting out. Captain Robert Heriot Barclay had been appointed commander of the British forces on Lake Erie. and he was having built at Amherstburg a 20-gun ship. Meanwhile he blockaded Perry's force, and as the brigs could not cross the bar with their guns in, or except in smooth water, they of course could not do so in his presence. He kept a close blockade for some time, but on the 2nd of August he disappeared. Perry at once hurried forward everything, and on the 4th at 2 p.m. one brig, the Lawrence, was towed to that point of the bar where the water was deepest. Her guns were whipped out and landed on the beach, and the brig got over the bar by a hastily improvised camel. 2 large scows, prepared for the purpose, were hauled alongside, and the work of lifting the brig proceeded as fast as possible. Pieces of massive timber had been run through the forward and after ports, and when the scows were sunk to the water's edge, the ends of the timbers were blocked up, supported by these floating foundations. The plugs were now put in the scows, and the water was pumped out of them. By this process the brig was lifted quite 2 feet, though when she was got on the bar was found that she still drew too much water. It became necessary in consequence to cover up everything, sink the scows anew, and block up the timbers afresh. This duty occupied the whole night. [Footnote: Cooper, vol. 2, page 389. Perry's letter of August 5th is very brief.] Just as the Lawrence had passed the bar at 8 a.m. on the 5th, the enemy reappeared, but too late. Captain Barclay exchanged a few shots with the schooners, and then drew off. The Niagara crossed without difficulty. There were still not enough men to man the vessels, but a draft arrived from Ontario, and many of the frontiersmen volunteered, while soldiers also were sent on board. The squadron sailed on the 18th in pursuit of the enemy, whose ship was now ready. After cruising about some time, the Ohio was sent down the lake, and the other ships went into Put-in Bay. On the 9th of September Captain Barclay put out from Amherstburg, being so short of provisions that he felt compelled to risk an action with the superior force opposed. On the 10th of September his squadron was discovered from the masthead of the Lawrence in the northwest. Before going into details of the action, we will examine the force of the 2 squadrons, as the accounts vary considerably. The tonnage of the British ships, as already stated, we know exactly, they having been all carefully appraised and measured by the builder, Mr. Henry Eckford, and 2 sea captains. We also know the dimensions of the American ships. The Lawrence and Niagara measured 480 tons apiece. The Caledonia brig was about the size of the Hunter, or 180 tons. The Tigress, Somers, and Scorpion were subsequently captured by the foe, and were then said to measure respectively 96, 94, and 86 tons, in which case they were larger than similar boats on Lake Ontario. The Ariel was about the size of the Hamilton, the Porcupine, and Tripe, about the size of the Asp and Pert. As for the guns, Captain Barclay in his letter gives a complete account of those on board his squadron. He has also given a complete account of the American guns, which is most accurate, and, if anything, underestimates them. At least Emmons in his history gives the Tripe a long 32, while Barclay said she had only a long 24, and Lossing in his field book says, but I do not know on what authority, that the Caledonia had 3 long 24s, while Barclay gives her 2 long 24s and 1 32-pound carronade, and the Somers had 2 long 32s, while Barclay gives her 1 long 32 and 1 24-pound carronade. I shall take Barclay's account, which corresponds with that of Emmons. the only difference being that Emmons puts a 24-pounder on the Scorpion and a 32 on the Tripe, while Barclay reverses this. I shall also follow Emmons in giving the Scorpion a 32-pound carronade instead of a 24. It is more difficult to give the strength of the respective crews. James says the Americans had 580 all picked men. They were just as much picked as Barclay's were, and no more. That is, the ships had scratch crews. Lieutenant Emmons gives Perry 490 men, and Lossing says he had upon his muster roll 490 names. In volume 14, page 566 of the American State Papers is a list of the prize moneys owing to each man, or to the survivors of the killed, which gives a grand total of 532 men, including 136 on the Lawrence and 155 on the Niagara, 45 of whom were frontiersmen. Deducting these, we get 487 men, which is pretty near Lieutenant Emmons's 490. Possibly Lieutenant Emmons did not include these volunteers, and it may be that some of the men whose names were down on the prize list had been so sick that they were left on shore. Thus Lieutenant Yarnell testified before a court of inquiry in 1815 that there were but 131 men and boys of every description on board the Lawrence in the action, and the Niagara was said to have had but 140. Lieutenant Yarnall also said that but 103 men on board the Lawrence were fit for duty, as Captain Perry in his letter said that 31 were unfit for duty. This would make a total of 134. So I shall follow the prize money list. At any rate, the difference in number is so slight as to be immaterial. Of the 532 men whose names the list gives, 45 were volunteers or landsmen from among the surrounding inhabitants. 158 were marines or soldiers. I do not know which, as the list gives marines, soldiers, and privates, and it is impossible to tell which of the two former heads include the last. And 329 were officers, seamen, cooks, pursers, chaplains, and supernumeraries. Of the total number, there were on the day of action, according to Perry's report, 116 men unfit for duty, including 31 on board the Lawrence, 28 on board the Niagara, and 57 on the small vessels. All the later American writers put the number of men in Barclay's fleet precisely at 502, but I have not been able to find out the original authority. James, Naval Occurrences, page 289, says the British had but 345, consisting of 50 seamen, 85 Canadians, and 210 soldiers. But the letter of Adjutant General E. Bain, November 24, 1813, states that there were 250 soldiers aboard Barclay's squadron, of whom 23 were killed, 49 wounded, and the balance, 178, captured. And James himself, on a previous page, 284, states that there were 102 Canadians on Barclay's vessels, not counting the Detroit. And we know that Barclay originally joined the squadron with 19 sailors from the Ontario fleet, and that subsequently 50 sailors came up from the Dover. James gives, at the end of his Naval Occurrences, some extracts from the court-martial held on Captain Barclay. Lieutenant Thomas Stokes of the Queen Charlotte there testified that he had on board between 120 and 130 men, officers, and altogether of whom 16 came up from the Dover 3 days before. James, on page 284, says her crew already consisted of 110 men. Adding these 16 gives us 126, almost exactly between 120 and 130. Lieutenant Stokes also testified that the Detroit had more men on account of being a larger and heavier vessel. To give her 150 is perfectly safe, as her heavier guns and larger size would at least need 24 men more than the Queen Charlotte. James gives the Lady Prevost 76, Hunter 39, Little Belt 15, and Chippeway 13 men, Canadians and soldiers, a total of 143, supposing that the number of British sailors placed on them was proportional to the amount placed on board the Queen Charlotte, we could add 21. This would make a grand total of 440 men, which must certainly be near the truth. This number is corroborated otherwise. General Bain, as already quoted, says that there were aboard 250 soldiers, of whom 72 were killed or wounded. Barclay reports a total loss of 135, of whom 63 must therefore have been sailors or Canadians. And if the loss suffered by these bore the same proportion to their whole number as in the case of the soldiers, there ought to have been 219 sailors and Canadians, making in all 469 men. It can thus be said with certainty that there were between 440 and 490 men aboard, and I shall take the former number, though I have no doubt that this is too small. But it is not a point of very much importance, as the battle was fought largely at long range, where the number of men, provided there were plenty to handle the sails and guns, did not much matter. The following statement of the comparative force must therefore be very accurate. Perry's squadron: the Lawrence, a brig, 480 tons, 136 total crew, 105 crew fit for duty, 300 pounds of broadside, 3 long 12s and 18 short 32s. The Niagara, a brig, 480 tons, crew 155, crew fit for duty 127, broadside pounds 300, 2 long 12s and 18 short 32s. The Caledonia, a brig, 180 tons, 53 total crew, 80 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 24s and 1 short 32. The Ariel, a schooner, 112 tons, 36 total crew, 48 pounds of broadside metal, 4 long 12s. The Scorpion, a schooner, 86 tons, 35 total crew, 64 broadside pounds of metal, 1 long 32 and 1 short 32. The Somers, a schooner, 94 tons, 30 total crew, 56 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24 and 1 short 32. The Porcupine, a schooner, 83 tons, 25 crew, 32 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 32. The Tigress, a schooner, 96 tons, 27 crew, 32 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 32. The Tripe, a sloop, 60 tons, 35 crew, 24 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24. For a total of 9 vessels, 1,671 tons, 532 total crew, total fit for duty 416, and 936 pounds of broadside metal. During the action, however, the Lawrence and the Niagara each fought a long 12 instead of one of the carronades on the engaged side, making a broadside of 896 pounds, 288 pounds being from long guns. Barclay's squadron: the Detroit, a ship, 490 tons, 150 crew, 138 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 18, 2 long 24s, 6 long 12s, 8 long 9s, and 1 short 24. The Queen Charlotte, a ship, 400 tons, 126 crew, 189 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 24, 2 long 9s, 14 short 24s. The Lady Prevost, a schooner, 230 tons, crew of 86, 75 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 9, 3 long 6s, 10 short 12s. The Hunter, a brig, 180 tons, 45 crew, 30 pounds of broadside metal, 4 long 6s, 2 long 4s, and 2 long 2s. The Chippeway, a schooner, 70 tons, 15 crew, 9 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 9. The Little Belt, a sloop, 90 tons, 18 crew, 18 pounds of broadside metal, 1 long 12 and 2 long 6s. For a total of 6 vessels, 1,460 tons, 440 crew, and 459 pounds of broadside metal. These 6 vessels thus threw at a broadside 459 pounds, of which 195 were from long guns. The superiority of the Americans in long gun metal was therefore nearly as 3 is to 2, and in carronade metal greater than 2 to 1. The chief fault to be found in the various American accounts is that they sedulously conceal the comparative weight of metal while carefully specifying the number of guns. Thus Lossing says Barclay had 35 long guns to Perry's 15, and possessed greatly the advantage in action at a distance, which he certainly did not. The tonnage of the fleets is not so very important. The above tables are probably pretty nearly right. It is, I suppose, impossible to tell exactly the number of men in the 2 crews. Barclay almost certainly had more than 440 men I have given him, but in all likelihood some of them were unfit for duty, and the number of his effectives was most probably somewhat less than Perry's, as the battle was fought in such smooth water, and part of the time at long range. This, as already said, does not much matter. The Niagara might be considered a match for the Detroit, and the Lawrence and Caledonia for the 5 other British vessels, so the Americans were certainly very greatly superior in force. At daylight on September 10th, Barclay's squadron was discovered in the northwest, and Perry at once got under way. The wind soon shifted to the northeast, giving us the weather gauge, the breeze being very light. Barclay lay to in a close column, heading to the southwest, in the following order: Chippeway, Master's Mate J. Campbell; Detroit, Captain R. H. Barclay; Hunter, Lieutenant G. Bignall; Queen Charlotte, Captain R. Finnis; Lady Prevost, Lieutenant Edward Buchanan; and Little Belt, by whom commanded is not said. Perry came down with the wind on his port beam, and made the attack in column ahead, obliquely. First in order came the Ariel, Lieutenant John H. Packet, and Scorpion, Sailing Master Stephen Champlin, both being on the weather bow of the Lawrence, Captain O. H. Perry. Next came the Caledonia, Lieutenant Daniel Turner; Niagara, Captain Jesse D. Elliott; Somers, Lieutenant A. H. M. Conklin; Porcupine, Acting Master George Surratt; Tigress, Sailing Master Thomas C. Almy; and Tripe, Lieutenant Thomas Holdup. [Footnote: The accounts of the 2 commanders tally almost exactly. Barclay's letter is a model of its kind of candor and generosity. Letter of Captain R. H. Barclay to Sir James, September 2nd, 1813. Of Lieutenant Inglis to Captain Barclay, September 10th. Of Captain Perry to the Secretary of the Navy, September 10th and September 13th, and to General Harrison, September 11th and September 13th. I have relied mainly on Lossing's Field Book of the War of 1812, especially for the diagrams furnished him by Commodore Champlin, on Commander Ward's Naval Tactics, page 76, and on Cooper's Naval History. Extracts from the court-martial on Captain Barclay are given in James's Naval Occurrences, volume 83. As, amid light and rather baffling winds, the American squadron approached the enemy, Perry's straggling line formed an angle of about 15 degrees with the more compact one of his foes. At 11:45 the Detroit opened the action by a shot from her long 24, which fell short. At 11:50 she fired a second, which went crashing through the Lawrence, and was replied to by the Scorpion's long 32. At 11:55 the Lawrence, having shifted her port bow chaser, opened with both long 12s, and at meridian began with her carronades, but the shot from the latter all fell short. At the same time the action became general on both sides, though the rearmost American vessels were almost beyond the range of their own guns, and quite out of range of the guns of their antagonists. Meanwhile the Lawrence was already suffering considerably as she bore down on the enemy. It was 20 minutes before she succeeded in getting within good carronade range, and during that time the action at the head of the line was between the long guns of the Chippeway and Detroit, throwing 123 pounds, and those of the Scorpion, Ariel, and Lawrence, throwing 104 pounds. As the enemy's fire was directed almost exclusively at the Lawrence, she suffered a great deal. The Caledonia, Niagara, and Somers were meanwhile engaging at long range, the Hunter and Queen Charlotte opposing from their long guns 96 pounds to 39 pounds of their antagonists, while from a distance the three other American gun vessels engaged the Prevost and Little Belt. By 12:20 the Lawrence had worked down to close quarters, and at 12:30 the action was going on with great fury between her and her antagonists within canister range. The raw and inexperienced American crews committed the same fault the British so often fell into on the ocean, and overloaded their carronades. In consequence, that of the Scorpion upset down the hatchway in the middle of the action, and the sides of the Detroit were dotted with marks from shot that did not penetrate. One of the Ariel's long 12s also burst. Barclay fought the Detroit exceedingly well, her guns being almost excellently aimed, though they actually had to be discharged by flashing pistols at the touch-holes, so deficient was the ship's equipment. Meanwhile the Caledonia came down too, but the Niagara was wretchedly handled, Elliott keeping at a distance, which prevented the use either of his carronades or of those of the Queen Charlotte, his antagonist. The latter, however, suffered greatly from the long guns of the opposing schooners, and lost her gallant commander, Captain Finnis, and first lieutenant, Mr. Stokes, who were killed early in the action. Her next in command, Provincial Lieutenant Irvine, perceiving that he could do no good, passed the Hunter and joined in the attack on the Lawrence at close quarters. The Niagara, the most efficient and best manned of the American vessels, was thus almost kept out of the action by her captain's misconduct. At the end of the line the fight went on at long range between the Somers, Tigress, Porcupine, and Tripe on one side, and Little Belt and Lady Prevost on the other. The Lady Prevost making a very noble fight, although her 12-pound carronades rendered her almost helpless against the long guns of the Americans. She was greatly cut up. Her commander, Lieutenant Buchan, was dangerously, and her acting first lieutenant, Mr. Roulette, severely wounded, and she began falling gradually to leeward. The fighting at the head of the line was fierce and bloody to an extraordinary degree. The Scorpion, Ariel, Lawrence, and Caledonia, all of them handled with the most determined courage, were opposed to the Chippeway, Detroit, Queen Charlotte, and Hornet, which were fought to the full as bravely. At such close quarters the two sides engaged on about equal terms, the Americans being superior in weight of metal and inferior in number of men. But the Lawrence had received such damage in working down as to make the odds against Perry. On each side almost the whole fire was directed at the opposing large vessel or vessels. In consequence the Queen Charlotte was almost disabled, and the Detroit was also frightfully shattered, especially by the raking fire of the gunboats. Her first lieutenant, Mr. Garland, being mortally wounded, and Captain Barclay so severely injured that he was obliged to quit the deck, leaving his ship in command of Lieutenant George Inglis. But on board the Lawrence matters had gone even worse, the combined fire of her adversaries having made the grimmest carnage on her decks. Of the 103 men who were fit for duty when she began the action, 83, or over 4/5, were killed or wounded. The vessel was shallow, and the ward-room, used as a cockpit to which the wounded were taken, was almost above water, and the shot came through it continually, killing and wounding many men under the hands of the surgeon. The first lieutenant, Yarnall, was 3 times wounded, but kept to the deck through all. The only other lieutenant on board, Brooks of the Marines, was mortally wounded. Every brace and bow line was shot away, and the brig almost completely dismantled. Her hull was shattered to pieces, many shot going completely through it, and the guns on the engaged side were by degrees all dismounted. Perry kept up the fight with splendid courage. As the crew fell one by one, the Commodore called down through the skylight for one of the surgeon's assistants, and this call was repeated and obeyed till none were left. Then he asked, "Can any of the wounded pull a rope?" And 3 or 4 of them crawled up on deck to lend a feeble hand in placing the last guns. Perry himself fired the last effective heavy gun, assisted only by the purser and chaplain. A man who did not possess his indomitable spirit would have then struck. Instead, however, although failing in the attack so far, Perry merely determined to win by new methods, and remodelled the line accordingly. Mr. Turner in the Caledonia, when ordered to close, had put his helm up, run down on the opposing line, and engaged at very short range, though the brig was absolutely without quarters. The Niagara had thus become the next in line astern of the Lawrence, and the sloop Tripe, having passed the 3 schooners in front of her, was next ahead. The Niagara now, having a breeze, steered for the head of Barclay's line, passing over a quarter of a mile to windward of the Lawrence on her port beam. She was almost uninjured, having so far taken very little part in the combat, and to her Perry shifted his flag, leaping into a rowboat with his brother and 4 seamen. He rowed to the fresh brig, where he arrived at 2:30, and at once sent Elliott astern to hurry up the 3 schooners. The Tripe was now very near the Caledonia. The Lawrence, having but 14 sound men left, struck her colors, but could not be taken possession of because the action recommenced. She drifted astern, the Caledonia passing between her and her foes. At 2:45 the schooners, having closed up Perry in his fresh vessel, bore up to break Barclay's line. The British ships had fought themselves to a standstill. The Lady Prevost was crippled and sagged to leeward, though ahead of the others. The Detroit and Queen Charlotte were so disabled that they could not effectively oppose fresh antagonists. There could thus be but little resistance to Perry, as the Niagara stood down and broke the British line, firing her port guns into the Chippeway, Little Belt, and Lady Prevost, and the starboard ones into the Detroit, Queen Charlotte, and Hunter, raking on both sides. 2 disabled to tack. The Detroit and Charlotte tried to wear, the latter running up to leeward of the former, and both vessels having every brace and almost every stay shot away, they fell foul. The Niagara luffed athwart their bows within half pistol shot, keeping up a terrific discharge of great guns and musketry, while on the other side the British vessels were raked by the Caledonia and the schooners so closely that some of their grape shot passing over the foe rattled through Perry's spars. Nothing further could be done, and Barclay's flag was struck at 3 p.m. After 3 1/4 hours' most gallant and desperate fighting, the Chippeway and Little Belt tried to escape, but were overtaken and brought to, respectively, by the Tripe and Scorpion, the commander of the latter, Mr. Stephen Champlin, firing the last, as he had the first shot of the battle. Captain Perry has behaved in the most humane and attentive manner, not only to myself and officers, but to all the wounded, writes Captain Barclay. The American squadron had suffered severely, more than 2/3 of the loss falling upon the Lawrence, which was reduced to the condition of a perfect wreck, her starboard bulwarks being completely beaten in. She had, as already stated, 22 men killed, including Lieutenant of Marines Brooks and Midshipman Lamb, and 61 wounded, including Lieutenant Yarnall, midshipman, acting second Lieutenant Forrest, sailing master Taylor, purser Hambleton, and midshipmen Swartout and Claxton. The Niagara lost 2 killed and 25 wounded, almost a fifth of her effectives, including among the latter the second lieutenant, Mr. Edwards, and midshipman Cummings. The Caledonia had 3, the Somers 2, and Tripe 2 men wounded. The Ariel had 1 killed and 3 wounded. The Scorpion 2 killed, including midshipman Lamb. The total loss was 123. 37 were killed and 96 wounded, of whom 3 died. The British loss, falling most heavily on the Detroit and Queen Charlotte, amounted to 41 killed, including Captain S. J. Garden, R.N., and Captain R. A. Finnis, and 94 wounded, including Captain Barclay and Lieutenants Stokes, Buchan, Roulette, and Bignall. In all, 135. The first and second in command on every vessel was killed or wounded, a sufficient proof of the desperate nature of the defence. The victory of Lake Erie was most important, both in its material results and in its moral effect. It gave us complete command of all the upper lakes, prevented any fears of invasion from that quarter, increased our prestige with the foe and our confidence in ourselves, and ensured the conquest of Upper Canada. In all these respects its importance has not been overrated, but the glory acquired by it most certainly has been estimated at more than its worth. Most Americans, even the well-educated, if asked which was the most glorious victory of the war, would point to this battle. Captain Perry's name is more widely known than that of any other commander. Every schoolboy reads about him, if of no other sea captain, yet he certainly stands on a lower grade than either Hull or Macdonough, and not a bit higher than a dozen others. On Lake Erie our seamen displayed great courage and skill, but so did their antagonists. The simple truth is that where on both sides the officers and men were equally brave and skilful, the side which possessed the superiority in force, in the proportion of 3 to 2, could not well help winning. the courage with which the Lawrence was defended has hardly ever been surpassed, and may fairly be called heroic; but equal praise belongs to the men on board the Detroit, who had to discharge the great guns by flashing pistols at the touch-holes, and yet made such a terribly effective defence. Courage is only one of the many elements which go to make up the character of a first-class commander. Something more than bravery is needed before a leader can be really called great. End of part 11. Part 12 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12. There happened to be circumstances which rendered the bragging of our writers over the victory somewhat plausible. Thus they could say with an appearance of truth that the enemy had 63 guns to our 54, and outnumbered us. In reality, as well as can be ascertained from the conflicting evidence, he was inferior in number, but a few men, more or less, mattered nothing. Both sides had men enough to work the guns and handle the ships, especially as the fight was in smooth water, and largely at long range. The important fact was that though we had 9 guns less, yet at a broadside they threw half as much metal again as those of our antagonist. With such odds in our favor, it would have been a disgrace to have been beaten. The water was too smooth for our 2 brigs to show at their best, but this very smoothness rendered our gunboats more formidable than any of the British vessels, and the British testimony is unanimous that it was to them the defeat was primarily due. The American fleet came into action in worse form than the hostile squadron, the ships straggling badly, either owing to Perry having formed his line badly, or else to his having failed to train the subordinate commanders how to keep their places. The Niagara was not fought well at first, Captain Elliott keeping her at a distance that prevented her from doing any damage to the vessels opposed, which were battered to pieces by the gunboats without the chance of replying. It certainly seems as if the small vessels at the rear of the line should have been closer up, and in a position to render more effectual assistance. The attack was made in too loose order, and whether it was the fault of Perry or of his subordinates, it fails to reflect credit on the Americans. Cooper, as usual, praises all concerned, but in this instance not with very good judgment. He says the line of battle was highly judicious, but this may be doubted. The weather was peculiarly suited for the gunboats with their long heavy guns, and yet the line of battle was so arranged as to keep them in the rear, and let the brunt of the assault fall on the Lawrence, with her short carronades. Cooper again praises Perry for steering for the head of the enemy's line, but he could hardly have done anything else. In this battle the firing seems to have been equally skilful on both sides, the Detroit's long guns being peculiarly well served. But the British captains manoeuvred better than their foes at first, and supported one another better, so that the disparity in damage done on each side was not equal to the disparity in force. The chief merit of the American commander and his followers was indomitable courage and determination not to be beaten. This is no slight merit, but it may well be doubted if it would have ensured victory had Barclay's force been as strong as Perry's. Perry made a headlong attack. His superior force, whether through his fault or his misfortune, can hardly be said, being brought into action in such a manner that the head of the line was crushed by the inferior force opposed. Being literally hammered out of his own ship, Perry brought up its powerful twin sister, and the already shattered hostile squadron was crushed by sheer weight. The manoeuvres which marked the close of the battle and which ensured the capture of all the opposing ships were unquestionably very fine. The British ships were fought as resolutely as their antagonists, not being surrendered till they were crippled and helpless, and almost all the officers and a large proportion of the men placed hors de combat. Captain Barclay handled his ships like a first-rate seaman. It was impossible to arrange them so as to be superior to his antagonist, for the latter's force was of such a nature that in smooth water his gunboats gave him a great advantage, while in any sea his two brigs were more than a match for the whole British squadron. In short, our victory was due to our heavy metal. As regards the honor of the affair, in spite of the amount of boasting it has given rise to, I should say it was a battle to be looked upon as in an equally high degree creditable to both sides. Indeed, if it were not for the fact that the victory was so complete, it might be said that the length of the contest and the trifling disparity in loss reflected rather the most credit on the British. Captain Perry showed indomitable pluck and readiness to adapt himself to circumstances, but his claim to fame rests much less on his actual victory than on the way in which he prepared the fleet that was to win it. Here his energy and activity deserve all praise, not only for his success in collecting sailors and vessels, and in building the two brigs, but above all for the manner in which he succeeded in getting them on the lake. On that occasion he certainly out-generaled Barclay. Indeed, the latter committed an error that the skill and address he subsequently showed could not retrieve. But it will always be a source of surprise that the American public should have so glorified Perry's victory over an inferior force, and have paid comparatively little attention to Macdonough's victory, which really was won against decided odds in ships, men, and metal. There are always men who consider it unpatriotic to tell the truth, if the truth is not very flattering. But aside from the morality of the case, we never can learn how to produce a certain effect, unless we know rightly what the causes were that produced a similar effect in times past. Lake Erie teaches us the advantage of having the odds on our side. Lake Champlain, that even if they are not, the skill can still counteract them. It is amusing to read some of the pamphlets written in reply to Cooper's account of this battle, the writers apparently regarding him as a kind of traitor for hinting that the victory was not Nelsonic, unsurpassed, etc. The arguments are stereotyped. Perry had 9 fewer guns and also fewer men than the foe. This last point is the only one respecting which there is any doubt. Taking sick and well together, the Americans unquestionably had the greatest number in crew, but a quarter of them were sick. Even deducting these, they were still in all probability more numerous than their foes. But it is really not a point of much consequence, as both sides had enough, as stated, to serve the guns and handle the ships. In sea fights, after there are enough hands for those purposes, additional ones are not of so much advantage. I have in all my accounts summed up as accurately as possible the contending forces, because it is so customary with British writers to follow James's minute and inaccurate statements, that I thought it best to give everything exactly. But it was really scarcely necessary, and indeed it is impossible to compare forces numerically. Aside from a few exceptional cases, the number of men after a certain point was reached made little difference. For example, the Java would fight just as effectively with 377 men, the number James gives her, as with 426, the number I think she really had. Again, my figures made the Wasp slightly superior in force to the Frolic, as she had 25 men the most. But in reality, as the battle was fought under very short sail and decided purely by gunnery, the difference in number of crew was not of the least consequence. The Hornet had 9 men more than the Penguin, and it would be absurd to say that this gave her much advantage. In both the latter cases the forces were practically equal, although numerically expressed the odds were in favor of the Americans. The exact reverse is the case in the last action of the Constitution. Here the Levant and Cyane had all the men they required and threw a heavier broadside than their foe. Expressed in numbers, the odds against them were not great, but numbers could not express the fact that carronades were opposed to long guns, and 2 small ships to 1 big one. Again, though in the action on Lake Champlain numbers do show a slight advantage both in weight of metal and number of men on the British side, they do not make the advantage as great as it really was, for they do not show that the British possessed a frigate with a main-deck battery of 24-pounders, which was equal to the 2 chief vessels of the Americans, exactly as the Constitution was superior to the Cyane and Levant. Footnote: it must always be remembered that these rules cut both ways. British writers are very eloquent about the disadvantage in which carronades placed the Cyane and Levant, but do not hint that the Essex suffered from a precisely similar cause, in addition to her other misfortunes. Either they should give the Constitution more credit or the Phoebe less. So the Confiance, throwing 480 pounds of metal at a broadside, was really equal to both the Eagle and Saratoga, who jointly threw 678. From her long guns she threw 384 pounds, from her carronades 96. Their long guns threw 168, their carronades 510. Now the 32-pound carronade mounted on the spar deck of a 38-gun frigate was certainly much less formidable than the long 18 on the main deck. Indeed, it probably ranked more nearly with a long 12 in the ordinary chances of war, and it must be remembered that Downie was the attacking party and chose his own position so far as Macdonough's excellent arrangements would let him. So that in comparing the forces, the carronades should not be reckoned for more than half the value of the long guns, and we get as a mere approximation 384 plus 48 equals 432, against 168 plus 255 equals 423. At any rate, British writers, as well as Americans, should remember that if the Constitution was greatly superior to her 2 foes, then the Confiance was certainly equal to the Eagle and Saratoga, and vice versa. End of footnote. And on the same principles I think that every fair-minded man must admit the great superiority of Perry's fleet over Barclay's, though the advantage was greater in carronades than in long guns. But to admit this by no means precludes us from taking credit for the victory. Almost all the victories gained by the English over the Dutch in the 17th century were due purely to great superiority in force. The cases have a curious analogy to this Lake battle. Perry won with 54 guns against Barclay's 63, but the odds were largely in his favor. Blake won a doubtful victory on the 18th of February, 1653, with 80 ships against Tromp's 70, but the English vessels were twice the size of the Dutch, and in number of men and weight of metal greatly their superior. The English were excellent fighters, but no better than the Dutch, and none of their admirals of that period deserve to rank with De Ruyter. Again, the great victory of La Hogue was won over a very much smaller French fleet, after a day's hard fighting, which resulted in the capture of one vessel. This victory was most exultingly chronicled, yet it was precisely as if Perry had fought Barclay all day and only succeeded in capturing the little belt. Most of Lord Nelson's successes were certainly won against heavy odds by his great genius and the daring skill of the captains who served under him. But the Battle of the Baltic, as far as the fighting went, reflected as much honor on the defeated Danes as on the mighty sea chief who conquered them. Many a much vaunted victory, both on sea and land, has really reflected less credit on the victors than the Battle of Lake Erie did on the Americans. And it must always be remembered that a victory, honorably won, if even over a weaker foe, does reflect credit on the nation by whom it is gained. It was creditable to us as a nation that our ships were better made and better armed than the British frigates, exactly as it was creditable to them that a few years before their vessels had stood in the same relation to the Dutch ships. [Footnote: After Lord Duncan's victory at Camperdown, James chronicled the fact that all the captured line of battleships were such poor craft as not to be of as much value as so many French frigates. This at least showed that the Dutch sailors must have done well to have made such a bloody and obstinate fight as they did with the materials they had. According to his own statements, the loss was about proportional to the forces in action. It was another parallel to Perry's victory. End of footnote. It was greatly to our credit that we had been enterprising enough to fit out such an effective little flotilla on Lake Erie, and for this Perry deserves the highest praise. [Footnote: Some of my countrymen will consider this but scant approbation, to which the answer must be that history is not a panegyric. End of footnote. Before leaving the subject, it is worth while making a few observations on the men who composed the crews. James, who despised a Canadian as much as he hated an American, gives as one excuse for the defeat the fact that most of Barclay's crew were Canadians, whom he considers to be sorry substitutes. On each side the regular sailors from the seaboard were not numerous enough to permit the battle to be fought purely by them. Barclay took a number of soldiers of the regular army, and Perry a number of militia aboard. The former had a few Indian sharpshooters, the latter quite a number of negroes. A great many men in each fleet were lake sailors, frontiersmen, and these were the especial objects of James's contempt. But it may be doubted if they, thoroughly accustomed to lake navigation, used to contests with Indians and whites, naturally forced to be good sailors, and skillful in the use of rifle and cannon, were not, when trained by good men and on their own waters, the very best possible material. Certainly the Battle of Lake Erie, fought mainly by Canadians, was better contested than that of Lake Champlain, fought mainly by British. The difference between the American and British seamen on the Atlantic was small, but on the lakes what little there was disappeared. A New Englander and an Old Englander differed little enough, but they differed more than a frontiersman born north of the line did from one born south of it. These last two resembled one another more nearly than either did the parent. There had been no long-established naval school on the lakes, and the British sailors that came up there were the best of their kind, so the combatants were really so evenly matched in courage, skill, and all other fighting qualities, as to make it impossible to award the palm to either for these attributes. The dogged obstinacy of the fighting, and skilful firing and manoeuvring, and the daring and coolness with which cutting-out expeditions were planned and executed, were as marked on one side as the other. The only un-English element in the contest was the presence among the Canadian English of some of the descendants of the Latin race from whom they had conquered the country. Otherwise the men were equally matched, but the Americans owed their success, for the balance of success was largely on their side, to the fact that their officers had been trained in the best and most practical, although the smallest, navy of the day. The British sailors on the lake were as good as our own, but no better. None of their commanders compare with Macdonough. Perry deserves all praise for the manner in which he got his fleet ready. His victory over Barclay was precisely similar to the quasi-victories of Blake over the Dutch, which have given that admiral such renown. Blake's success in attacking Spanish and Algerian forts is his true title to fame. In his engagements with the Dutch fleets, as well as in those of Monk after him, his claim to merit is no greater and no less than Perry's. Each made a headlong attack with furious, stubborn courage, and by dint of sheer weight crushed or disabled a greatly inferior foe. In the fight that took place on February 18th, 1653, de Ruyter's ship carried but 34 guns. [Footnote: La vie et l'action des lieutenant admiral Michel de Ruyter, Amsterdam, 1677, page 23. By the way, why is Tromp always called Van Tromp by English writers? It would be quite as correct for a Frenchman to speak of Macnelson.] And yet with it he captured the Prosperous of 54, which vessel was stronger than any in the Dutch fleet. The fact that Blake's battles were generally so indecisive must be ascribed to the fact that his opponents were, though inferior in force, superior in skill. No decisive defeat was inflicted on the Dutch until Tromp's death. Perry's operations were on a very small and Blake's on a very large scale, but whereas Perry left no antagonists to question his claim to victory, Blake's successes were sufficiently doubtful to admit of his antagonists in almost every instance claiming that they had won, or else that it was a draw. Of course it is absurd to put Perry and Blake on a par, for one worked with a fleet 40 times the strength of the other's flotilla. But the way in which the work was done was very similar, and it must always be remembered that when Perry fought this battle he was but 27 years old, and the commanders of his other vessels were younger still. Champlain. The commander on this lake at this time was Lieutenant Thomas Macdonough, who had superseded the former commander, Lieutenant Sidney Smith, whose name was a curious commentary on the close relationship of the two contesting peoples. The American naval force now consisted of 2 sloops, the Growler and Eagle, each mounting 11 guns, and 6 galleys mounting 1 gun each. Lieutenant Smith was sent down with his 2 sloops to harass the British gunboats, which were stationed round the head of Sorel River, the outlet to Lake Champlain. On June 3rd he chased 3 gunboats into the river, the wind being aft, up to within sight of the fort of Ile aux Noix. A strong British land force under Major General Taylor now came up both banks of the narrow stream and joined the 3 gunboats in attacking the sloops. The latter tried to beat up the stream, but the current was so strong and the wind so light that no headway could be made. The gunboats kept out of range of the sloop's guns, while keeping up a hot fire from their long 24s, to which no reply could be made; but the galling fire of the infantry, who lined the banks, was responded to by showers of grape. After 3 hours' conflict, at 12:30, a 24-pound shot from one of the galleys struck the Eagle under her starboard quarter, and ripped out a whole plank under water. She sank at once, but it was in such shoal water that she did not settle entirely, and none of the men were drowned. Soon afterward the Growler had her forestay and main boom shot away, and becoming unmanageable ran ashore and was also captured. The Growler had 1 killed and 8 wounded, the Eagle 11 wounded. Their united crews, including 34 volunteers, amounted to 112 men. The British gunboats suffered no loss. Of the troops on shore, 3 were wounded, 1 dangerously by grape. [Footnote: Letter from Major General Taylor, British, to Major General Stone, June 3, 1813. Lossing says the loss of the British was probably at least 100. On what authority, if any, I do not know.] Lieutenant Smith had certainly made a very plucky fight, but it was a great mistake to get cooped up in a narrow channel, with wind and current dead against him. It was a very creditable success to the British, and showed the effectiveness of well-handled gunboats under certain circumstances. The possession of these 2 sloops gave the command of the lake to the British. Macdonough at once set about building others, but with all his energy the materials at hand were so deficient that he could not get them finished in time. On July 31st 1,000 British troops under Colonel J. Murray, convoyed by Captain Thomas Everard, with the sloops Chubb and Finch, late Growler and Eagle, and 3 gunboats, landed at Plattsburg, and destroyed all the barracks and stores both there and at Saranac. For some reason Colonel Murray left so precipitately that he overlooked a picket of 20 of his men, who were captured. Then he made descents on 2 or 3 other places, and returned to the head of the lake by August 3rd. 3 days afterward, on August 6th, Macdonough completed his 3 sloops, the President, Montgomery, and Preble, of 7 guns each, and also 6 gunboats, which force enabled him to prevent any more plundering expeditions taking place that summer, and to convoy Hampton's troops when they made an abortive effort to penetrate into Canada by the Sorel River on September 21st. British loss on the lakes during 1813. A ship, 600 tons, 24 guns, burnt on the stocks. The Gloucester, 180 tons, 10 guns, taken at York. The Mary, 80 tons, 3 guns, was burnt. The Drummond, 80 tons, 3 guns, captured. The Lady Gore, 80 tons, 3 guns, captured. Schooner, 80 tons, 3 guns, captured. The Detroit, 490 tons, 19 guns, captured. The Queen Charlotte, 400 tons, 17 guns, captured. The Lady Prevost, 230 tons, 13 guns, captured. The Hunter, 180 tons, 10 guns, captured. Chippeway, 70 tons, 1 gun, captured. Little Belt, 90 tons, 3 guns, captured. Total of 12 vessels, 2,560 tons, and 109 guns. The American loss: the Growler, 112 tons, 11 guns, captured. The Eagle, 110 tons, 11 guns, captured. Total of 2 vessels, 222 tons, 22 guns. Footnote 1. Excluding the Growler and Julia, which were recaptured. Chapter 7, 1814. On the ocean. During this year the blockade of the American coast was kept up with ever increasing vigor. The British frigates hovered like hawks off every seaport that was known to harbor any fighting craft. They almost invariably went in couples to support one another and to lighten, as far as was possible, the severity of their work. On the northern coasts in particular, the intense cold of the furious winter gales rendered it no easy task to keep the assigned stations. The ropes were turned into stiff and brittle bars, the hulls were coated with ice, and many, both of men and officers, were frost-bitten and crippled. But no stress of weather could long keep the stubborn and hardy British from their posts. With ceaseless vigilance they traversed continually the allotted cruising grounds, capturing the privateers, harrying the coasters, and keeping the more powerful ships confined to port. No American frigate could proceed singly to sea without imminent risk of being crushed by the superior force of the numerous British squadrons. Footnote: Captain Broke's letter of challenge to Captain Lawrence. End of footnote. But the sloops of war, commanded by officers as skilful as they were daring, and manned by as hardy seamen as ever sailed salt water, could often slip out. Generally, on some dark night, when a heavy gale was blowing, they would make the attempt under storm canvas, and with almost invariable success. The harder the weather, the better was their chance. Once clear of the coast, the greater danger ceased, though throughout the cruise the most untiring vigilance was needed. The new sloops that I have mentioned as being built proved themselves the best possible vessels for this kind of work. They were fast enough to escape from most cruisers of superior force, and were overmatches for any British flush-decked ship, that is, for anything below the rank of the frigate-built corvettes of the Cayenne class. The danger of recapture was too great to permit of prizes being sent in, so they were generally destroyed as soon as captured. And as the cruising grounds were chosen right in the track of commerce, the damage done and consternation caused were very great. Besides the numerous frigates cruising along the coast in couples or small squadrons, there were 2 or 3 places that were blockaded by a heavier force. One of these was New London, before which cruised a squadron under the direction of Sir Thomas Hardy, in the 74-gun ship Ramillies. Most of the other cruising squadrons off the coast contained razzies, or 2-deckers. The boats of the Hogue, 74, took part in the destruction of some coasters and fishing boats at Pettipauge in April, and those of the Superb, 74, shared in a smaller expedition against Wareham in June. Footnote: James, Volume 4, page 474. End of footnote. The command on the coast of North America was now given to Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane. The main British force continued to lie in the Chesapeake, where about 50 sail were collected. During the first part of this year these were under the command of Sir Robert Barry, but in May he was relieved by Rear Admiral Cockburn. Footnote: James, Volume 6, page 437. End of footnote. The President 44, Commodore Rodgers, at the beginning of 1814, was still out, cruising among the Barbadoes and West Indies, only making a few prizes of not much value. She then turned toward the American coast, striking soundings near St. Augustine, and thence proceeding north along the coast to Sandy Hook, which was reached on February 18th. The Light was passed in the night, and shortly afterward several sail were made out, when the President was at once cleared for action. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Rodgers, February 20th, 1814.] One of these strange sail was the Loire, 38, British, Captain Thomas Brown, which ran down to close the President, unaware of her force, but on discovering her to be a 44, hauled to the wind and made off. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, p. 412.] The President did not pursue, another frigate and a gun brig being in sight. [Footnote: Naval Monument, page 235.] This rencontre gave rise to nonsensical boastings on both sides. One American writer calls the Loire the Plantagenet 74. James, on the other hand, states that the President was afraid to engage the 38-gun frigate, and that the only reason the latter declined the combat was because she was short of men. The best answer to this is a quotation from his own work, volume 6, page 402, that the Admiralty had issued an order that no 18-pounder frigate was voluntarily to engage one of the 24-pounder frigates of America. Coupling this order with the results of the combats that had already taken place between frigates of these classes, it can always be safely set down as sheer bravado when any talk is made of an American 44 refusing to give battle to a British 38. And it is even more absurd to say that a British line of battle ship would hesitate for a minute about engaging any frigate. On January 1st, the Constitution, which had been lying in Boston harbor undergoing complete repairs, put out to sea under the command of Captain Charles Stewart. The British 38-gun frigate Nymph had been lying before the port, but she disappeared long before the Constitution was in condition, in obedience to the order already mentioned. Captain Stewart ran down toward the Barbadoes, and on the 14th of February captured and destroyed the British 14-gun schooner Pictou, with a crew of 75 men. After making a few other prizes, and reaching the coast of Guiana, she turned homeward, and on the 23rd of the same month fell in at the entrance to the Mona Passage with the British 36-gun frigate Piquet, late French Pallas, Captain Maitland. The Constitution at once made sail for the Piquet, steering free. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Stewart, April 8, 1814.] The latter at first hauled to the wind and waited for her antagonist, but when the latter was still 3 miles distant, she made out her force and immediately made all sail to escape. The Constitution, however, gained steadily till 8 p.m., when the night and thick squally weather caused her to lose sight of the chase. Captain Maitland had on board the prohibitory order issued by the Admiralty. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 477.] and acted correctly. His ship was altogether too light for his antagonist. James, however, is not satisfied with this, and wishes to prove that both ships were desirous of avoiding the combat. He says that Captain Stewart came near enough to count 13 ports and a bridle on the Piquet's main deck, and saw at once that she was of a class inferior to the Guerrière or Java, but thought the Piquet's 18s were 24s, and therefore did not make an effort to bring her to action. He portrays very picturesquely the grief of the Piquet's crew when they find they are not going to engage; how they come aft and request to be taken into action; how Captain Maitland reads them his instructions, but fails to persuade them that there had been any necessity of issuing them, and finally how the sailors, overcome by woe and indignation, refused to take their supper-time grog, which was certainly remarkable. As the Constitution had twice captured British frigates with impunity, according to James himself, is it likely that she would now shrink from an encounter with a ship which she saw at once was of an inferior class to those already conquered? Even such abject cowards as James's Americans would not be guilty of so stupid an action. Of course neither Captain Stewart nor anyone else supposed for an instant that a 36-gun frigate was armed with 24-pounders. It is worth while mentioning, as an instance of how utterly untrustworthy James is in dealing with American affairs, that he says, page 476, that the Constitution was now what the Americans would call a bad crew, whereas in her previous battles all her men had been picked. Curiously enough, this is the exact reverse of the truth. In no case was an American ship manned with a picked crew, but the nearest approach to such was the crew the Constitution carried in this and the next cruise, when she probably possessed as fine a crew as ever manned a frigate. They were principally New England men, and it has been said of them that they were almost qualified to fight the ship without her officers. [Footnote: Cooper, vol. 2, page 463.] The statement that such men, commanded by one of the bravest and most skilful captains of our navy, would shrink from attacking a greatly inferior foe, is hardly worth while denying. And fortunately such denial is needless, Captain Stewart's account being fully corroborated in the Memoir of Admiral Durham, written by his nephew Captain Murray, London, 1846. The Constitution arrived off the port of Marblehead on April 3rd, and at 7 a.m. fell in with the two British 38-gun frigates, Junon, Captain Upton, and Tenedos, Captain Parker. The American frigate was standing to the westward, with the wind about north by west, and bore for the two British frigates about northwest by west. The Junon and Tenedos quickly hauled up in chase, and the Constitution crowded sail in the direction of Marblehead. At 9:30, finding the Tenedos rather gaining upon her, the Constitution started her water and threw overboard a quantity of provisions and other articles. At 11:30 she hoisted her colors, and the two British frigates, who were now dropping slowly in the chase, did the same. At 1:30 p.m. the Constitution anchored in the harbor of Marblehead. Captain Parker was anxious to follow her into the port, which had no defenses, but the Tenedos was recalled by a signal from the Junon. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 479.] Shortly afterward the Constitution again put out, and reached Boston unmolested. On January 29, 1814, the small U.S. coasting schooner Alligator, of 4 guns and 40 men, Sailing Master R. Bassett, was lying at anchor in the mouth of Stone River, South Carolina, when a frigate and a brig were perceived close inshore near the breakers. Judging from their motions that they would attempt to cut him out when it was dark, Mr. Bassett made his preparations accordingly. [Footnote: Letter of Sailing Master Bassett, January 31st, 1814.] At 7:30, 6 boats were observed approaching cautiously under cover of the marsh with muffled oars. On being hailed they cheered and opened with boat carronades and musketry, coming on at full speed, whereupon the Alligator cut her cable and made sail, the wind being light from the southwest, while the crew opened such a heavy fire on the assailants, who were not then 30 yards off, that they stopped the advance and fell astern. At this moment the Alligator grounded, but the enemy had suffered so severely that they made no attempt to renew the attack, rowing off downstream. On board the Alligator 2 men were killed and 2 wounded, including the pilot, who was struck down by a grape shot while standing at the helm, and her sails and rigging were much cut. The extent of the enemy's loss was never known. Next day one of his cutters was picked up at North Edisto, much injured and containing the bodies of an officer and a seaman. [Footnote: Letter from Commander J. H. Dent, February 21st, 1814.] End of footnote. For his skill and gallantry Mr. Bassett was promoted to a lieutenancy, and for a time his exploit put a complete stop to the cutting-out expeditions along that part of the coast. The Alligator herself sank in a squall on July 1st, but was afterward raised and refitted. It is much to be regretted that it is almost impossible to get at the British account of any of these expeditions which ended successfully for the Americans. All such cases are generally ignored by the British historians, so that I am obliged to rely solely upon the accounts of the victors, who, with the best intentions in the world, could hardly be perfectly accurate. At the close of 1813 Captain Porter was still cruising in the Pacific. Early in January the Essex, now with 255 men aboard, made the South American coast, and on the 12th of that month anchored in the harbor of Valparaiso. She had in company a prize rechristened the Essex Junior, with a crew of 60 men and 20 guns, 10 long sixes and 10 18-pound carronades. Of course she could not be used in combat with regular cruisers. On February 8th the British frigate Phoebe, 36, Captain James Hilliar, accompanied by the Cherub, 18, Captain Thomas Tudor Tucker, the former carrying 300 and the latter 140 men. [Footnote: They afterward took on board enough men from British merchant vessels to raise their complements respectively to 320 and 180. End of footnote.] Made their appearance and apparently proposed to take the Essex by a coup de main. They hauled into the harbor on a wind, the Cherub falling to leeward, while the Phoebe made the port quarter of the Essex, and then, putting her helm down, luffed up on her starboard bow, but 10 or 15 feet distant. Porter's crew were all at quarters, the powder boys with slow matches ready to discharge the guns, the boarders standing by, cutlass in hand, to board in the smoke. Everything was cleared for action on both frigates. Captain Hilliar now probably saw that there was no chance of carrying the Essex by surprise, and, standing on the aftergun, he inquired after Captain Porter's health. The latter returned the inquiry, but warned Hilliar not to fall foul. The British captain then braced back his yards, remarking that if he did fall aboard it would be purely accidental. "Well," said Porter, "you have no business where you are. If you touch a rope yarn of this ship I shall board you instantly." [Footnote: Life of Farragut, page 33.] The Phoebe, in her then position, was completely at the mercy of the American ships, and Hilliar, greatly agitated, assured Porter that he meant nothing hostile, and the Phoebe backed down, her yards passing over those of the Essex without touching a rope, and anchored half a mile astern. Shortly afterward the two captains met on shore, when Hilliar thanked Porter for his behavior, and on his inquiry assured him that after thus owing his safety to the latter's forbearance, Porter need be under no apprehension as to his breaking the neutrality. The British ships now began a blockade of the port. On February 27th the Phoebe being hove to close off the port, and the Cherub a league to leeward, The former fired a weather gun, and Essex, interpreting this as a challenge, took the crew of the Essex Junior aboard and went out to attack the British frigate, but the latter did not await the combat. She bore up, set her studding sails, and ran down to the Cherub. The American officers were intensely irritated over this, and American writers have sneered much at a British 36 refusing combat with an American 32. But the armaments of the two frigates were so wholly dissimilar that it is hard to make comparisons. When the fight really took place, the Essex was so crippled and the water so smooth that the British ships fought at their own distance, and as they had long guns to oppose to Porter's carronades, this really made the Cherub more nearly suited to contend with the Essex than the latter was to fight the Phoebe. But when the Essex, in fairly heavy weather, with the crew of the Essex Junior aboard, was to windward, the circumstances were very different. She carried as many men and guns as the Phoebe, and in close combat or in a hand-to-hand struggle could probably have taken her. Still, Hilyar's conduct in avoiding Porter, except when the Cherub was in company, was certainly over-cautious, and very difficult to explain in a man of his tried courage. On March 27th, Porter decided to run out of the harbor on the first opportunity, so as to draw away his two antagonists in chase and let the Essex Junior escape. This plan had to be tried sooner than was expected. The two vessels were always ready, the Essex only having her proper complement of 255 men aboard. On the next day, the 28th, it came on to blow from the south, when the Essex parted her port cable and dragged the starboard anchor to leeward. So she got under way and made sail. By several trials it had been found that she was faster than the Phoebe, and that the Cherub was very slow indeed. So Porter had little anxiety about his own ship, only fearing for his consort. The British vessels were close in with the weathermost point of the bay, but Porter thought he could weather them, and hauled up for that purpose. Just as he was rounding the outermost point, which, if accomplished, would have secured his safety, a heavy squall struck the Essex, and when she was nearly gunwale under, the main topmast went by the board. She now wore and stood in for the harbor, but the wind had shifted, and on account of her crippled condition she could not gain it, so she bore up and anchored in a small bay 3 miles from Valparaiso, and half a mile from a detached Chilean battery of 1 gun, the Essex being within pistol shot of the shore. [Footnote: Letter of Captain David Porter, July 3, 1814.] End of footnote. The Phoebe and Cherub now bore down upon her, covered with ensigns, Union Jacks, and motto flags, and it became evident that Hilyar did not intend to keep his word as soon as he saw that Porter was disabled. So the Essex prepared for action, though there could be no chance whatever of success. Her flags were flying from every mast, and everything was made ready as far as was possible. The attack was made before springs could be got on her cables. She was anchored so near the shore as to preclude the possibility of Captain Hilyar's passing ahead of her. [Footnote: Letter of Captain James Hilyar, March 30th, 1814.] End of footnote. So his two ships came cautiously down, the Cherub taking her position on the starboard bow of the Essex and the Phoebe under the latter's stern. The attack began at 4 p.m. [Footnote: Meantime, Porter says 3:45, Hilyar a few minutes past 4. The former says the first attack lasted half an hour, the latter but 10 minutes. I accordingly make it 20. End of footnote. Some of the bow guns of the American frigate bore upon the Cherub, and as soon as she found this out, the sloop ran down and stationed herself near the Phoebe. The latter had opened with her broadside of long 18s from a position in which not one of Porter's guns could reach her. 3 times springs were got on the cables of the Essex in order to bring her round till her broadside bore, but in each instant they were shot away as soon as they were hauled taut. 3 long 12s were going out of the stern ports, and with these an animated fire was kept up on the 2 British ships, the aim being especially to cripple their rigging. A good many of Porter's crew were killed during the first 5 minutes before he could bring any guns to bear. But afterward he did not suffer much, and at 4:20, after a quarter of an hour's fight between the 3 long 12s of the Essex and the whole 36 broadside guns of the Phoebe and Cherub, the latter were actually driven off. They wore and again began with their long guns, but these producing no visible effect, both of the British ships hauled out of the fight at 4:30. Having lost the use of mainsail, jib, and mainstay, appearances looked a little inauspicious, writes Captain Hilliar, but the damages were soon repaired, and his 2 ships stood back for the crippled foe. Both stationed themselves on her port quarter, the Phoebe at anchor, with a spring firing her broadside, while the Cherub kept under way, using her long bow chasers. Their fire was very destructive, for they were out of reach of the Essex's carronades, and not one of her long guns could be brought to bear on them. Porter now cut his cable at 5:20, and tried to close with his antagonists. After many ineffectual efforts, sail was made. The flying jib halyards were the only serviceable ropes uncut. That sail was hoisted, and the foretop sail and foresail let fall, though the want of sheets and tacks rendered them almost useless. Still the Essex drove down on her assailants, and for the first time got near enough to use her carronades. For a minute or 2 the firing was tremendous, but after the first broadside the Cherub hauled out of the fight in great haste, and during the remainder of the action confined herself to using her bow guns from a distance. Immediately afterward the Phoebe also edged off, and by her superiority of sailing, her foe being now almost helpless, was enabled to choose her own distance, and again opened from her long 18s, out of range of Porter's carronades. [Footnote: American writers often sneer at Hilliar for keeping away from the Essex and out of reach of her short guns, but his conduct was eminently proper in this respect. It was no part of his duty to fight the Essex at the distance which best suited her, but on the contrary at that which least suited her. He of course wished to win the victory with the least possible loss to himself, and acted accordingly. His conduct in the action itself could not be improved upon. End of footnote. The carnage on board the Essex had now made her decks look like shambles. 1 gun was manned 3 times, 15 men being slain at it. Its captain alone escaped without a wound. There were but 1 or 2 instances of flinching. The wounded, many of them, were killed by flying splinters, while under the hands of the doctors, cheered on their comrades, and themselves worked at the guns like fiends as long as they could stand. At one of the bow guns was stationed a young Scotchman named Bisley, who had 1 leg shot off close by the groin. Using his handkerchief as a tourniquet, he said, turning to his American shipmates, "I left my own country and adopted the United States to fight for her. I hope I have this day proved myself worthy of the country of my adoption. I am no longer of any use to you or to her, so good-bye." With these words he leaned on the sill of the port and threw himself overboard. [Footnote: This and most of the other anecdotes are taken from the invaluable Life of Farragut, page 37 to 46. Among the very few men who flinched was one named William Roach. Porter sent one of his midshipmen to shoot him, but he was not to be found. He was discovered by a man named William Call, whose leg had been shot off and was hanging by the skin, and who dragged the shattered stump all round the bag house, pistol in hand, trying to get a shot at him. Lieutenant J.G. Cowell, with his leg shot off above the knee, and his life might have been saved had it been amputated at once, but the surgeons already had rows of wounded men waiting for them, and when it was proposed to him that he should be attended to out of order, he replied, "No, doctor, none of that. Fair play's a jewel. One man's life is as dear as another's. I would not cheat any poor man out of his turn." So he stayed at his post and died from loss of blood. Finding it hopeless to try to close, the Essex stood for the land, Porter intending to run her ashore and burn her. But when she had drifted close to the bluffs, the wind suddenly shifted, took her flat aback, and paid her head off shore, exposing her to a raking fire. At this moment Lieutenant Downes, commanding the Junior, pulled out in a boat through all the fire to see if he could do anything. 3 of the men with him, including an old boatswain's mate named Kingsbury, had come out expressly to share the fate of their old ship. So they remained aboard, and in their places Lieutenant Downes took some of the wounded ashore, while the Cherub kept up a tremendous fire upon him. The shift of the wind gave Porter a faint hope of closing, and once more the riddled hulk of the little American frigate was headed for her foes, but Hilliard put his helm up to avoid close quarters. The battle was his already, and the cool old captain was too good an officer to leave anything to chance. Seeing he could not close, Porter had a hawser bent on the sheet anchor and let go. This brought the ship's head around, keeping her stationary, and from such of her guns as were not dismounted and had men enough to man them, a broadside was fired at the Phoebe. The wind now very light, and the Phoebe, whose main and mizzen masts and main yard were rather seriously wounded, and who had suffered a great loss of canvas and cordage aloft, besides receiving a number of shot between wind and water. [Footnote: Captain Hilliard's letter. James says the Phoebe had 7 shot between wind and water, and 1 below the water line. Porter says she had 18 12-pound shot below the water line. The latter statement must have been an exaggeration, and James is probably farther wrong still.] and was thus a good deal crippled, began to drift slowly to leeward. It was hoped that she would drift out of gunshot, but this last chance was lost by the parting of the hawser, which left the Essex at the mercy of the British vessels. Their fire was deliberate and destructive, and could only be occasionally replied to by a shot from one of the long 12s of the Essex. The ship caught fire, and the flames came bursting up the hatchway, and a quantity of powder exploded below. Many of the crew were knocked overboard by shot and drowned. Others leaped into the water, thinking the ship was about to blow up, and tried to swim to the land. Some succeeded. Among them was one man who had 16 or 18 pieces of iron in his leg, scales from the muzzle of his gun. The frigate had been shattered to pieces above the water line, although from the smoothness of the sea she was not harmed enough below it to reduce her to a sinking condition. [Footnote: An exactly analogous case to that of the British sloop Reindeer.] The carpenter reported that he alone of his crew was fit for duty. The others were dead or disabled. Lieutenant Wilmer was knocked overboard by a splinter and drowned. His little negro boy, Ruff, came up on deck, and, hearing of the disaster, deliberately leaped into the sea and shared his master's fate. Lieutenant Audenheimer was also knocked overboard, but afterward regained the ship. A shot glancing upward killed 4 of the men who were standing by a gun, striking the last one in the head and scattering his brains over his comrades. The only commissioned officer left on duty was Lieutenant Decatur McKnight. The sailing master, Barnwell, when terribly wounded, remained at his post till he fainted from loss of blood. Of the 255 men aboard the Essex when the battle began, 58 had been killed, 66 wounded, and 31 drowned, missing, while 24 had succeeded in reaching shore. But 76 men were left unwounded, and many of these had been bruised or otherwise injured. Porter himself was knocked down by the windage of a passing shot, while the young midshipman Farragut was on the ward-room ladder going below for gun primers. The captain of the gun directly opposite the hatchway was struck full in the face by an 18-pound shot and tumbled back on him. They fell down the hatch together, Farragut being stunned for some minutes. Later, while standing by the man at the wheel, an old quartermaster named Francis Bland, a shot coming over the foreyard took off the quartermaster's right leg, carrying away at the same time one of Farragut's coat tails. The old fellow was helped below, but he died for lack of a tourniquet before he could be attended to. End of Part 12. Part 13 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 13. Nothing remained to be done, and at 6:20 the Essex surrendered and was taken possession of. The Phoebe had lost 4 men killed, including her first lieutenant, William Ingram, and 7 wounded. The Cherub, 1 killed and 3, including Captain Tucker, wounded. Total 5 killed and 10 wounded. Footnote: James says that most of the loss was occasioned by the first 3 broadsides of the Essex. This is not surprising, as in all she hardly fired half a dozen, and the last was discharged when half of the guns had been disabled, and there were scarcely men enough to man the remainder. Most of the time her resistance was limited to firing such of her 6 long guns as would bear. End of footnote. The difference in loss was natural, as, owing to their having long guns and the choice of position, the British had been able to fire 10 shot to the Americans' 1. The conduct of the 2 English captains in attacking Porter as soon as he was disabled in neutral waters, while they had been very careful to abstain from breaking the neutrality while he was in good condition, does not look well. At the best it shows that Hilyar had only been withheld hitherto from the attack by timidity, and it looks all the worse when it is remembered that Hilyar owed his ship's previous escape entirely to Porter's forbearance on a former occasion when the British frigate was entirely at his mercy, and that the British captain had afterward expressly said that he would not break the neutrality. Still, the British in this war did not act very differently from the way we ourselves did on 1 or 2 occasions in the Civil War, witness the capture of the Florida. And after the battle was once begun, the sneers which most of our historians, as well as the participators in the fight, have showered upon the British captains for not foregoing the advantages which their entire masts and better artillery gave them by coming to close quarters, are decidedly foolish.
Hilyar's conduct during the battle, as well as his treatment of the prisoners afterward, was perfect, and as a minor matter it may be mentioned that his official letter is singularly just and fair-minded. Says Lord Howard Douglas, footnote, Naval Gunnery, page 149.
End of footnote.
The action displayed all that can reflect honor on the science and admirable conduct of Captain Hilyar and his crew, which, without the assistance of the Cherub, would have ensured the same termination. Captain Porter's sneers at the respectful distance the Phoebe kept are in fact acknowledgments of the ability with which Captain Hilyar availed himself of the superiority of his arms. It was a brilliant affair. While endorsing this criticism, it may be worth while to compare it with some of the author's comments upon the other actions, as that between Decatur and the Macedonian. To make the odds here as great against Garden as they were against Porter, it would be necessary to suppose that the Macedonian had lost her main topmast, had but 6 long 18s to oppose to her antagonist's 24s, and that the latter was assisted by the corvette Adams, so that, as a matter of fact, Porter fought at fully double or treble the disadvantage Garden did, and, instead of surrendering when he had lost the third of his crew, fought till 3/5 of his men were dead or wounded, and, moreover, inflicted greater loss and damage on his antagonists than Garden did. If then, as Lord Douglas says, the defence of the Macedonian brilliantly upheld the character of the British Navy for courage, how much more did that of the Essex show for the American Navy? And if Hilyar's conduct was brilliant, that of Decatur was more so. This was an action in which it is difficult to tell exactly how to award praise. Captain Hilyar deserves it for the coolness and skill with which he made his approaches and took his positions, so as to destroy his adversary with least loss to himself, and also for the precision of his fire. The Cherub's behavior was more remarkable for extreme caution than for anything else. As regards the mere fight, Porter certainly did everything a man could do to contend successfully with the overwhelming force opposed to him, and the few guns that were available were served with the utmost precision. As an exhibition of dogged courage it has never been surpassed since the time when the Dutch captain Claysoon, after fighting 2 long days, blew up his disabled ship, devoting himself and all his crew to death rather than surrender to the hereditary foes of his race, and was bitterly avenged afterward by the grim sea-beggars of Holland. The days when Drake singed the beard of the Catholic king, and the small English craft were the dread and scourge of the great floating castles of Spain. Any man reading Farragut's account is forcibly reminded of some of the deeds of Daring Do in that, the heroic age of the Teutonic navies. Captain Hilyar, in his letter, says the defence of the Essex, taking into consideration our superiority of force, and the very discouraging circumstances of her having lost her main top-mast, and being twice on fire, did honor to her brave defenders, and most fully evinced the courage of Captain Porter and those under his command. Her colors were not struck until the loss in killed and wounded was so awfully great, and her shattered condition so seriously bad as to render all further resistance unavailing. Footnote: James, page 419, says, "The Essex, as far as is borne out by proof, the only safe way where an American is concerned, had 24 killed and 45 wounded, but Captain Porter, thinking by exaggeration his loss to prop up his fame, talks of 56 killed and mortally wounded, 39 severely, 27 slightly, etc., etc. The This would be no more worthy of notice than any other of his falsifications, were it not followed by various British writers. Hilyar states that he has 161 prisoners, has found 23 dead, that 3 wounded were taken off, between 20 and 30 reached the shore, and that the remainder were either killed or wounded. It is by wilfully preserving the silence about this last sentence that James makes out his case. It will be observed that Hilyar enumerates 161 plus 23 plus 3 plus 25, say, or 212, and says the remainder were either killed or wounded, Porter having 255 men at first. This remainder was 43. Hilyar stating that of his 161 prisoners 42 were wounded. His account thus gives the Americans 111 killed and wounded. James's silence about Hilyar's last sentence enables him to make the loss but 69, and his willful omission is quite on a par with the other meannesses and falsehoods which utterly destroy the reliability of his work. By Hilyar's own letter it is thus seen that Porter's loss in killed and wounded was certainly 111, perhaps 116, or if Porter had, as James says, 265 men, 126. There still remain some discrepancies between the official accounts, which can be compared in tabular form. Hilyar: prisoners unwounded 119, prisoners wounded 42, taken away wounded 3, those who reached shore 25, remainder killed or wounded 43, killed 23, for a total of 255. Porter: 75 prisoners unwounded, 27 prisoners slightly wounded, 39 prisoners severely wounded, 58 killed, 31 missing, 25 reached shore, total 255. The explanation probably is that Hilyar's 42 wounded do not include Porter's 27 slightly wounded, and that his 161 prisoners include Porter's 25 who reached shore, and his 25 who reached shore comes under Porter's 31 missing. This would make the accounts nearly tally. At any rate, in Porter's book are to be found the names of all his killed, wounded, and missing, and their relatives received pensions from the American government, which, if the returns were false, would certainly have been a most elaborate piece of deception. It is far more likely that Hilyar was mistaken, or he may have counted in the Essex Junior's crew, which would entirely account for the discrepancies. In any event, it must be remembered that he makes the American killed and wounded 111, Porter 124, and not 69, as James says. The latter's statement is willfully false, as he had seen Hilyar's letter. End of footnote. He also bears very candid testimony to the defense of the Essex, having been effective enough to at one time render the result doubtful, saying, "Our first attack produced no visible effect, our second was not more successful, and having lost the use of our mainsail, jib, and mainstay, appearances looked a little inauspicious." Throughout the war no ship was so desperately defended as the Essex, taking into account the frightful odds against which she fought, which always enhances the merit of a defense. The Lawrence, which suffered even more, was backed by a fleet. The Frolic was overcome by an equal foe, and the Reindeer fought at far less of a disadvantage, and suffered less. None of the frigates, British or American, were defended with anything like the resolution she displayed. But it is perhaps permissible to inquire whether Porter's course, after the accident to his topmast occurred, was altogether the best that could have been taken. On such a question no opinion could have been better than Farragut's, although, of course, his judgment was ex post facto, as he was very young at the time of the fight. In the first place, I consider our original and greatest error was in attempting to regain the anchorage. Being greatly superior in sailing powers, we should have borne up and run before the wind. If we had come in contact with the Phoebe, we should have carried her by boarding. If she avoided us, as she might have done by her greater ability to manoeuvre, then we should have taken her fire and passed on, leaving both vessels behind until we had replaced our topmast, by which time they would have been separated, as unless they did so it would have been no chase, the Cherub being a dull sailor. Secondly, when it was apparent to everybody that we had no chance of success under the circumstances, the ship should have been run ashore, throwing her broadside to the beach to prevent raking, and fought as long as was consistent with humanity, and then set on fire. But having determined upon anchoring, we should have bent a spring on to the ring of the anchor instead of to the cable, where it was exposed and could be shot away as fast as put on. But it must be remembered that when Porter decided to anchor near shore in neutral water, he could not anticipate Hilyar's deliberate and treacherous breach of faith. I do not allude to the mere disregard of neutrality. Whatever international moralists may say, such disregard is a mere question of expediency. If the benefits to be gained by attacking a hostile ship in neutral waters are such as to counterbalance the risk of incurring the enmity of the neutral power, why then the attack ought to be made. Had Hilyar, when he first made his appearance off Valparaiso, sailed in with his 2 ships, the men at quarters and guns out, and at once attacked Porter, considering the destruction of the Essex as outweighing the insult to Chile, why, his behavior would have been perfectly justifiable. In fact, this is unquestionably what he intended to do. But he suddenly found himself in such a position that in the event of hostilities his ship would be the captured one, and he owed his escape purely to Porter's over-forbearance under great provocation. Then he gave his word to Porter that he would not infringe on the neutrality, and he never dared to break it until he saw Porter was disabled and almost helpless. This may seem strong language to use about a British officer, but it is justly strong. Exactly as any outsider must consider Warrington's attack on the British brig Nautilus in 1815 as a piece of needless cruelty, so any outsider must consider Hilyar as having most treacherously broken faith with Porter. After the fight, Hilyar behaved most kindly and courteously to the prisoners, and as already said, he fought his ship most ably, for it would have been quixotic to a degree to forego his advantages. But previous to the battle his conduct had been over-cautious. It was to be expected that the Essex would make her escape as soon as practicable, and so he should have used every effort to bring her to action. Instead of this, he always declined the fight when alone, and he owed his ultimate success to the fact that the Essex, instead of escaping, as she could several times have done, stayed hoping to bring the Phoebe to action single-handed. It must be remembered that the Essex was almost as weak compared to the Phoebe as the Cherub was compared to the Essex. The latter was just about midway between the British ships, as may be seen by the following comparison. In the action the Essex fought all 6 of her long 12s, and the Cherub both her long 9s, instead of the corresponding broadside carronades which the ships regularly used. This gives the Essex a better armament than she would have had fighting her guns as they were regularly used. But it can be seen how great the inequality still was. It must also be kept in mind that while the battles between the American 44s and British 38s, the short-weight 24-pounders of the former had in reality no greater range or accuracy than the full-weight 18s of their opponents. In this case, the Phoebe's full-weight 18s had the much greater range and accuracy than the short-weight 12s of the Essex. Comparative force. The Phoebe, 320 men. Broadside guns, 13 long 18s with a weight of 234 pounds, 1 long 12 with a weight of 12 pounds, and 1 long 9 with a weight of 9 pounds, for a total long gun weight of 255 pounds. 7 short 32s for a total weight of 224 pounds, and 1 short 18, total weight 18 pounds, for a total short gun weight of 242 pounds. The totals were 23 guns and 497 pounds. The Cherub had 180 men. Broadside guns, 2 long 9s for a total of 18 pounds, and a total of 18 pounds of long gun weight. 2 short 18s for a total of 36 pounds, 9 short 32s for a total of 288 pounds, and a total short gun weight of 324 pounds. Total of 13 guns and 342 pounds. The total British force, 500 men, 36 guns, 839 pounds of metal, 273 long and 566 short. The Essex had 255 men, 6 long 12s, for a total of 66 pounds of long gun weight, and 17 short 32s for a total of 504 pounds of short gun weight, taking 7% off for short weight. And the totals for the Essex, 255 men, 23 guns, and 570 pounds of metal. All accounts agree as to the armament of the Essex. I have taken that of the Phoebe and Cherub from James, but Captain Porter's official letter and all the other American accounts make the Phoebe's broadside 15 long 18s and 8 short 32s, and give the Cherub in all 18 short 32s, 8 short 24s, and 2 long 9s. This would make their broadside 904 pounds, 288 long, 616 short. I would have no doubt that the American accounts were right if the question rested solely on James's veracity, but he probably took his figures from official sources. At any rate, remembering the difference between long guns and carronades, it appears that the Essex was really nearly intermediate in force between the Phoebe and the Cherub, the battle being fought, with a very trifling exception, at long range. It was in reality conflict between a crippled ship throwing a broadside of 66 pounds of metal, and 2 ships throwing 273 pounds, who, by their ability to maneuver, could choose positions where they could act with full effect, while their antagonist could not return a shot. Contemporary history does not afford a single instance of so determined a defense against such frightful odds.
The official letters of Captains Hilliar and Porter agree substantially in all respects.
The details of the fight, as seen in the Essex, are found in the Life of Farragut. But although the British captain does full justice to his foe, British historians have universally tried to belittle Porter's conduct. It is much to be regretted that we have no British account worth paying attention to of the proceedings before the fight,
when the Phoebe declined single combat with the Essex.
James, of course, states that the Phoebe did not decline it, but he gives no authority, and his unsupported assertion would be valueless even if uncontradicted. His account of the action is grossly inaccurate, as he has inexcusably garbled Hilliar's report. One instance of this I have already mentioned, as regards Hilliard's account of Porter's loss. Again, Hilliard distinctly states that the Essex was twice on fire, yet James, page 418, utterly denies this, thereby impliedly accusing the British captain of falsehood. There is really no need of the corroboration of Porter's letter, but he has it most fully in the Life of Farragut, page 37. The men came rushing up from below, many with their clothes burning, which were torn from them as quickly as possible, and those for whom this could not be done were told to jump overboard and quench the flames. One man swam to shore with scarcely a square inch of his body which had not been burned, and although he was deranged for some days, he ultimately recovered and afterwards served with me in the West Indies. The third unfounded statement in James's account is that buckets of spirits were found in all parts of the main deck of the Essex, and that most of the prisoners were drunk. No authority is cited for this, and there is not a shadow of truth in it. He ends by stating that few even in his own country will venture to speak well of Captain David Porter. After these various paragraphs we are certainly justified in rejecting James's account in toto. An occasional mistake is perfectly excusable, and gross ignorance of a good many facts does not invalidate a man's testimony with regard to some others with which he is acquainted, but a wilful and systematic perversion of the truth in a number of cases throws a very strong doubt on a historian's remaining statements, unless they are supported by unquestionable authority. But if British historians have generally given Porter much less than his due by omitting all reference to the inferiority of his guns, his lost topmast, etc., it is no worse than Americans have done in similar cases. The latter, for example, will make great allowances in the case of the Essex for her having carronades only, but utterly fail to allude to the Cyane and Levant as having suffered under the same disadvantage. They should remember that the rules cut both ways. The Essex having suffered chiefly above the waterline, she was repaired sufficiently in Valparaiso to enable her to make the voyage to England, where she was added to the British Navy. The Essex Junior was disarmed, and the American prisoners embarked in her for New York on parole. But Lieutenant McKnight, Chaplain Adams, Midshipman Lyman, and 11 seamen were exchanged on the spot for some of the British prisoners on board the Essex Junior. McKnight and Lyman accompanied the Phoebe to Rio de Janeiro, where they embarked on a Swedish vessel, were taken out of her by the Wasp, Captain Blakely, and were lost with the rest of the crew of that vessel. The others reached New York in safety. Of the prizes made by the Essex, some were burnt or sunk by the Americans, and some retaken by the British, and so, after nearly 2 years' uninterrupted success, the career of the Essex terminated amid disasters of all kinds. But at least her officers and crew could reflect that they had afforded an example of courage in adversity that it would be difficult to match elsewhere. The first of the new heavy sloops of war that got to sea was the Frolic, Master Commandant Joseph Bainbridge, which put out early in February. Shortly afterward she encountered a large Carthaginian privateer, which refused to surrender and was sunk by a broadside, nearly 100 of a crew being drowned. Before daylight, on the 20th of April, latitude 24 degrees 12 minutes north, longitude 81 degrees 25 minutes west, she fell in with the British 36-gun frigate Orpheus, Captain Pigot, and the 12-gun schooner Shelburne, Lieutenant Hope, both to leeward. The schooner soon weathered the Frolic, but of course was afraid to close, and the American sloop continued beating to windward in the effort to escape for nearly 13 hours. the water was started, the anchors cut away, and finally the guns thrown overboard, a measure by means of which both the Hornet, the Rattlesnake, and the Adams succeeded in escaping under similar circumstances. But all was of no avail, and she was finally captured. The Court of Inquiry honorably acquitted both officers and crew. As was to be expected, James considers the surrender a disgraceful one, because the guns were thrown overboard. As I have said, this was a measure which had proved successful in several cases of a like nature. The criticism is a piece of petty meanness. Fortunately, we have Admiral Codrington's dictum on the surrender, Memoirs, Volume 1, page 310, which he evidently considered as perfectly honorable. A sister ship to the Frolic, the Peacock, Captain Lewis Warrington, sailed from New York on March 12th, and cruised southward on the 28th of April at 7 in the morning. Latitude 17 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 80 degrees 7 minutes west. Several sail were made to windward. [Footnote: Official letter of Captain Warrington, April 29, 1814.] End of footnote. These were a small convoy of merchant men bound for the Bermudas, under the protection of the 18-gun brig sloop Epervier, Captain Wales, 5 days out of Havana, and with $118,000 in specie aboard. [Footnote: James, Volume 6, page 424.]
End of footnote.
The Epervier, when discovered, was steering north by east, the wind being from the eastward. Soon afterward the wind veered gradually round to the southward, and the Epervier hauled up close on the port tack, while the convoy made all sail away, and the Peacock came down with the wind on her starboard quarter. At 10 a.m. the vessels were within gunshot, and the Peacock edged away to get in a raking broadside, but the Epervier frustrated this by putting her helm up until close on her adversary's bow, when she rounded to and fired her starboard guns, receiving in return the starboard broadside of the Peacock at 10:20 a.m. These first broadsides took effect aloft, the brig being partially dismantled, while the Peacock's foreyard was totally disabled by 2 round shot in the starboard quarter, which deprived the ship of the use of her foresail and foretopsail, and compelled her to run large. However, the Epervier eased away. [Footnote: According to some accounts, she at this time tacked.] End of footnote. When abaft her foe's beam, and ran off alongside of her, using her port guns, while the American still had the starboard battery engaged at 10:35. The Peacock's fire was now very hot, and directed chiefly at her adversary's hull, on which it told heavily, while she did not suffer at all in return. The Epervier coming up into the wind, owing somewhat to the loss of head sail, Captain Wales called his crew aft to try boarding, but they refused, saying, "She's too heavy for us." [Footnote: James, Naval Occurrences, page 243.] End of footnote. And then at 11:05 the colors were hauled down. Except the injury to her foreyard, the Peacock's damages were confined to the loss of a few topmast and top-gallant backstays, and some shot-holes through her sails. Of her crew, consisting all told 166 men and boys, [Footnote: Niles' Register, Volume 6, page 196, says only 160. The above is taken from Warrington's letter of June 1st, preserved with the other manuscript letters in the Naval Archives. The crew contained about 10 boys, was not composed of picked men, and did not number 185. See James. End of footnote. Only 2 were wounded, both slightly. The Epervier, on the other hand, had 45 shot holes in her hull, 5 feet of water in her hold, main topmast over the side, main mast nearly in two, main boom shot away, bowsprit wounded severely, and most of the fore-rigging and stays shot away, and of a crew of 128 men, according to the list of prisoners given by Captain Warrington. James says 118, but he is not backed up by any official report. 9 were killed and mortally wounded, and 14 severely and slightly wounded. Instead of 2 long 6s for bow chasers and a shifting carronade, she had 2 18-pound carronades, according to the American prize list. Footnote: American State Papers, Volume 14, page 427, end of footnote. Captain Warrington says 32s. Otherwise she was armed as usual. She was, like the rest of her kind, very tubby, being as broad as the Peacock, though 10 feet shorter on deck. Allowing as usual 7% for short weight of the American shot, we get the comparative force. Comparative force. The Peacock 509 tons, number of broadside guns 11, weight of metal 315 pounds, crew 166, loss of 2. The Epervier 477 tons, 9, number of broadside guns, weight of metal 274 pounds, crew of 128, loss 23. This is the relative force being as 12:10. The relative execution done was as 12:1, and the Epervier surrendered before she had lost a fifth of her crew. The case of the Epervier closely resembles that of the Argus. In both cases the officers behaved finely. In both cases, too, the victorious foe was heavier in about the same proportion, while neither the crew of the Argus nor the crew of the Epervier fought with the determined bravery displayed by the combatants in almost every other struggle of the war. But it must be added that the Epervier did worse than the Argus, and the Peacock American better than the Pelican. The gunnery of the Epervier was extraordinarily poor. The most disgraceful part of the affair was that our ship was cut to pieces and the enemy hardly scratched. Footnote: Memoirs of Admiral Codrington, Volume 1, page 322, end of footnote. James states that after the first 2 or 3 broadsides several carronades became unshipped, and that the others were dismounted by the fire of the Peacock, that the men had not been exercised at the guns, and, most important of all, that the crew, which contained several foreigners, but was chiefly British, as the Argus was chiefly American, was disgracefully bad. The Peacock, on the contrary, showed skillful seamanship as well as excellent gunnery. In 45 minutes after the fight was over, the foreyard had been sent down and fished, the foresail set up, and everything in complete order again. Footnote: Letter of Captain Warrington, April 29, 1814, end of footnote. The prize was got in sailing order by dark, though great exertions had to be made to prevent her sinking. Mr. Nicholson, first of the Peacock, was put in charge as prize master. The next day the 2 vessels were abreast of Amelia Island, when 2 frigates were discovered in the north. To leeward, Captain Warrington at once directed the prize to proceed to St. Mary's, while he separated and made sail on a wind to the south, intending to draw the frigates after him, as he was confident that the Peacock, a very fast vessel, could outsail them. Footnote: Letter of Captain Warrington, May 4th, 1814, end of footnote. The plan succeeded perfectly, the brig reaching Savannah on the 1st of May, and the ship 3 days afterwards. The Epervier was purchased for the U.S. Navy under the same name and rate. The Peacock sailed again on June 4th. Footnote: letter of Captain Warrington, October 30th, 1814. End of footnote. Going first northward to the Grand Banks, then to the Azores. Then she stationed herself in the mouth of the Irish Channel, and afterward cruised off Cork, the mouth of the Shannon, and the north of Ireland, capturing several very valuable prizes and creating great consternation. She then changed her station to elude the numerous vessels that had been sent after her, and sailed southward off Cape Ortegal, Cape Finisterre, and finally among the Barbados, reaching New York on October 29th. During this cruise she encountered no war vessel smaller than a frigate, but captured 14 sail of merchantmen, some containing valuable cargoes, and manned by 148 men. On April 29th, HMS schooner Ballyhoo, 6, Lieutenant King, while cruising off the American coast, was captured by the Perry privateer, a much heavier vessel, after an action of 10 minutes' duration. The general peace prevailing in Europe allowed the British to turn their energies altogether to America, and in no place was this increased vigor so much felt as in Chesapeake Bay, where a great number of line-of-battle ships, frigates, sloops, and transports had assembled in preparation for the assault on Washington and Baltimore. The defense of these waters was confided to Captain Joshua Barney. Footnote: he was born in Baltimore, July 7, 1759. James, with habitual accuracy, calls him an Irishman. He makes Decatur, by the way, commit the geographical solecism of being born in Maryland, Virginia. End of footnote. With a flotilla of gunboats. These consisted of 3 or 4 sloops and schooners, but mainly of barges, which were often smaller than the ship's boats that were sent against them. These gunboats were manned by from 20 to 40 men each, and each carried, according to its size, 1 or 2 long 24, 18 or 12-pounders. They were bad craft at best, and in addition, it is difficult to believe that they were handled to the fullest advantage. On June 1st, Commodore Barney, with the block sloop Scorpion and 14 smaller gunboats, chiefly row galleys, passed the mouth of the Patuxent and chased the British schooner St. Lawrence and 7 boats under Captain Barry, until they took refuge with the Dragon 74, which in turn chased Barney's flotilla into the Patuxent, where she blockaded it in company with the Albion 74. They were afterward joined by the Loire 36, Narcissus 32, and La Sueur 18, and Commodore Barney moved 2 miles up St. Leonard's Creek, while the frigates and sloop blockaded its mouth. A deadlock now ensued. The gunboats were afraid to attack the ships, and the ships' boats were just as afraid of the gunboats. On the 8th, 9th, and 11th, skirmishes occurred. On each occasion the British boats came up till they caught sight of Barney's flotilla, and were promptly chased off by the latter, which, however, took great care not to meddle with the larger vessels. Finally, Colonel Wadsworth of the artillery, with 2 long 18-pounders, assisted by the marines under Captain Miller and a few regulars, offered to cooperate from the shore, while Barney assailed the 2 frigates with the flotilla. On the 26th the joint attack took place most successfully. The Loire and Narcissus were driven off, although not much damaged, and the flotilla rowed out in triumph, with a loss of but 4 killed and 7 wounded. But in spite of this small success, which was mainly due to Colonel Wadsworth, Commodore Barney made no more attempts with his gunboats. The bravery and skill which the flotilla men showed at Bladensburg proved conclusively that their ill success on the water was due to the craft they were in, and not to any failing of the men. At the same period the French gunboats were even more unsuccessful, but the Danes certainly did very well with theirs. Barney's flotilla in the Patuxent remained quiet until August 22nd, and then was burned when the British advanced on Washington. The history of this advance, as well as of the unsuccessful one on Baltimore, concerns less the American than the British navy, and will be but briefly alluded to here. On August 20th, Major General Ross and Rear Admiral Cockburn, with about 5,000 soldiers and marines, moved on Washington by land, while a squadron composed of the Seahorse 38, Euryalus 36, bombs, Devastation, Etna, and Meteor, and rocket ship Erebus, under Captain James Alexander Gordon, moved up the Potomac to attack Fort Washington near Alexandria, and Sir Peter Parker in the Menelaus 38 was sent to create a diversion above Baltimore. Sir Peter's diversion turned out most unfortunately for him, for having landed to attack 120 Maryland militia under Colonel Reed, he lost his own life, while 50 of his followers were placed hors de combat, and the remainder chased back to the ship by the victors, who had but 3 wounded. The American army which was to oppose Ross and Cockburn consisted of some 7,000 militia, who fled so quickly that only about 1,500 British had time to become engaged. The fight was really between these 1,500 British regulars and the American flotilla men. These consisted of 78 marines under Captain Miller and 370 sailors, some of whom served under Captain Barney, who had a battery of 2 18s and 3 12s, while the others were armed with muskets and pikes and acted with the marines. Both sailors and marines did nobly, inflicting most of the loss the British suffered, which amounted to 256 men, and in return lost over 100 of their own men, including the 2 captains who were wounded and captured with the guns. Footnote: the optimistic Cooper thinks that 2 regular regiments would have given the Americans this battle, which is open to doubt. End of footnote. Ross took Washington and burned the public buildings, and the panic-struck Americans foolishly burned the Columbia 44 and Argus 18, which were nearly ready for service. Captain Gordon's attack on Fort Washington was conducted with great skill and success. Fort Washington was abandoned as soon as fired upon, and the city of Alexandria surrendered upon most humiliating conditions. Captain Gordon was now joined by the Fairy 18, Captain Baker, who brought him orders to return from Vice Admiral Cochrane, and the squadron began to work down the river, which was very difficult to navigate. Commodore Rodgers, with some of the crew of the 244s Guerrière and Java, tried to bar their progress, but had not sufficient means. On September 1st an attempt was made to destroy the Devastation by fire ships, but it failed. On the 4th the attempt was repeated by Commodore Rodgers with a party of some 40 men, but they were driven off and attacked by the British boats under Captain Baker, who in turn was repulsed, with the loss of his second lieutenant killed and some 25 men killed or wounded. The squadron also had to pass and silence a battery of light field pieces on the 5th, where they suffered enough to raise their total loss to 7 killed and 35 wounded. Gordon's inland expedition was thus concluded most successfully, at a very trivial cost. It was a most venturesome feat, reflecting great honor on the captains and crews engaged in it. Baltimore was threatened actively by sea and land early in September. On the 13th an indecisive conflict took place between the British regulars and American militia, in which the former came off with the honor and the latter with the profit. The regulars held the field, losing 350 men, including General Ross. The militia retreated in fair order, with a loss of but 200. The water attack was also unsuccessful. At 5 a.m. on the 13th, the bomb vessels Meteor, Etna, Terror, Volcano, and Devastation, the rocket ship Erebus, and the frigates Severn, Euryalus, Havana, and Hebrus opened on Fort McHenry, one of the other fortifications, being occasionally fired at. A furious but harmless cannonade was kept up between the forts and ships until 7 a.m. on the 14th, when the British fleet and army retired. I have related these events out of their natural order, because they really had very little to do with our navy, and yet it is necessary to mention them in order to give an idea of the course of events. The British and American accounts of the various gunboat attacks differ widely, and it is very certain that the gunboats accomplished little or nothing of importance. On the other hand, their loss amounted to nothing, for many of those that were sunk were afterward raised, and the total tonnage of those destroyed would not much exceed that of the British barges captured by them from time to time or destroyed by the land batteries. The purchased brig Rattlesnake 16 had been cruising in the Atlantic with a good deal of success, but in latitude 40 degrees north, longitude 33 degrees west, it was chased by a frigate, from which Lieutenant Renshaw, the brig's commander, managed to escape only by throwing overboard all his guns except 2 long 9s. And on June 22nd he was captured by the Leander 50, Captain Sir George Ralph Collier, K.C.B. The third of the new sloops to get to sea was the Wasp 22, Captain Johnston Blakely, which left Portsmouth on May 1st with a very fine crew of 173 men, almost exclusively New Englanders. There was said not to have been a single foreign seaman on board. It is at all events certain that during the whole war no vessel was ever better manned and commanded than this daring and resolute cruiser. The Wasp slipped unperceived through the blockading frigates and ran into the mouth of the English Channel, right in the thick of the English cruisers. Here she remained several weeks, burning and scuttling many ships. Finally, on June 28th at 4 a.m., in latitude 48 degrees 36 minutes north, longitude 11 degrees 15 minutes west, footnote, letter of Captain Blakely, July 8, 1814, end of footnote, while in chase of 2 merchant men, a sail was made on the weather beam. This was the British brig sloop Reindeer 18, Captain William Manners, footnote James, volume 6, page 429, end of footnote, with a crew of 118, as brave men as ever sailed or fought on the narrow seas. Like the Peacock British, the Reindeer was only armed with 24-pounders, and Captain Manners must have known well that he was to do battle with a foe heavier than himself. But there was no more gallant seaman in the whole British navy, fertile as it was in men who cared but little for odds of size or strength. As the day broke, the Reindeer made sail for the Wasp, then lying in the west-southwest. The sky was overcast with clouds, and the smoothness of the sea was hardly disturbed by the light breeze that blew out of the northeast. Captain Blakely hauled up and stood for his antagonist, as the latter came slowly down, with the wind nearly aft, and so light was the weather that the vessels kept almost on even keels. It was not till 1:15 that the Wasp's drum rolled out its loud challenge as it beat to quarters, and a few minutes afterward the ship put about and stood for the foe, thinking to weather him. But at 1:50 the brig also tacked and stood away, each of the cool and skilful captains being bent on keeping the weather gauge. At 2:30 the Reindeer again tacked, and taking in her staysails stood for the Wasp, who furled her royals, and seeing that she would be weathered at 2:50 put about in her turn and ran off, with the wind a little forward the port beam, brailing up the mizzen, while the Reindeer hoisted her flying jib to close, and gradually came up on the Wasp's weather quarter. At 3:17, when the vessels were not 60 yards apart, the British opened the conflict, firing the shifting 12-pound carronade loaded with round and grape. To this the Americans could make no return, and it was again loaded and fired with the utmost deliberation. This was repeated 5 times, and would have been a trying ordeal to a crew less perfectly disciplined than the Wasp's. At 3:26 Captain Blakely, finding his enemy did not get on his beam, put his helm alee and luffed up, firing his guns from aft forward as they bore. For 10 minutes the ship and the brig lay abreast, not 20 yards apart, while the cannonade was terribly destructive. The concussion of the explosions almost deadened what little way the vessels had on, and the smoke hung over them like a pall. The men worked at the guns with desperate energy, but the odds in weight of metal, 3-2, were too great against the Reindeer, where both sides played their parts so manfully. Captain Manners stood at his post as resolute as ever, though wounded again and again. A grape shot passed through both his thighs, bringing him to the deck, but, maimed and bleeding to death, he sprung to his feet, cheering on the seamen. The vessels were now almost touching, and put his helm a-weather. He ran the Wasp aboard on her port. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Blakely, July 8, 1814. Cooper starboard. It is a point of little importance. All accounts agree as to the relative positions of the craft. End of footnote. Quarter, while the boarders gathered forward to try it with the steel. But the Carolina captain had prepared for this with cool confidence. The marines came aft, close under the bulwarks, crouched the boarders, grasping in their hands the naked cutlasses, while behind them were drawn up the pikemen. As the vessels came grinding together, the men hacked and thrust at one another through the open portholes, while the black smoke curled up from between the hulls. Then through the smoke appeared the grim faces of the British sea-dogs, and the fighting was bloody enough. For the stubborn English stood well in the hard hand-play, but those who escaped the deadly fire of the topmen escaped only to be riddled through by the long Yankee pikes. So, avenged by their own hands, the foremost of the assailants died, and the others gave back. The attack was foiled, though the Reindeer's marines kept answering well the American fire. Then the English captain, already mortally wounded, but with the indomitable courage that nothing but death could conquer, cheering and rallying his men, himself sprang, sword in hand, into the rigging to lead them on. And they followed him with a will. At that instant a ball from the Wasp's main-top crashed through his skull, and still clenching in his right hand the sword he had shown he would wear so worthily, with his face to the foe, he fell back on his own deck dead, while above him yet floated the flag for which he had given his life. No Norse Viking, slain over shield, ever died better. As the British leader fell, and his men recoiled, Captain Blakely passed the word to board. With wild hurrahs the boarders swarmed over the hammock nettings. There was a moment's furious struggle. The surviving British were slain or driven below. and the captain's clerk, the highest officer left, surrendered the brig at 3:44, just 27 minutes after the Reindeer had fired the first gun, and just 18 after the Wasp had responded. Both ships had suffered severely in the short struggle, but as with the Shannon and Chesapeake, the injuries were much less severe aloft than in the hulls. All the spars were in their places. The Wasp's hull had received 6 round and many grape. A 24-pound shot had passed through the foremast, and of her crew of 173, 11 were killed or mortally wounded, and 15 wounded severely or slightly. The Reindeer was completely cut to pieces in a line, with her ports, her upper works, boats, and spare spars being one entire wreck. Of her crew of 118 men, 33 were killed outright or died later, and 34 were wounded, nearly all severely. Comparative force. The Wasp, 509 tons, 315 pounds of broadside metal,
22 guns,
173 men, number of loss 26. The Reindeer, 477 tons, 10 guns, 210 pounds of broadside metal, 118 crew, 67 loss. It is thus seen that the Reindeer fought at a greater disadvantage than any other of the various British sloops that were captured in single action during the war, and yet she made a better fight than any of them, though the Frolic, and the Frolic only, was defended with the same desperate courage. A pretty sure proof that the heavy metal is not the only factor to be considered in accounting for the American victories. It is difficult to say which vessel behaved the best in this short but gallant combat. Footnote Cooper, Vol. 2, page 287.
End of footnote.
I doubt if the war produced 2 better single-ship commanders than Captain Blakely and Captain Manners, and an equal meed of praise attaches to both crews. The British could rightly say that they yielded purely to heavy odds in men and metal, and the Americans that the difference in execution was fully proportioned to the difference in force. It is difficult to know which to admire most: the wary skill with which each captain manoeuvred before the fight, the perfect training and discipline that their crews showed, the decision and promptitude with which Captain Manners tried to retrieve the day by boarding, and the desperate bravery with which the attempt was made, or the readiness with which Captain Blakely made his preparations, and the cool courage with which the assault was foiled. All people of the English stock, no matter on which side of the Atlantic they live, if they have any pride in the many feats of fierce prowess done by the men of their blood and race, should never forget this fight, although we cannot but feel grieved to find that such men, men of one race and one speech, brothers in blood as well as in bravery, should ever have had to turn their weapons against one another. The day after the conflict, the prize's foremast went by the board, and as she was much damaged by shot, Captain Blakely burned her, put a portion of his wounded prisoners on board a neutral, and with the remainder proceeded to France, reaching Lorient on the 8th day of July. End of part 13. Part 14 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 14. On July 4th, Sailing Master Percival and 30 volunteers of the New York flotilla, footnote, letter of Commander J. Lewis, July 6, 1814. End of footnote. concealed themselves on board a fishing smack and carried by surprise the Eagle tender, which contained a 32-pound howitzer and 14 men, 4 of whom were wounded. On July 12th, while off the west coast of South Africa, the American brig Siren was captured after a chase of 11 hours by the Medway 74 Captain Brine. The chase was to windward during the whole time, and made every effort to escape, throwing overboard all her boats, anchors, cables, and spare spars. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Brine to Vice Admiral Tyler, July 12, 1814.] End of footnote. Her commander, Captain Parker, had died, and she was in charge of Lieutenant N. J. Nicholson. By a curious coincidence, on the same day, July 12th, H.M. Cutter Landral 4, [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 436. His statement is wrong as regards the privateer.] End of footnote. Of 20 men, Lieutenant Lancaster was captured by the American privateer Siren, a schooner mounting 1 long heavy gun, with a crew of 70 men. The Landrail had 7, and the Siren 3 men wounded. On July 14th, gunboat No. 88, Sailing Master George Clement, captured after a short skirmish the tender of the Tenedos frigate, with her second lieutenant, 2 midshipmen, and 10 seamen. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Isaac Hull, July 15, 1814.] End of footnote. The Wasp stayed in Lorient till she was thoroughly refitted, and had filled in part the gaps in her crew from the American privateers in port. On August 27th, Captain Blakely sailed again, making 2 prizes during the next 3 days. On September 1st she came up on a convoy of 10 sail under the protection of the Armada 74, all bound for Gibraltar. The swift cruiser hovered round the merchantmen like a hawk, and though chased off again and again by the line of battle ship, always returned the instant the pursuit stopped, and finally actually succeeded in cutting off and capturing 1 ship laden with iron and brass cannon, muskets, and other military stores of great value. At 6:30 on the evening of the same day, in latitude 47 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 11 degrees west, while running almost free, 4 sail, 2 on the starboard bow and 2 on the port, rather more to leeward, were made out. [Footnote: Official letter of Captain Blakely, September 8, 1814.] End of footnote. Captain Blakely at once made sail for the most weatherly of the 4 ships in sight, though well aware that more than one of them might prove to be hostile cruisers, and they were all of unknown force. But the determined Carolinian was not one to be troubled by such considerations. He probably had several men less under his command than in the former action, but had profited by his experience with the Reindeer in one point, having taken aboard her 12-pounder boat Carronade, of whose efficacy he had had very practical proof. The chase, the British brig sloop Avon, 18, Captain the Honorable James Arbuthnot, [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 432.] End of footnote. Was steering almost southwest, the wind, which was blowing fresh from the southeast, being a little abaft the port beam. At 7 o'clock the Avon began making night signals with the lanterns, but the Wasp, disregarding these, came steadily on. At 8:38 the Avon fired a shot from her stern chaser, [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 432.] End of footnote. And shortly afterward another from one of her lee or starboard guns. At 20 minutes past 9 the Wasp was on the port or weather quarter of the Avon, and the vessels interchanged several hails. One of the American officers then came forward on the forecastle and ordered the brig to heave to, which the latter declined doing, and set her port foretopmast studding sail. The Wasp then at 9:29 fired the 12-pound carronade into her, to which the Avon responded with her stern chaser and the aftermost port guns. Captain Blakely then put his helm up for fear his adversary would try to escape, and ran to leeward of her, and then ranged up alongside, having poured a broadside into her quarter. A close and furious engagement began, at such short range that the only one of the Wasp's crew who was wounded was hit by a wad. 4 round shot struck her hull, killing 2 men, and she suffered a good deal in her rigging. The men on board did not know the name of their antagonist, but they could see through the smoke and the gloom of the night, as her black hull surged through the water, that she was a large brig, and aloft against the sky the sailors could be discerned clustering in the tops. [Footnote: Captain Blakely's letter.] In spite of the darkness, the Wasp's fire was directed with deadly precision. The Avon's gaff was shot away at almost the first broadside, and most of her main rigging and spars followed suit. She was hulled again and again, often below waterline. Some of her carronades were dismounted, and finally the mainmast went by the board. At 10 o'clock, after 31 minutes of combat, her fire had been completely silenced, and Captain Blakely hailed to know if she had struck. No answer being received, and the brig firing a few random shot, the action recommenced. But at 10:12 the Avon was again hailed, and this time answered that she had struck. While lowering away a boat to take possession, another sail, H.B.M. brig sloop Castilian 18, Captain Bramer, was seen astern. The men were again called to quarters, and everything put in readiness as rapidly as possible. But at 10:36 2 more sail were seen, one of which was H.B.M. Tartarus 20. [Footnote: Niles Register, vol. 6, page 216.] The braces being cut away, the Wasp was put before the wind until new ones could be rove. The Castilian pursued till she came up close, when she fired her lee guns into, or rather over, the weather quarter of the Wasp, cutting her rigging slightly. Repeated signals of distress having now been made by the Avon, which had lost 10 men killed and 32 wounded, the Castilian tacked and stood for her, and on closing found out she was sinking. Hardly had her crew been taken out when she went down. Counting the Wasp's complement as full, though it was probably 2 or 3 short, taking James's statement of the crew of the Avon as true, including the boat carronades of both vessels, and considering the Avon's stern chaser to have been a 6-pounder, we get the comparative force: Wasp 509 tons, 12 guns, 327 pounds of metal, 160 crew, 3 loss. The Avon 477 tons, 11 guns, 280 pounds of metal, 117 crew, 42 loss. It is self-evident that in the case of this action the odds, 14-11, are neither enough to account for the loss inflicted, being as 14-1, nor for the rapidity with which, during a night encounter, the Avon was placed in a sinking condition. The gallantry of Avon's officers and crew cannot for a moment be questioned, but the gunnery of the latter appears to have been not one whit better than, to the discredit of the British Navy, had frequently before been displayed in combats of this kind. nor, judging from the specimen given by the Castilian, it is likely that she would have performed any better. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 435.] On the other hand, Captain Blakely's conduct on this occasion had all the merit shown in the previous action, with the additional claim of engaging an enemy under circumstances which led him to believe that her consorts were in the immediate vicinity. The steady, officer-like way in which the Avon was destroyed, and the coolness with which he prepared to engage the Castilian within 10 minutes after his first antagonist had struck, are the best encomiums on this officer's character and spirit, as well as on the school in which he had been trained. [Footnote: Cooper, vol. 2, page 291.] The Wasp now cruised to the southward and westward, taking and scuttling 1 or 2 prizes. On September 21st, latitude 33 degrees 12 minutes north, longitude 14 degrees 56 minutes west, she captured the brig Atalanta, 8, with 19 men, which proved a valuable prize, and was sent in with one of the midshipmen, Mr. Geisinger, aboard as prize master, who reached Savannah in safety on November 4th. Meanwhile, the Wasp kept on toward the southeast. On October 9th, in latitude 18 degrees 35 minutes north, longitude 30 degrees 10 minutes west, she spoke and boarded the Swedish brig Adonis, and took out of her Lieutenant McKnight and Mr. Lyman, a master's mate, both Lady the Essex, on their way to England from Brazil. This was the last that was ever heard of the gallant but ill-fated Wasp. How she perished none ever knew. All that is certain is that she was never seen again. She was as good a ship, as well manned, and as ably commanded as any vessel in our little navy, and it may be doubted if there was at that time any foreign sloop of war of her size and strength that could have stood against her in fair fight. As I have said, the Wasp was manned almost exclusively by Americans. James says they were mostly Irish, the reason he gives for the assertion being that Captain Blakely spent the first 16 months of his life in Dublin. This argument is quite on a par with another piece of logic which I cannot resist noticing. The point he wishes to prove is that Americans are cowards. Accordingly, on page 475, on her capstan, the Constitution now mounted a piece resembling 7 musket barrels, fixed together with iron bands. It was discharged by one lock, and each barrel threw 25 balls. What could have impelled the Americans to invent such extraordinary implements of war but fear, downright fear? Then, a little further on, the men were provided with leather boarding caps, fitted with bands of iron, another strong symptom of fear. Now, such a piece of writing as this is simply evidence of an unsound mind. It is not so much malicious as idiotic. I only reproduce it to help prove what I have all along insisted on, that any of James's unsupported statements about the Americans, whether respecting the tonnage of the ships or the courage of the crews, are not worth the paper they are written on. On all points connected purely with the British Navy, or which can be checked off by official documents or ship's logs, or where there would be no particular object in falsifying, James is an invaluable assistant, from the diligence and painstaking care he shows, and the thoroughness and minuteness with which he goes into details. A fair-minded and interesting English critic, [Footnote: Lord Howard Douglas, Treatise on Naval Gunnery, page 416, whose remarks are generally very just, seems to me to have erred somewhat in commenting on this last sloop action. He says that the Avon was first crippled by dismantling shot from long guns. Now, the Wasp had but one long gun on the side engaged, and moreover began the action with the shortest and lightest of her carronades. Then he continues that the Avon, like the Peacock, was hulled so low that the shot holes could not be got at, and yielded to this fatal circumstance only. It certainly cannot be said when a brig has been dismasted, has had a third of her crew placed hors de combat, and has been rendered an unmanageable hulk, that she yields only because she has received a few shot below the waterline. These shot holes undoubtedly hastened the result, but both the Peacock and the Avon would have surrendered even if they had remained absolutely watertight. The Adams, 28, had been cut down to a sloop of war at Washington, and then lengthened into a flush-decked heavy corvette, mounting on each side 13 medium 18s or Columbiads and one long 12, with a crew of 220 men, under the command of Captain Charles Morris, late first lieutenant of the Constitution. Footnote: Autobiography of Commodore Morris, Annapolis, 1880, page 172. End of footnote. She slipped out of the Potomac and passed the blockaders on January 18th, and cruised eastward to the African coast and along it from Cape Mount to Cape Palmas, thence to the Canaries and Cape de Verde. She returned very nearly along the equator, thence going toward the West Indies. The cruise was unlucky, but a few small prizes, laden with palm oil and ivory, being made. In hazy weather, on March 25th, a large Indiaman, the Woodbridge, was captured, but while taking possession the weather cleared up, and Captain Morris found himself to leeward of 25 sail, 2 of which, a 2-decker and a frigate, were making for him, and it took him till the next day to shake them off. He entered Savannah on May 1st and sailed again on the 8th, standing in to the Gulf Stream, between Mackinac and Florida, to look out for the Jamaica fleet. He found this fleet on the 24th, but the Discovery failed to do him much good, as the ships were under the convoy of a 74, 2 frigates, and 3 brigs. The Adams hovered on their skirts for a couple of days, but nothing could be done with them, for the merchantmen sailed in the closest possible order, and the 6 war vessels exercised the greatest vigilance. So the corvette passed northward to the Newfoundland banks, where she met with nothing but fogs and floating ice, and then turned her prow toward Ireland. On July 4th she made out and chased 2 sail, who escaped into the mouth of the Shannon. After this the Adams, heartily tired of fogs and cold, stood to the southward and made a few prizes. Then, in latitude 44 degrees north, longitude 10 degrees west, on July 15th, she stumbled across the 18-pounder 36-gun frigate Tigress, Captain Henderson. The frigate was to leeward, and a hard chase ensued. It was only by dint of cutting away her anchors and throwing overboard some of her guns that the Adams held her own till sunset, when it fell calm. Captain Morris and his first lieutenant, Mr. Wadsworth, had been the first and second lieutenants of Old Ironsides in Hull's famous cruise, and they proved that they had not forgotten their early experience, for they got out the boats to tow and employed their time so well that by sunrise the frigate was 2 leagues astern. After 18 hours more chase the Adams dropped her, but in a day or two she ran across a couple more, one of which, an old bluff bows was soon thrown out, but the other was very fast and kept close on the corvette's heels. As before, the frigate was to leeward. The Adams had been built by contract. One side was let to a subcontractor of economical instincts, and accordingly turned out rather shorter than the other. The result was the ship sailed a good deal faster on one tack than on the other. In this case she finally got on her good tack in the night, and so escaped. Footnote: this statement is somewhat traditional. I have also seen it made about the John Adams, but some old officers have told me positively that it occurred to the Adams on this cruise. End of footnote. Captain Morris now turned homeward. During his 2 cruises he had made but 10 prizes, manned by 161 men, none of very great value. His luck grew worse and worse. The continual cold and damp produced scurvy, and soon half of his crew were prostrated by the disease, and the weather kept on foggy as ever. Off the Maine coast a brig sloop, the Rifleman, Captain Pierce, was discovered and chased, but it escaped in the thick weather. The fog grew heavier, and early on the morning of August 17th the Adams struck land, literally struck it, too, for she grounded on the Isle of Haut, and had to throw over provisions, spare spars, etc., before she could be got off. Then she entered the Penobscot and sailed 27 miles up it to Hampton. The Rifleman meanwhile conveyed intelligence of her whereabouts to a British fleet, consisting of 2 line-of-battle ships, 3 frigates, 3 sloops, and 10 troop transports, under the joint command of Rear Admiral Griffith and Lieutenant General Sherbrooke. Footnote: James, Volume 6, page 479. End of footnote. This expedition accordingly went into the Penobscot and anchored off Castine. Captain Morris made every preparation he could to defend his ship, but his means were very limited. 70 of his men were dead or disabled by the scurvy. The remainder, many of them also diseased, were mustered out to the number of 130 officers and seamen, without muskets, and 20 marines. He was joined, however, by 30 regulars, and later by over 300 militia armed with squirrel guns, ducking and fowling pieces, etc., in all between 500 and 550 men. Footnote: Autobiography of Commodore Morris. End of footnote. Only 180 of whom, with 50 muskets among them, could be depended upon. On September 3rd the British advanced by land and water, the land force being under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel John, and consisting of 600 troops, 80 marines, and 80 seamen. Footnote: James, Volume 6, page 481. Whenever militia are concerned, James has not much fear of official documents, and lets his imagination run riot. He here says the Americans had 1,400 men, which is as accurate as he generally is in writing about this species of force, his aim being to overestimate the number of the Americans in the various engagements. He always supplies militia ad libitum to make up any possible deficiency. End of footnote. The flotilla was composed of barges, launches, and rocket boats, under the command of Captain Barry of the Dragon 74. In all there were over 1,500 men. The seamen of the Adams from the wharf opened fire on the flotilla, which returned it with rockets and carronades, but the advance was checked. Meanwhile the British land forces attacked the militia, who acted up to the traditional militia standard, and retreated with the utmost promptitude and celerity, omitting the empty formality of firing. This left Captain Morris surrounded by 8 times his number, and there was nothing to do but set fire to the corvette and retreat. The seamen, marines, and regulars behaved well, and no attempt was made to molest them. None of Captain Morris's men were hit. His loss was confined to 1 sailor and 1 marine, who were too much weakened by scurvy to retreat with the others, who marched to Portland, 200 miles off. The British lost 10 men killed or wounded. On September 9th, gunboats No. 160 and 151, commanded by Mr. Thomas M. Pendleton, captured off Sapuleo Bar, Georgia, the British privateer Fortune of War. Armed with 2 heavy pivot guns and 35 men, she made a brief resistance, losing 2 of her men.
[Footnote: Letter from Commodore H.E. Campbell, St. Mary's, September 12, 1814.]
On September 15th, the British 20-gun ship sloops Hermes and Caron, and 18-gun brig sloops Sophie and Childers, and a force of 200 men on shore. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 527.] attacked Fort Boyer on Mobile Point, but were repulsed without being able to do any damage whatever to the Americans. The Hermes was sunk, and the assailants lost about 80 men. On the 26th of September, while the privateer schooner General Armstrong of New York, Captain Samuel C. Reed, of 1 long 24, 8 long 9s, and 90 men, was lying at anchor in the road of Fayal, a British squadron, composed of the Plantagenet 74, Captain Robert Floyd, Rota 38, Captain Philip Somerville, and Carnation 18, Captain George Bentham, hove in sight. [Footnote: Letter of Captain S. C. Reed, October 7, 1814, and of John B. Dabney, consul at Fayal, October 5, 1814.] 1 or more boats were sent in by the British to reconnoitre the schooner, as they asserted, or, according to the American accounts, to carry her by a coup de main. At any rate, after repeatedly warning them off, the privateer fired into them, and they withdrew. Captain Reed then anchored, with springs on his cables, nearer shore, to await the expected attack, which was not long deferred. At 8 P.M. 4 boats from the Plantagenet and 3 from the Rota, containing in all 180 men. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 509. Both American accounts say 12 boats with 400 men, and give the British loss as 250. According to my usual rule, I take each side's statement of its own force and loss. Under the command of Lieutenant William Matterface, first of the Rota, pulled in toward the road, while the Carnation accompanied them to attack the schooner if she got under way. The boats pulled in under cover of the small reef of rocks, where they lay for some time, and about midnight made the attack. The Americans opened with the pivot gun, and immediately afterward with their long 9s, while the boats replied with their carronades, and pulling spiritedly on amidst a traffic fire of musketry from both sides, laid the schooner aboard on her bow and starboard quarter. The struggle was savage enough, the British hacking at the nettings and trying to clamber up on deck, while the Americans fired their muskets and pistols in the faces of their assailants and thrust the foremost through with their long pikes. The boats on the quarter were driven off, but on the forecastle all 3 of the American lieutenants were killed or disabled, and the men were giving back when Captain Reed led all the after division up and drove the British back into their boats. This put an end to the assault. 2 boats were sunk, most of the wounded being saved, as the shore was so near. 2 others were captured, but 3 of the scattered flotilla returned to the ships. Of the Americans, 2 were killed, including the second lieutenant, Alexander O. Williams, and 7 were wounded, including the first and third lieutenants, Frederick A. Worth and Robert Johnson. Of the British, 34 were killed and 86 were wounded, among the former being the Rota's first and third lieutenants, William Matterface and Charles R. Norman, and among the latter her second lieutenant and first lieutenant of marines, Richard Rawle and Thomas Park. The schooner's Long 24 had been knocked off its carriage by a carronade shot, but it was replaced, and the deck cleared for another action. Next day the Carnation came in to destroy the privateer, but was driven off by the judicious use the latter made of her Long Tom. But affairs being now hopeless, the General Armstrong was scuttled and burned, and the Americans retreated to the land. The British squadron was bound for New Orleans, and on account of the delay and loss that it suffered, it was late in arriving, so that this action may be said to have helped in saving the Crescent City. Few regular commanders could have done as well as Captain Reid. On October 6th, while gunboat No. 160 was convoying some coasters from Savannah, it was carried by a British tender and 9 boats. [Footnote: Letter from Commander H. C. Campbell, October 12, 1814.] End of footnote. The gun vessel was lying at anchor about 8 leagues from St. Mary's, and the boats approached with muffled oars early in the morning. They were not discovered till nearly aboard, but the defence, though short, was spirited, the British losing about 20 men. Of the gunboats 30 men, but 16 were fit for action. Those under Sailing Master Thomas Paine behaved well. Mr. Paine especially fought with the greatest gallantry. His thigh was broken by a grape shot at the very beginning, but he hobbled up on his other leg to resist the boarders, fighting till he was thrust through by a pike and had received 2 sabre cuts. Any one of his wounds would have been enough to put an ordinary man hors de combat. On October 11th another desperate privateer battle took place. The brigantine Prince de Neuchatel, Captain Ordonneau of New York, was a superbly built vessel of 310 tons, mounting 17 guns, and originally possessing a crew of 150 men. [Footnote: History of American Privateers, by George Coggeshall, page 241, New York, 1876.] End of footnote. She had made a very successful cruise, having on board goods to the amount of $300,000, but had manned and sent in so many prizes that only 40 of her crew were left on board, while 37 prisoners were confined in the hold. One of her prizes was in company, but had drifted off to such a distance that she was unable to take part in the fight. At midday on the 11th of October, while off Nantucket, the British frigate Endymion, 40, Captain Henry Hope, discovered the privateer and made sail in chase. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 527.] End of footnote. At 8:30 p.m., a calm having come on, the frigate dispatched 5 boats containing 111 men. [Footnote: According to Captain Ordronneau, James does not give the number, but says 28 were killed, 37 wounded, and the crew of the launch captured. 10 of the latter were unwounded and 18 wounded. I do not know if he included these last among his 37 wounded. End of footnote. Under the command of the first Lieutenant Abel Hawkins, to take the brigantine. while the latter triced up the boarding nettings, loaded the guns with grape and bullets, and prepared herself in every way for the coming encounter. She opened fire on the boats as they drew near, but they were soon alongside, and a most desperate engagement ensued. Some of the British actually cut through the nettings and reached the deck, but were killed by the privateersmen, and in a few minutes one boat was sunk, 3 others drifted off, and the launch, which was under the brigantine's stern, was taken possession of. The slaughter had been frightful, considering the number of the combatants. The victorious privateersmen had lost 7 killed, 15 badly, and 9 slightly wounded, leaving but 9 untouched. Of the Endymion's men, James says 28, including the first lieutenant and a midshipman, were killed, and 37, including the second lieutenant and a master's mate, wounded, besides which the launch was captured and the crew made prisoners. I do not know if this means 37 wounded besides the wounded in the launch or not. Footnote: I think James does not include the wounded in the launch, as he says 28 wounded were sent aboard the Saturn. This could hardly have included the men who had been captured. End of footnote. Of the prisoners captured, 18 were wounded and 10 unhurt, so the loss was either 28 killed, 55 wounded, and 10 unhurt prisoners, or else 28 killed, 37 wounded, and 10 prisoners. But whether the total was 93 or 75 does not much matter. It was a most desperate conflict, and remembering how short-handed the brigantine was, it reflected the highest honor on the American captain and his crew. After their repulse before Baltimore, the British concentrated their forces for an attack upon New Orleans. Accordingly, a great fleet of line-of-battle ships, frigates, and smaller vessels, under Vice Admiral Cochrane, conveying a still larger number of store-ships and transports, containing the army of General Pakenham, appeared off the Chandeleur Islands on December 8th. The American navy in these parts consisted of the ship Louisiana and schooner Carolina in the Mississippi River, and in the shallow bayous a few gunboats, of course without quarters, low in the water, and perfectly easy of entrance. There were also a few tenders and small boats. The British frigates and sloops anchored off the broad, shallow inlet called Lake Borgne on the 12th. On this inlet there were 5 gunboats and 2 small tenders under the command of Lieutenant Thomas Catesby Jones. It was impossible for the British to transport their troops across Lake Borgne, as contemplated, until this flotilla was destroyed. Accordingly, on the night of the 12th, 42 launches, armed with 24 18- and 12-pounder carronades, and 3 unarmed gigs carrying 980 seamen and marines, under the orders of Captain Lockyer. Footnote: James, volume 6, page 521. End of footnote. Pushed off from the Armide 38 in 3 divisions, the first under the command of Captain Lockyer, the second under Captain Montresor, and the third under Captain Roberts. Footnote: letter of Captain Lockyer to Vice Admiral Cochrane, December 18, 1814. End of footnote. Lieutenant Jones was at anchor with his boats at the Malheureux Islands when he discovered on the 13th the British flotilla advancing toward Port Christian. He at once dispatched the Seahorse of 1 6-pounder and 14 men, under Sailing Master William Johnston, to destroy the stores at Bay St. Louis. She moored herself under the bank, where she was assisted by 2 6-pounders. There the British attacked her with 7 of their smaller boats, which were repulsed after sustaining for nearly half an hour a very destructive fire.
[Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 521.]
However, Mr. Johnston had to burn his boat to prevent it from being taken by a larger force. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Jones got under way with the 5 gun vessels, trying to reach Les Petites Coquilles, near a small fort at the mouth of a creek. But as the wind was light and baffling, and the current very strong, the effort was given up, and the vessels came to anchor off Malhero Island Passage at 1 a.m. on the 14th. [Footnote: Official letter of Lieutenant Jones, March 12, 1815.] The other tender, the Alligator, Sailing Master Shepherd, of 1 4-pounder and 8 men, was discovered next morning trying to get to her consorts, and taken with a rush by Captain Roberts and his division. At daybreak Lieutenant Jones saw the British boats about 9 miles to the eastward, and moored his 5-gun vessel abreast in the channel, with their boarding nettings triced up, and everything in readiness. But the force of the current drifted 2 of them, numbers 156 and 163, 100 yards down the pass and out of line, number 156 being the headmost of all. Their exact force was as follows: number 156, Lieutenant Jones, 41 men and 5 guns, 1 long 24 and 4 12-pound carronades; number 163, Sailing Master George Ulrich, 21 men, 3 guns, 1 long 24 and 2 12-pound carronades; number 162, Lieutenant Robert Speds, 35 men, 5 guns, 1 long 24 and 4 light 6s; number 5, Sailing Master John D. Ferris, 36 men, 5 guns, 1 long 24, 4 12-pound carronades; number 23, Lieutenant Isaac McKeever, 39 men and 5 guns, 1 long 32 and 4 light 6s. There was thus in all 182 men and a broadside of 14 guns, throwing 212 pounds of shot. The British forces amounted, as I have said, to 980 men, and supposing they had equal numbers of 24s, 18s, and 12s, the flotilla threw 758 pounds of shot. The odds, of course, were not as much against the Americans as these figures would make them, for they were stationary, had some long heavy guns and boarding nettings. On the other hand, the fact that 2 of their vessels had drifted out of line was a very serious misfortune. At any rate, the odds were great enough, considering that he had the British sailors to deal with, to make it anything but a cheerful lookout for Lieutenant Jones. But nowise daunted by the almost certain prospect of defeat, the American officers and seamen prepared very coolly for the fight. In this connection it should be remembered that simply to run the boats on shore would have permitted the men to escape if they had chosen to do so. Captain Lockyer acted as coolly as his antagonist. When he had reached a point just out of gunshot, he brought the boats to a grapnel, to let the sailors eat breakfast and get a little rest after the fatigue of their long row. When his men were rested and in good trim, he formed the boats in open order, and they pulled gallantly on against the strong current. At 10:50 the Americans opened fire from their long guns, and in about 15 minutes the cannonade became general on both sides. At 11:50, [Footnote: Lieutenant Jones's letter.] Captain Lockyer's barge was laid alongside No. 156, and a very obstinate struggle ensued, in which the greater part of the officers and crew of the barge were killed or wounded. [Footnote: Captain Lockyer's letter.] including among the latter the gallant captain himself, severely, and his equally gallant first lieutenant, Mr. Pratt, of the Seahorse frigate, mortally. At the same time Lieutenant Tatnall, of the Tonnant, also laid his barge aboard the gunboat, only to have it sunk. Another shared the same fate, and the assailants were for the moment repulsed. But at this time Lieutenant Jones, who had shown as much personal bravery during the assault as forethought in preparing for it, received a dangerous and disabling wound, while many of his men received the same fate. The boarding nettings, too, had all been cut or shot away. Several more barges at once assailed the boats, the command of which had devolved on a young midshipman, Mr. George Parker. The latter, fighting as bravely as his commander, was like him severely wounded, whereupon the boat was carried at 12:10. Its guns were turned on No. 163, and this, the smallest of the gunboats, was soon taken. Then the British dashed at No. 162 and carried it, after a very gallant defence, in which Lieutenant Speds was badly wounded. No. 5 had her long 24 dismounted by the recoil, and was next carried. Finally, No. 23, being left entirely alone, hauled down her flag at 12:30. [Footnote: Minutes of the Court of Inquiry, held May 15th, 1851.] Poster's note: the date 1851 above may well have been 1815 in the original. If you have a copy of this book we would appreciate confirmation. The Americans had lost 6 killed and 35 wounded; the British 17 killed and 77, many mortally wounded. The greater part of the loss on both sides occurred in boarding No. 156, and also the next 2 gunboats. I have in this case, as usual, taken each commander's account of his own force and loss. Lieutenant Jones states the British force to have been 1,000, which tallies almost exactly with their own account, but believes that they lost 300 in killed and wounded. Captain Lockyer, on the other hand, gives the Americans 225 men and 3 additional light guns; but on the main points the 2 accounts agree perfectly. The victors certainly deserve great credit for the perseverance, gallantry, and dash they displayed, but still more belongs to the vanquished for the cool skill and obstinate courage with which they fought, although with the certainty of ultimate defeat before them, which is always the severest test of bravery. No comment is needed to prove the effectiveness of their resistance. Even James says that the Americans made an obstinate struggle, that Lieutenant Jones displayed great personal bravery, and that the British loss was very severe. On the night of December 23rd, General Jackson beat up the quarters of the British encamped on the bank of the Mississippi. The attack was opened by Captain Patterson in the schooner Carolina, 14. She was manned by 70 men, and mounted on each side 6 12-pound carronades and 1 long 12. Dropping down the stream unobserved till opposite the bivouac of the troops, and so close to the shore that his first command to fire was plainly heard by the foe, Patterson opened a slaughtering cannonade on the flank of the British, and kept it up without suffering any loss in return, as long as the attack lasted. But on the 27th the British had their revenge, attacking the little schooner as she lay at anchor, unable to ascend the current on account of the rapid current and a strong head wind. The assailants had a battery of 5 guns throwing hot shot and shell, while the only gun of the schooners that would reach was the long 12. After half an hour's fighting the schooner was set on fire and blown up. The crew escaped to the shore with the loss of 7 men killed and wounded. The only remaining vessel, exclusive of some small unarmed rowboats, was the Louisiana, 16, carrying on each side 8 long 24s. She was of great assistance in the battle of the 28th, throwing during the course of the cannonade over 800 shot, and suffering very little in return. Footnote: Cooper, Vol. 2, page 320. End of footnote. Afterward, the American seamen and marines played a most gallant part in all the engagements on shore. They made very efficient artillerists. Summary: the following vessels were got ready for sea during this year. Footnote: American State Papers, Volume 14, page 828. Also Emmons's Statistical History. End of footnote. The Wasp, a ship built in Newburyport, cost $77,459.60, 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, built. The Frolic, a ship built in Boston, $72,094.82, 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and that was built. The Peacock, a ship built in New York, cost of $75,644.36, 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and it was built. The Ontario, a ship built in Baltimore, cost $59,343.69, 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and it was built. The Erie, a ship also built in Baltimore, cost of $56,174.36, 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and it was built. Tom Bowline, a schooner built in Portsmouth, cost of $13,000, 90 men, 12 guns, 260 tons, purchased. The Lynx, a schooner built in Washington, no cost available, 50 men, 6 guns, and it was built. The Epervier, a brig built in England, $50,000 cost, 130 men, 18 guns, 477 tons, captured. The Flambeau, a brig built in Baltimore, a cost of $14,000, 90 men, 14 guns, 300 tons, purchased. The Spark, a ship built in Baltimore, cost of $17,389, 90 men, 14 guns, 300 tons, and was purchased. The Firefly, brig built in Baltimore, cost of $17,435, 90 men, 14 guns, 333 tons, purchased. The Torch, a schooner built in Baltimore, cost of $13,000, 60 men, 12 guns, 260 tons, purchased. The Spitfire, a schooner built in Baltimore, $20,000 cost, 60 men, 12 guns, 286 tons, purchased. The Eagle, a schooner, New Orleans, no cost available, 60 men, 12 guns, 270 tons, purchased. The Prometheus was a schooner built in Philadelphia, a cost of $20,000, 60 men, 12 guns, 290 tons, purchased. The Chippeway, a brig built in Rhode Island, $52,000 cost, 90 men, 14 guns, 390 tons, purchased. The Saranac, a brig built in Middleton, $26,000, 90 men, 14 guns, 360 tons, purchased. The Boxer, a brig built in Middleton, $26,000 cost, 90 men, 14 guns, 370 tons, purchased. The Dispatch, a schooner
place built unavailable, cost unavailable. 23 men, 2 guns, 52 tons. The first 5 small vessels that are bracketed were to cruise under Commodore Porter, the next 4 under Commodore Perry, but the news of peace arrived before either squadron put to sea. Some of the vessels under this catalogue were really almost ready for sea at the end of 1813, and some that I have included in the catalogue of 1815 were almost completely fitted at the end of 1814. But this arrangement is practically the best. End of part 14. Part 15 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 15. List of vessels lost to the British. 1. Destroyed by British armies. The Columbia, 1,508 tons, 52 guns. The Adams, 760 tons, 28 guns. The Argus, 509 tons, 22 guns. All 3 of these vessels were destroyed to prevent them falling into hands of the enemy. The Carolina, 230 tons, 14 guns, destroyed by battery, for a total of 3,007 tons and 116 guns. 2. Captured, etc., by British Navy on ocean. The Essex, 860 tons, 46 guns, captured by frigate and corvette. The Frolic, 509 tons, 22 guns, captured by frigate and schooner. The Rattlesnake, 258 tons, 16 guns, captured by frigate. The Siren, 250 tons, 16 guns, captured by 74, for a total of 1,877 tons and 100 guns. Total of 4,884 tons and 216 guns. There were also a good many gunboats, which I do not count because, as already said, they were often not as large as the barges that were sunk and taken in attacking them, as at Craney Island, etc. List of vessels taken from the British. 1. Captured by the American privateers. The Ballyhoo, 86 tons, 4 guns. The Landrail, 76 tons, 4 guns. 2. Captured, etc., by American Navy on ocean. The Epervier, 477 tons, 18 guns, captured by the sloop Peacock. The Avon, 477 tons, 20 guns, sunk by the sloop Wasp. The Reindeer, 477 tons, 19 guns, sunk by the sloop Wasp. Pick 2, 300 tons, 14 guns, captured by frigate. 3. Sunk in attacking port, the Hermes, 500 tons, 22 guns, for a total of 2,393 tons and 101 guns. Taking into account the losses on the lakes, there was not very much difference in the amount of damage done to each combatant by the other. But both as regards the material results and the moral effects, the balance inclined largely to the Americans. The chief damage done to our Navy was by the British land forces, and consisted mainly in forcing us to burn an unfinished frigate and sloop. On the ocean our 3 sloops were captured in each case by an overwhelming force, against which no resistance could be made, and the same was true of the captured British schooner. The Essex certainly gained as much honor as her opponents. There were but 3 single-ship actions, in all of which the Americans were so superior in force as to give them a very great advantage. Nevertheless, in 2 of them the victory was won with such perfect impunity, and the difference in the loss and damage inflicted was so very great, that I doubt if the result would have been affected if the odds had been reversed. In the other case, that of the Reindeer, the defeated party fought at a still greater disadvantage, and yet came out of the conflict with full as much honor as the victor. No man with a particle of generosity in his nature can help feeling the most honest admiration for the unflinching courage and cool skill displayed by Captain Manners and his crew. It is worthy of notice, remembering the sneers of so many of the British authors at the wary circumspection of the Americans, that Captain Manners, who has left a more honorable name than any other British commander of the war, excepting Captain Broke, behaved with the greatest caution as long as it would serve his purpose, while he showed the most splendid personal courage afterward. It is this combination of courage and skill that made him so dangerous an antagonist. It showed that the traditional British bravery was not impaired by refusing to adhere to the traditional British tactics of rushing into a fight bull-headed. Needless exposure to danger denotes not so much pluck as stupidity. Captain Manners had no intention of giving his adversary any advantage he could prevent. No one can help feeling regret that he was killed, but if he has to fall, what more glorious death could he meet? It must be remembered that while paying all homage to Captain Manners, Captain Blakely did equally well. It was a case where the victory between 2 combatants, equal in courage and skill, was decided by superior weight of metal and number of men. Prizes made: the President 3, the Constitution 6, the Adams 10, the Frolic 2, the Wasp 15, the Peacock 15, Hornet 1, small craft 35, for a total of 87. Chapter 8. 1814. On the Lakes. Ontario. The winter was spent by both parties in preparing more formidable fleets for the ensuing summer. All the American schooners had proved themselves so unfit for service that they were converted into transports, except the Sylph, which was brig-rigged and armed like the Oneida. Sackett's Harbor possessed but slight fortifications, and the Americans were kept constantly on the alert, through fear lest the British should cross over. Commodore Chauncey and Mr. Eckford were as unremitting in their exertions as ever. In February, 2 22-gun brigs, the Jefferson and Jones, and 1 large frigate of 50 guns, the Superior, were laid. Afterward, a deserter brought in news of the enormous size of one of the new British frigates, and the Superior was enlarged to permit her carrying 62 guns. The Jefferson was launched on April 7th, the Jones on the 10th, and the Superior on May 2nd, an attempt on the part of the British to blow her up having been foiled a few days before. Another frigate, the Mohawk 42, was at once begun. Neither guns nor men for the first 3 ships had as yet arrived, but they soon began to come in, as the roads got better and the streams opened. Chauncey and Eckford, besides building ships that were literally laid down in the forest, and seeing that they were armed with heavy guns, which, as well as all their stores, had to be carried overland hundreds of miles through the wilderness, were obliged to settle quarrels that occurred among the men, the most serious being one that arose from a sentinel's accidentally killing a shipwright, whose companions instantly struck work in a body. What was more serious, they had to contend with such constant and virulent sickness that it almost assumed the proportions of a plague. During the winter it was seldom that 2/3 of the force were fit for duty, and nearly a sixth of the whole number of men in the port died before navigation opened. [Footnote: Cooper mentions that in 5 months the Madison buried a fifth of her crew.] End of footnote. Meanwhile, Yeo had been nearly as active at Kingston, laying down 2 frigates and a huge line of battle-ship, but his shipwrights did not succeed in getting the latter ready much before navigation closed. The Prince Regent, 58, and Princess Charlotte, 42, were launched on April 15th. I shall anticipate somewhat by giving tabular lists of the comparative forces. After the 2 British frigates, the 2 American frigates, and the 2 American brigs had all been equipped and manned. Commodore Yeo's original 6 cruisers had been all renamed, some of them rearmed, and both the schooners changed into brigs. The Wolfe, Royal George, Melville, Moira, Beresford, and Sydney Smith were all now named respectively Montreal, Niagara, Star, Charwell, Netley, and Magnet. On the American side there had been but slight changes, beyond the alteration of the Sylph into a brig, like the Oneida. Of the Superior's 62 guns, 4 were very shortly sent on shore again. Chauncey's squadron. Superior, a ship, 1,580 tons, a crew of 500, broadside metal 1,050 pounds, 30 long 32s, 2 long 24s, and 26 short 42s. The Mohawk, ship, 1,350 tons, 350 crew, 554 pounds of broadside metal, 26 long 24s, 2 long 18s, and 14 short 32s. The Pike, a ship, 875 tons, 300 crew, 360 pounds of broadside metal, 26 long 24s, 2 long 24s. The Madison, a ship, 593 tons, 200 crew, 364 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 22 short 32s. The Jones, a brig, 500 tons, 160 crew, 332 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 20 short 32s. The Jefferson, a brig, 500 tons, 160 crew, 332 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 20 short 32s. The Sylph, a brig, 300 tons, 100 crew, 180 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 14 short 24s. The Oneida, a brig, 243 tons, 100 crew, 180 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 14 short 24s, for a total of 8 vessels, 5,941 tons, 1,870 crew, 3,352 pounds of broadside metal, and 228 guns. This is considerably less than James makes it, as he includes all the schooners, which were abandoned as cruisers and only used as transports or gunboats. Similarly, Sir James has a large number of gunboats which are not included in his cruising force. James thus makes Chauncey's force 2,321 men and a broadside of 4,188 pounds. Yeo's squadron. The Prince Regent, a ship, 1,450 tons, 485 crew, 872 pounds of broadside metal, 32 long 24s, 4 short 68s, 22 short 32s. The Princess Charlotte, ship, 1,215 tons, 315 crew, 604 pounds of broadside metal, 26 long 24s, 2 short 68s, 14 short 32s. The Montreal, a ship, 637 tons, 220 crew, 258 pounds of broadside metal, 7 long 24s and 18 long 18s. The Niagara, a ship, 510 tons, 200 crew, 332 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s, 20 short 32s. The Charwell, a brig, 279 tons, 110 crew, 236 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s, 14 short 32s. The Star, a brig, 262 tons, 110 crew, 236 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 14 short 32s. The Netley, a brig, 216 tons, 100 crew, 180 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s, 14 short 24s. The Magnet, a ship, 187 tons, 80 crew, 156 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 12 short 24s, for a total of 8 vessels, 4,756 tons, 1,620 crew, 2,874 pounds of broadside metal, and 209 guns. This tallies pretty well with James's statement, which, on page 488, is 1,517 men, and a broadside of 2,752 pounds. But there are very probably errors as regards the armament of the small brigs, which were continually changed. At any rate, the American fleet was certainly the stronger, about in the proportion of 6 to 5. The disproportion was enough to justify Sir James in his determination not to hazard a battle, although the odds were certainly not such as British commanders had been previously accustomed to pay much regard to. Chauncy would have acted exactly as his opponent did, had he been similarly placed. The odds against the British commodore were too great to be overcome where the combatants were otherwise on a par. Although the refusal to do battle against them would certainly preclude Yeo from advancing any claims to superiority in skill or courage. The Princess Charlotte and Niagara were just about equal to the Mohawk and Madison, and so were the Charwell and Netley to the Oneida and Sylph, but both the Star and Magnet together could hardly have matched either the Jones or the Jefferson, while the main-deck 32s of the Superior gave her a great advantage over the Prince Regent's 24s, where the crews were so equal, and the Pike was certainly too heavy for the Montreal. A decided superiority in the effectiveness of both crews and captains could alone have warranted Sir James Lucas Yeo in engaging, and this superiority he certainly did not possess. This year the British architects outstripped ours in the race for supremacy, and Commodore Yeo put out of port with his 8 vessels long before the Americans were ready. His first attempt was a successful attack on Oswego. This town is situated some 60 miles distant from Sackett's Harbor, and is the first port on the lake which the stores sent from the seaboard to Chauncey reached. Accordingly it was a place of some little importance, but was very much neglected by the American authorities. It was insufficiently garrisoned, and was defended only by an entirely ruined fort of 6 guns, 2 of them dismounted. Commodore Yeo sailed from Kingston to attack it on the 3rd of May, having on board his ships a detachment of 1,080 troops. Oswego was garrisoned by less than 300 men. [Footnote: General Order of General Jacob Brown, by R. Jones, Assistant Adjutant General, May 12, 1814.] chiefly belonging to a light artillery regiment, with a score or 2 of militia. They were under the command of Colonel Mitchell. The recaptured schooner Growler was in port, with 7 guns destined for the harbor. She was sunk by her commander, but afterward raised and carried off by the foe. On the 5th, Yeo appeared off Oswego and sent in Captain Collier and 13 gunboats to draw the fort's fire. After some firing between them and the 4 guns mounted in the fort, 2 long 24s, 1 long 12, and 1 long 6, the gunboats retired. The next day the attack was seriously made. The Princess Charlotte, Montreal, and Niagara engaged the batteries, while the Cherwell and Star scoured the woods with grape to clear them of the militia. [Footnote: Letter of General Gordon Drummond, May 7, 1814.] The debarkation of troops was superintended by Captain O'Connor, and until it was accomplished the Montreal sustained almost the whole fire of the fort, being set on fire 3 times, and much cut up in hull, masts, and rigging. [Footnote: Letter of Sir James Lucas Yeo, May 17, 1814.] Under this fire 800 British troops were landed, under Lieutenant Colonel Fisher, assisted by 200 seamen, armed with long pikes, under Captain Mulcaster. They moved gallantly up the hill under a heavy fire and carried the fort by assault. Mitchell then fell back unmolested to the falls, about 12 miles above the town, where there was a large quantity of stores, but he was not again attacked. The Americans lost 6 men killed, including Lieutenant Blaney, 38 wounded and 25 missing, both of these last falling into the enemy's hands. The British lost 22 soldiers, marines, and seamen, including Captain Holloway, killed, and 73, including the gallant Captain Mulcaster, dangerously, and Captain Popham slightly wounded. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Colonel V. Fisher, May 17, 1814. James says 18 killed and 64 wounded. Why, I do not know. The official report of Colonel Fisher, as quoted, says, of the Army, 19 killed and 62 wounded; of the Navy, 3 killed and 11 wounded.] the total loss being 95, nearly a third of the American force engaged. General Drummond, in his official letter, reports that the fort being everywhere almost open, the whole of the garrison effected their escape, except about 60 men, half of them wounded. No doubt the forts being everywhere almost open afforded excellent opportunities for retreat, but it was not much of a recommendation of it as a structure intended for defence. The British destroyed the 4 guns in the battery, and razed the Growler and carried her off, with her valuable cargo of 7 long guns. They also carried off a small quantity of ordnance, stores, and some flour, and burned the barracks. Otherwise but little damage was done, and the Americans reoccupied the place at once. It certainly showed great lack of energy on Commodore Yeo's part that he did not strike a really important blow by sending an expedition up to destroy the quantity of stores and ordnance collected at the falls. But the attack itself was admirably managed. The ships were well placed, and kept up so heavy a fire on the fort as to effectually cover the debarkation of the troops, which was very cleverly accomplished, and the soldiers and seamen behaved with great gallantry and steadiness, their officers leading them, sword in hand, up a long steep hill under a destructive fire. It was similar to Chauncey's attacks on York and Fort George, except that in this case the assailants suffered a much severer loss compared to that inflicted on the assailed. Colonel Mitchell managed the defence with skill, doing all he could with his insufficient materials. After returning to Kingston, Yeo sailed with his squadron for Sackett's Harbor, where he appeared on May 19th and began a strict blockade. This was especially troublesome because most of the guns and cables for the two frigates had not yet arrived, and though the lighter pieces and stores could be carried overland, the heavier ones could only go by water, which route was now made dangerous by the presence of the blockading squadron. The very important duty of convoying these great guns was entrusted to Captain Woolsey, an officer of tried merit. He decided to take them by water to Stony Creek, whence they might be carried by land to the harbor, which was but 3 miles distant, and on that success of his enterprise depended Chauncey's chances of regaining command of the lake. On the 28th of May, at sunset, Woolsey left Oswego with 19 boats, carrying 21 long 32s, 10 long 24s, 3 42-pound carronades, and 10 cables, one of the latter for the Superior, being a huge rope 22 inches in circumference and weighing 9,600 pounds. The boats rowed all through the night, and at sunrise on the 29th 18 of them found themselves off the Big Salmon River, and, as it was unsafe to travel by daylight, Woolsey ran up into Big Sandy Creek, 8 miles from the harbor. The other boat, containing 2 long 24s and a cable, got out of line, ran into the British squadron, and was captured. The news she brought induced Sir James Yeo at once to send out an expedition to capture the others. He accordingly dispatched Captains Popham and Spilsbury in 2 gunboats, one armed with one 68-pound and one 24-pound carronade, and the other with a long 32, accompanied by 3 cutters and a gig, mounting between them 2 long 12s and 2 brass 6s, with a total of 180 men. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 487. While Cooper says 186, James says the British loss was 18 killed and 50 wounded. Major Appling says 14 were killed, 28 wounded, and 27 marines and 106 sailors captured. End of footnote. They rowed up to Sandy Creek and lay off its mouth all the night, and began ascending it shortly after daylight on the 30th. Their force, however, was absurdly inadequate for the accomplishment of their object. Captain Woolsey had been reinforced by some Oneida Indians, a company of light artillery, and some militia, so that his only care was not to repulse but to capture the British party entire, and even this did not need any exertion. He accordingly dispatched Major Appling down the river with 120 riflemen. [Footnote: Letter of Major D. Appling, May 30th, 1814.] End of footnote. And some Indians to lie in ambush. [Footnote: Letter of Captain M. T. Woolsey, June 1st, 1814. There were about 60 Indians. In all, the American force amounted to 180 men. James adds 30 riflemen, 140 Indians, and a large body of militia and cavalry, none of whom were present. End of footnote. When going up the creek, the British marines, under Lieutenant Cox, were landed on the left bank, and the small-arm men, under Lieutenant Brown, on the right bank, while the 2 captains rowed up the stream between them, throwing grape into the bushes to disperse the Indians. Major Appling waited until the British were close up, when his riflemen opened with so destructive a volley as to completely demoralize and stampede them, and their whole force was captured with hardly any resistance, the American having only 1 man slightly wounded. The British loss was severe, 18 killed and 50 dangerously wounded, according to Captain Popham's report, as quoted by James, or 14 killed and 28 wounded, according to Major Appling's letter. It was a very clever and successful ambush. On June 6th Yeo raised the blockade of the harbor, but Chauncey's squadron was not in condition to put out till 6 weeks later, during which time nothing was done by either fleet, except that 2 very gallant cutting-out expeditions were successfully attempted by Lieutenant Francis H. Gregory, U.S.N. On June 16th he left the harbor, accompanied by Sailing Masters Vaughan and Dixon, and 22 seamen in 3 gigs, to intercept some of the enemy's provision schooners. On the 19th he was discovered by the British gunboat Black Snake, of one 18-pound carronade and 18 men, commanded by Captain H. Landon. Lieutenant Gregory dashed at the gunboat and carried it without the loss of a man. He was afterward obliged to burn it, but he brought the prisoners, chiefly Royal Marines, safely into port. On the 1st of July he again started out with Messrs. Vaughan and Dixon and 2 gigs. The plucky little party suffered greatly from hunger, but on the 5th he made a sudden descent on Presque Island and burned a 14-gun schooner, just ready for launching. He was off before the foe could assemble, and reached the harbor in safety next day. On July 31st Commodore Chauncey sailed with his fleet. Some days previously the larger British vessels had retired to Kingston, where a 100-gun 2-decker was building. Chauncey sailed up to the head of the lake, where he intercepted the small brig Magnet. The Sylph was sent in to destroy her, but her crew ran her ashore and burned her. The Jefferson, Sylph, and Oneida were left to watch some other small craft in the Niagara. The Jones was kept cruising between the harbor and Oswego, and with the 4 larger vessels Chauncey blockaded Yeo's 4 large vessels lying in Kingston. The 4 American vessels were in the aggregate of 4,398 tons, manned by rather more than 1,350 men, and presenting in broadside 77 guns, throwing 2,328 pounds of shot. The 4 British vessels measured in all about 3,812 tons, manned by 1,220 men, and presenting in broadside 74 guns, throwing 2,066 pounds of shot. The former were thus superior by about 15%, and Sir James Yeo very properly declined to fight with the odds against him, although it was a nicer calculation than British commanders had been accustomed to enter into. Major General Brown had written to Commodore Chauncey on July 13th: "I do not doubt my ability to meet the enemy in the field, and to march in any direction over his country, your fleet carrying for me the necessary supplies. We can threaten Forts George and Niagara, and carry Burlington Heights and York, and proceed direct to Kingston, and carry that place. For God's sake let me see you. Sir James will not fight." To which Chauncey replied: "I shall afford every assistance in my power to cooperate with the army whenever it can be done without losing sight of the great object for the attainment of which this fleet has been created, the capture or destruction of the enemy's fleet. But that I consider the primary object. We are intended to seek and fight the enemy's fleet, and I shall not be diverted from my efforts to effectuate it by any sinister attempt to render us subordinate to, or an appendage of, the army; that is, by any sinister attempt to make him cooperate intelligently in a really well concerted scheme of invasion. In further support Of these noble and independent sentiments he writes to the Secretary of the Navy on August 10th. [Footnote: See Niles, vol. 7, page 12, and other places, under Chauncy in Index.] I told General Brown that I should not visit the head of the lake unless the enemy's fleet did so. To deprive the enemy of an apology for not meeting me, I have sent ashore 4 guns from the Superior to reduce her armament in number to an equality with the Prince Regent's, yielding the advantage of their 68-pounders. The Mohawk mounts 2 guns less than the Princess Charlotte, and the Montreal and Niagara are equal to the Pike and Madison. He here justifies his refusal to cooperate with General Brown by saying that he was of only equal force with Sir James, and that he has deprived the latter of an apology for not meeting him. This last was not at all true. The Mohawk and Madison were just about equal to the Princess Charlotte and Niagara, but the Pike was half as strong again as the Montreal, and Chauncy could very well afford to yield the advantage of their 68-pounders, when in return Sir James had to yield the advantage of Chauncy's long 32s and 42-pound carronades. The Superior was a 32-pounder frigate, and even without her 4 extra guns was about a fourth heavier than the Prince Regent with her 24-pounders. Sir James was not acting more warily than Chauncy had acted during June and July, 1813. Then he had a fleet which tonned 1,701, was manned by 680 men, and threw at a broadside 1,099 pounds of shot, and he declined to go out of port or in any way try to check the operation of Yeo's fleet, which tonned 2,091, was manned by 770 men, and threw at a broadside 1,374 pounds of shot. Chauncy then acted perfectly proper, no doubt, but he could not afford to sneer at Yeo for behaving in the same way. Whatever either commander might write, in reality he well knew that his officers and crew were, man for man, just about on a par with those of his antagonists, and so, after the first brush or two, he was exceedingly careful to see that the odds were not against him. Chauncy, in his petulant answers to Brown's letter, ignored the fact that his superiority of force would prevent his opponent from giving battle, and would therefore prevent anything more important than a blockade occurring. His ideas of the purpose for which his command had been created were erroneous, and very hurtful to the American cause. That purpose was not, except incidentally, the destruction of the enemy's fleet, and if it was, he entirely failed to accomplish it. The real purpose was to enable Canada to be successfully invaded, or to assist in repelling an invasion of the United States. These services could only be efficiently performed by acting in union with the land forces, for his independent action could evidently have little effect. The only important services he had performed had been in attacking Forts George and York, where he had been rendered subordinate to and an appendage of the army. His only chance of accomplishing anything lay in similar acts of cooperation, and he refused to do these. Had he acted as he ought to have done, and assisted Brown to the utmost, he would certainly have accomplished much more than he did, and might have enabled Brown to assault Kingston, when Yeo's fleet would of course have been captured. The insubordination, petty stickling for his own dignity, and lack of appreciation of the necessity of acting in concert that he showed, were the very faults which proved most fatal to the success of our various land commanders in the early part of the war. Even had Chauncy's assistance availed nothing, he could not have accomplished less than he did. He remained off Kingston blockading Yeo, being once or twice blown off by gales. He sent Lieutenant Gregory, accompanied by Midshipman Hart and 6 men, in to reconnoitre on August 25th. The lieutenant ran across 2 barges containing 30 men, and was captured after the midshipman had been killed, and the lieutenant and 4 men wounded. On September 21st he transported General Izard and 3,000 men from Sackett's Harbor to the Genesee, and then again blockaded Kingston until the 2-decker was nearly completed, when he promptly retired to the harbor. The equally cautious Yeo did not come out on the lake till October 15th. He did not indulge in the empty and useless formality of blockading his antagonist, but assisted the British army on the Niagara frontier till navigation closed, about November 21st. A couple of days before, Midshipman McGowan headed an expedition to blow up the 2-decker, named the St. Lawrence, with a torpedo, but was discovered by 2 of the enemy's boats, which he captured and brought in. The attempt was abandoned because the St. Lawrence was found not to be lying in Kingston. For this year the material loss again fell heaviest on the British, amounting to 1 14-gun brig burned by her crew, 1 10-gun schooner burned on the stocks, 3 gunboats, 3 cutters, and 1 gig captured, while in return the Americans lost 1 schooner loaded with 7 guns, 1 boat loaded with 2, and a gig captured and 4 guns destroyed at Oswego. In men the British loss was heavier still relatively to that of the Americans, being in killed, wounded, and prisoners about 300 to 80. But in spite of this loss and damage, which was too trivial to be of any account to either side, the success of the season was with the British, inasmuch as they held command over the lake for more than 4 months, during which time they could cooperate with their army, while the Americans held it for barely 2 months and a half. In fact, the conduct of the 2 fleets on Lake Ontario during the latter part of the war was almost farcical. As soon as one, by building, acquired the superiority, the foe at once retired to port, where he waited until he had built another vessel or 2, when he came out and the other went into port in turn. Under such circumstances it was hopeless ever to finish the contest by a stand-up sea fight, each commander calculating the chances with mathematical exactness. The only hope of destroying the enemy's fleet was by cooperating with the land forces in a successful attack on his main post, when he would be forced to be either destroyed or to fight. And this cooperation Chauncy refused to give. He seems to have been an excellent organizer, but he did not use, certainly not in the summer of 1813, his materials by any means to the best advantage. He was hardly equal to his opponent, and the latter seems to have been little more than an average officer. Yeo blundered several times, as in the attack on Sackett's Harbor, in not following up his advantage at Oswego, in showing so little resource in the action off the Genesee, etc., and he was not troubled by any excess of daring. But during the period when he was actually cruising against Chauncy on the lake, he certainly showed to better advantage than the American did. With an inferior force he won a partial victory over his opponent off Niagara, and then kept him in check for 6 weeks, while Chauncy, with his superior force, was not only partially defeated once, but when he did gain a partial victory, failed to take advantage of it. In commenting upon the timid and dilatory tactics of the two commanders on Ontario, however, it must be remembered that the indecisive nature of the results attained had been often paralleled by the numerous similar encounters that took place on the ocean during the wars of the preceding century. In the War of the American Revolution the English fought some 19 fleet actions with the French, Dutch, and Spaniards. One victory was gained over the French and one over the Spaniards, while the 17 others were all indecisive, both sides claiming the victory and neither winning it. Of course, some of them, though indecisive as regards loss and damage, were strategical victories. Thus Admiral Arbuthnot beat back Admiral Barras off the Chesapeake in March of 1781, and near the same place in September of the same year the French had their revenge in the victory, won, at least in its results, of the Comte de Grasse over Sir Thomas Graves. In the 5 desperate and bloody combats which de Suffren waged with Sir Edward Hughes in the East Indies, the laurels were very evenly divided. These 5 conflicts were not rendered indecisive by any overwariness in manoeuvring, for de Suffren's attacks were carried out with as much boldness as skill, and his stubborn antagonist was never inclined to balk him of a fair battle. But the two hardy fighters were so evenly matched that they would pound one another till each was helpless to inflict injury. Very different were the 3 consecutive battles that took place in the same waters on the 25th of April, 1758, the 3rd of August, 1758, and on the 10th of September, 1759, between Pocock and Daché.
[Footnote: La marée française sous la reine de Louis XV par Henri Rivière, lieutenant des vaisseaux, chevalier de la Légion d'honneur, Paris et Toulon, 1859, pages 385 and 439.] where, by skilful manoeuvring, the French admiral saved his somewhat inferior force from capture, and the English admiral gained indecisive victories. M. Rivière, after giving a most just and impartial account of the battles, sums up with the following excellent criticism. [Footnote: Ibid, page 425.] I pay more attention to the sense than to the letter of my translation. In this battle, won by Hawke the 20th of November, 1757, and the combats of Pocock and Daché, from which date 2 distinct schools in the naval affairs of the 18th century, one of these was all for promptness and audacity, which were regarded as the indispensable conditions for victory. The other, on the contrary, praised skilful delays and able evolutions, and created success by science united to prudence. But these 2 schools were true only according to circumstances, not absolutely. When 2 fleets of equal force are facing one another, as in the War of the American Revolution, then tactics should come into play, and audacity would often be mere foolhardiness. If it happens, on the other hand, as in the Republic, or during the last years of Louis XV, that an irresolute fleet without organization has to contend with a fleet prepared in every way, then, on the part of this last, audacity is wisdom, and prudence would be cowardice, for it would give an enemy who distrusts himself time to become more hardy. The only school always true is that one which, freed from all routine, produces men whose genius will unite in one, in knowing how to apply them appropriately, the audacity which will carry off victory, and the prudence which knows how to obtain it in preparing for it.
These generalizations are drawn from the results of mighty battles, but they apply just as well to the campaigns carried on a small scale, or even to single ship actions. Chauncey, as already said, does not deserve the praise which most American historians, and especially Cooper, have lavished on him as well as on all our other officers of that period. Such indiscriminate eulogy entirely detracts from the worth of a writer's favorable criticisms. Our average commander was, I firmly believe, at that time superior to the average commander of any other nation; but to get at this average we must include Chauncey, Rodgers, and Angus, as well as Hull, Macdonough, Perry, Porter, Bainbridge, Biddle, Lawrence, and Warrington. Sir James Yeo did to the full as well as his opponent, and like him was a good organizer. But he did little enough. His campaigns must be considered as being conducted well or ill, according as he is believed to have commanded better men than his opponent or not. If, as many British writers contend, his crews were an overmatch for the Americans, man for man, even to a slight degree, then Yeo's conduct was very cowardly. If, on the contrary, the officers and men of the two fleets were on a par, then he acted properly and out-generaled his opponent. It is to be regretted that most of the histories written on the subject on either side of the Atlantic should be of the hurrah order of literature, with no attempt whatever to get at the truth, but merely to explain away the defeats or immensely exaggerate the victories suffered or gained by their own side. Erie and the Upper Lakes. Hitherto the vessels on these lakes, as well as on Ontario, had been under the command of Commodore Chauncey, but they were now formed into a separate department under Captain Arthur Sinclair. The Americans had, of course, complete supremacy, and no attempt was seriously made to contest it with them; but they received a couple of stinging, if not very important, defeats. It is rather singular that here the British, who began with a large force, while there was none whatsoever to oppose it, should have had it by degrees completely annihilated, and should have then, and not till then, when apparently rendered harmless, have turned round and partially revenged themselves by two cutting-out expeditions which were as boldly executed as they were skilfully planned. Captain Sinclair sailed into Lake Huron with the Niagara, Caledonia, Ariel, Scorpion, and Tigress, and on July 20th burnt the fort and barracks of St. Joseph, which were abandoned by their garrison. On August 4th he arrived off the fort of Machillimackinac, which was situated on such an eminence that the guns of the vessels could not reach it. Accordingly the troops under Colonel Croghan were landed, covered by the fire of the schooners, very successfully; but when they tried to carry the fort they were driven back with a loss of 70 men. Thence Sinclair sailed to the Natagawassa Creek, attacked and destroyed a blockhouse 3 miles up it, which mounted 3 light guns, and also a schooner called the Nancy; but the commander of the schooner, Lieutenant Worsley, with his crew, escaped up the river. Captain Sinclair then departed for Lake Erie, leaving the Scorpion, Lieutenant Turner, and Tigress, Sailing Master Champlain, to blockade the Natagawassa. News was received by the British from a party of Indians that the two American vessels were 5 leagues apart, and it was at once resolved to attempt their capture. On the 1st of September, in the evening, 4 boats started out, one manned by 20 seamen under Lieutenant Worsley, the 3 others by 72 soldiers under Lieutenants Bulger, Armstrong, and Raderhurst of the army. in all 92 men and 2 guns, a 6 and a 3-pounder. A number of Indians accompanied the expedition, but took no part in the fighting. At sunset on the 2nd the boats arrived at St. Mary's Strait, and spent 24 hours in finding out where the American schooners were. At 6 P.M. on the 3rd the nearest vessel, the Tigress, was made out 6 miles off, and they pulled for her. It was very dark, and they were not discovered till they had come within 50 yards, when Champlain at once fired his long 24 at them. Before it could be reloaded, the 4 boats had dashed up, those of Lieutenant Worsley and Armstrong placing themselves on the starboard, and those of Lieutenants Bulger and Raderhurst on the port side. There was a short, sharp struggle, and the schooner was carried. Of a crew of 28 men, 3 were killed, and 5, including Mr. Champlain, dangerously wounded. The assailants lost 3 seamen killed, Lieutenant Bulger, 7 soldiers, and several seamen wounded. Footnote: letter of Lieutenant A.H. Bulger, September 7, 1814. James says only 3 killed and 8 wounded, but Lieutenant Bulger distinctly says in addition, and several seamen wounded. End of footnote. The defence of this vessel, writes Lieutenant Bulger, did credit to her officers, who were all severely wounded. Next day the prisoners were sent on shore, and on the 5th the Scorpion was discovered working up to join her consort, entirely ignorant of what had happened. She anchored about 2 miles from the Tigress, and next morning at 6 o'clock the latter slipped her cable and ran down under the jib and foresail, the American ensign and pendant still flying. When within 10 yards of the Scorpion, the concealed soldiers jumped up, poured a volley into her which killed 2 and wounded 2 men, and the next moment carried her, her surprised crew of 30 men making no resistance. The whole affair reflected great credit on the enterprise and pluck of the British, without being discreditable to the Americans. It was like Lieutenant Elliott's capture of the Detroit and Caledonia. End of part 14. Meanwhile, a still more daring cutting-out expedition had taken place at the foot of Lake Erie. The 3 American schooners, Ohio, Somers, and Porcupine, each with 30 men, under Lieutenant Conkling, were anchored just at the outlet of the lake, to cover the flank of the works at Fort Erie. On the night of August 12th, Captain Dobbs of the Charwell and Lieutenant Radcliffe of the Netley, with 75 men and marines from their 2 vessels, which were lying off Fort Erie, resolved to attempt the capture of the schooners. The seamen carried the captain's gig upon their shoulders from Queenstown to Frenchman's Creek, a distance of 20 miles. Thence, by the aid of some militia, 5 bateaux as well as the gig were carried 8 miles across the woods to Lake Erie, and the party, whether with or without the militia I do not know, embarked in them. Between 11 and 12 the boats were discovered a short distance ahead of the Somers and hailed. "Provision boats," which deceived the officer on deck, as such boats had been in the habit of passing and repassing continually during the night. Before he discovered his mistake, the boats drifted across his hawse, cut his cables, and ran him aboard with a volley of musketry, which wounded 2 of his men, and before the others could get on deck the schooner was captured. In another moment the British boats were alongside the Ohio, Lieutenant Conkling's vessel. Here the people had hurried on deck, and there was a moment's sharp struggle, in which the assailants lost Lieutenant Radcliffe, and 1 seaman killed, and 6 seamen and marines wounded. But on board the Ohio, Lieutenant Conkling and Sailing Master M. Cayley were shot down, 1 seaman killed and 4 wounded, and Captain Dobbs carried her, sword in hand. The Porcupine was not molested, and made no effort to interfere with the British in their retreat. So they drifted down the rapids with their 2 prizes and secured them below. The boldness of this enterprise will be appreciated when it is remembered that but 75 British seamen, unless there were some militia along, with no artillery, attacked and captured 2 out of 3 fine schooners, armed each with long 32 or 24, and an aggregate of 90 men, and that this had been done in waters where the gig and 5 bateaux of the victors were the only British vessels afloat. Champlain. This lake, which had hitherto played but an inconspicuous part, was now to become the scene of the greatest naval battle of the war. A British army of 11,000 men, under Sir George Prevost, undertook the invasion of New York by advancing up the western bank of Lake Champlain. This advance was impracticable unless there was a sufficiently strong British naval force to drive back the American squadron at the same time. Accordingly, the British began to construct a frigate, the Confiance, to be added to their already existing force, which consisted of a brig, 2 sloops, and 12 or 14 gunboats. The Americans already possessed a heavy corvette, a schooner, a small sloop, and 10 gunboats, or row galleys. They now began to build a large brig, the Eagle, which was launched about the 16th of August. 9 days later, on the 25th, the Confiance was launched. The 2 squadrons were equally deficient in stores, etc., the Confiance having locks to her guns, some of which could not be used, while the American schooner Ticonderoga had to fire her guns by means of pistols flashed at the touch-holes, like Barclay on Lake Erie. Macdonough and Downie were hurried into action before they had time to prepare themselves thoroughly; but it was a disadvantage common to both, and arose from the nature of the case, which called for immediate action. The British army advanced slowly toward Plattsburg, which was held by General Macomb with less than 2,000 effective American troops. Captain Thomas Macdonough, the American commodore, took the lake a day or 2 before his antagonist, and came to anchorage in Plattsburg harbor. The British fleet, under Captain George Downie, moved from Isle aux Noix on September 8th, and on the morning of the 11th sailed into Plattsburg harbor. Part 15.